We are late on.
Okay, we're good? Great. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you.
So welcome to the additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I'd also like to pay respect to the elders past and present of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginal people present. I welcome Minister James Griffin and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of environment and heritage. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everybody please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Griffin, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I also would like to remind the following witnesses that you do not need to be sworn as you have been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. So Mr Atticus Fleming, Mr David Fowler, Mr Dean Knudsen, Mr Andrew Nichols, Ms Michelle Dumazel, Ms Sharon Malloy, Mr Paul Elton, Ms Naomi Stevens, Mr Stephen Beeman and Ms Nancy Chang. So for all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency and swear either an oath or an affirmation, the cards of which are in front of you. So the first person to be sworn in who hasn't been sworn in is Mr Sam Kidman. Thank you. Sorry, that in front of me.
My name is Samuel Kidman, Executive Director, Heritage New South Wales in the Department of Premier and Cabinet. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Jacqueline Moore.
Jacqueline Moore, the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare evidence now about to be given by me shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay, now is there anybody else that needs to be sworn in that hasn't been that I mentioned? That's everybody, isn't it? Yep. Okay, excellent. And as there's it's budget estimates, so there is no provision for opening statements. I'll move straight to questions by the opposition. Ms Penny Sharp.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your officials who are all here today. And congratulations on the new gig.
Thank you.
Very important for New South Wales. Minister, in the last budget, National Parks and Wildlife Service got a new helicopter, is that correct?
Yes.
How many helicopters are there in the National Parks and Wildlife fleet?
From my memory, recent discussions with Mr Fleming, I think there are 4, but he might correct me on that.
I think it's 5, Ms Sharp, but there's a combination of owned and leased.
But they're available. They're available, now 24 hours a day, is that right?
I don't know off the top of my head what commitments they have right now, but they can be made available typically on short notice, yes.
Has anyone called on them for their use for the disaster unfolding in Lismore and the Northern Rivers?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know why not?
Why they haven't been called on, no.
Would they be available if they were asked to be used?
I'd have to check that they're not in the middle of another job, but either if they're free, yes. If they're in the middle of another job, we could look at whether that can be diverted for a more important purpose.
I mean, there are other examples where they've been used for, these kind of events, like rescuing people off roofs, for example.
I can't comment on the history. I won't recall of that. We're not, as I understand it, we're not typically the first call for that sort of work, but we have assisted in disasters in the past, yes.
No, but obviously, I mean, we're seeing terrible things coming out of the northern rivers, and pay tribute to everyone who's doing their best under very difficult circumstances, and including our local member who had to swim to her own safety, and her staffer who rescued people yesterday. But I suppose my question is just that, given what we've heard there are clearly government assets that are available, and I am a little bit bemused about why they're not being, they haven't been asked to assist.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Sharp. Look, obviously, our thoughts, everybody on this here today is thinking of those up on the North Coast, and it would go without saying that any and all resources available, if requested, we'll do what we humanly can to make them available to support the efforts with the flood recovery and the issues that are unfolding there right now. I do understand that the EPA are working with a interagency working group to assist with issues like waste levy, post cleanup, and we'll continue to do that. So it goes without saying that any opportunity for my particular portfolio to assist with the challenges that the Northern Rivers communities are facing, we will happily do so.
Minister Griffin, so Mr. Atticus Fleming said that there were 5 helicopters that are either leased or owned. So how many in total, how many helicopters do you have access to?
So we have 5 helicopters, 2 owned, 3 leased.
And what are they doing right now? Are they just sitting on the tarmac?
We utilise them as effectively as we can. I don't have a record on hand as to what they're doing today. I can ask that question. Happy to do so.
Wouldn't you be proactive, Minister, wouldn't you be proactive knowing that we have the worst floods in the state's history on the North Coast? People stranded on rooftops. Wouldn't it occur to you that there are 5 helicopters sitting on the ground doing nothing, that they could have been used on the North Coast to rescue people? Didn't it occur to you yesterday morning?
If Services Minister, not the Environment Minister.
Well, it's within his portfolio. He has 5.
Emergency Services Minister would be.
He has 5 helicopters. I'm sorry, colleague. Minister, you have 5 helicopters. Wouldn't it have been a good idea to fly them to the North Coast to rescue people?
Order.
Mr. Secord, we obviously want to have a coordinated approach to assisting the efforts up there, and if I am asked by the relevant minister to assist, then we'll absolutely do that and make all assets that we have available, if it will be useful and helpful, absolutely. But there is a coordinated approach by the government.
May I ask one question? My colleagues, this will be my last one. Now, there was a press release from the previous minister announcing the formation of a risk and evaluation unit. This was after the bushfires. 125 frontline people were trained to respond to emergency situations. Were those 125 people and the dedicated risk and evaluation unit offered up to the rescue efforts on the North Coast?
May I correct what I said earlier? I think I said 3 leased and 2 owned. It's 3 owned and 2 leased. Okay. Sorry.
I was going to come back to you about that. That's what I thought it was too.
Yeah, I'm happy to check what those helicopters are doing today. In relation to your question, the staff that were added after the last 1920 bushfire season, were trained firefighters, as distinct from broader emergency personnel.
Firefighters do rescue efforts.
I want to be clear, we're happy to help in whatever way we're asked.
So what are those 125 people doing right now? Are they just sitting like the 5 helicopters on the tarmac?
They're performing their duties as NPWS staff.
But don't you think it's a matter of all hands on deck for the North Coast? Wouldn't you have offered those 5 helicopters and the 125 people up to the rescue efforts?
We're happy to help if asked. We're happy to contribute if asked as to what we're doing. They're firefighters. I want to be clear about that. And the risk unit you refer to are professionals to assess fire risk, including, say, risk to koalas.
But
No,
okay, I'll end that. Thank you, Michael.
No, that's fine. They're also very skilled. I've seen them winch people in and out. So, I mean, their skills, I think, are valuable. Minister, I want to ask you about koalas, funnily enough.
Drinking game.
Probably prepared for this.
Well,
but
no.
let's go.
Well, I thought we'd actually get it. I thought we should start, and I thought I'd give you the opportunity to put on the record how much you love koalas. Because I'm going to ask you a lot of questions, and I'm sure that it's going to come up. So I thought we might deal with that question first.
What's the question, Ms. Sharp? How much do you love koalas?
Eminently sensible question, and I love koalas with all my heart and all my being. And obviously, you know, we will spend a bit of time on koalas today. I'm more than happy to do so. It's well documented and well understood, I think, the challenges that the koala population face here in New South Wales and across the country. Only recently was the koala uplisted by the Australian government, which I think is fair recognition with respect to the challenges that koala population face. That followed with it their $50 million contribution to salvaging and supporting the koala population. In New South Wales, we've committed $193.3 million, which I think is a clear demonstration of the intent and the focus that the government has on supporting the koala population and achieving our goal, or our commitment of doubling the koala population by 2050.
Right. Okay, Minister, if I can stop you there, then we might unpack that, shall we?
Sure.
So the previous $44.7 million koala strategy expired in December last year. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And Minister, the last report we had in relation to that koala strategy was basically an annual plan over the length of the plan. The last one was in 2019-2020. Where is the 2020-2021 annual report on the previous koala strategy?
So I'll get Ms. Dumazel to provide you with the detail on that. And please, today, if I am referring to officials, I'm not trying to be evasive. I'm just trying to ensure that we make use of this session.
Sure.
Before I do that, I do acknowledge that the previous strategy had a number of goals and commitments in it, a number of which had been met.
Last year it was 4 out of 26. Is there?
Well, I'll seek some further information from.
All right. Well, we'll start. But and also the other thing is, I'll obviously be very happy to speak to the public servants this afternoon in some of the detail about this. So, but my first question is, where is the annual report that wrapped up the final reporting on the last koala strategy?
We're in the process of finalising that report, which will be the final report for the first 3 years of that investment of $44.7 million. Out of the 24 actions that were identified, 18 have been completed, and 5 are on track to be completed this year. And that it was always the intention that they would have a longer lead time. For example, some of them relate to research in relation to chlamydia, and then there's one action that will be completed in 22-23.
Right, but so the annual report is coming. Now, I noticed that there's a committee, there's an interdepartmental committee that oversees the previous koala strategy. It appears to me that they only met in May last year. Why is that?
There are 2 committees that we have. One is the independent expert panel, which is chaired by the Deputy Chief Scientist, and there's a number of scientists on that panel, and so they. But
that's not the committee that I'm referring to.
And I don't have on me the last date that the
the website tells me that it was May. They were responsible for producing the annual reports.
I'll take that one on notice. I don't have the last date. I've obviously been in contact with all my colleagues across government in terms of the finalisation of the annual report, and also in terms of the development of the work that we're doing now in relation to the 193.3.
Right. And when do we expect to get the report on the last koala strategy?
Yeah, it's in the process of being finalised.
Yeah, that's great. Is it a month? Is it 3 months?
I would expect in the coming weeks.
Coming weeks, okay. Thanks. So, Minister, you've got the sorry, just to go back to the previous strategy. So last year, we basically found out that there was around $5 million of funding to purchase koala habitat that wasn't spent. Are you able to give me the figure, even if you have to give it to me later this afternoon, of how much of the $44.7 million was expended under the previous strategy?
We can...
I'll provide that exact figure this afternoon.
Right. Thank you.
Is your question, Ms Sharp, in relation to acquisitions specifically?
Well, I know you've had new acquisitions, including Ruins Way, for example, but we can get into that this afternoon. That's okay.
We have 15 acquisitions we can talk about.
All right, we'll talk about them this afternoon. Thank you. So the budget was in June last year. The government and your very loud predecessor decided to shout from the rooftops about your $193 million over 5 years replacement koala strategy, announced in the budget with the hook of doubling the koala numbers by 2050. Where is the koala strategy?
It's
New koala strategy.
Yep. So the new koala strategy is something that I'm looking forward to releasing shortly. It's something that will provide immediate support to the koala population, whether it be through private land partnerships with the likes of the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, landscape scale restoration of thousands of hectares of land, or the other pillars of work that need to be done in addition.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. I'm across the pillars of the previous strategy that we haven't finally done, but I'm just concerned. In October last year, your predecessor said that the release of the $193 million strategy was imminent. You're now telling me that it's still imminent.
Yes, it's
right.
something that
months, weeks.
I will. I look forward to releasing it soon. It's something that I have pressured and impressed upon the department that we must get it out, and I look forward to doing that as soon as possible.
Okay, as soon as possible. Again, ballpark, weeks, months.
Well, I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
You don't know when the key pillar of your environment actions is going to be released. I mean, we're coming up to a year since you announced the money, and you do not have a plan for it.
I understand that. And we do have a plan. There's a lot of moving and working parts. It's a significant strategy, and I've impressed upon the department to get it out.
And who's developing the strategy?
It's been a strategy that's had input from various experts, both external and internal to the department. I'm happy to have Ms Dumazel provide you with some more insight on. Yeah,
I'll come to this. I am confused about this.
So we're in the process of finalising the strategy. We've worked quite closely.
Who's we?
The department.
Which part of the department?
So the Environment, Energy and Science Group. So I have the team responsible for the koala strategy and koala policy within the Environment, Energy and Science Group. We have been working very closely with. We worked very closely with the independent panel, which is chaired by Mr Chris Armstrong, and there's a number of experts on that. We've also worked quite closely with our staff across different organisations within government, and also with
is that the interdepartmental committee?
Yes, they have.
But that hasn't met since May last year.
I will get back to you with the last date that they have met, but we have actually. They've been aware of the work that we've been doing to develop the strategy. Certainly the strategy that we're developing builds on the existing strategy, and it does take into account those 4 elements and looks at the threats as well. And so we've actually started, while the new strategy will take into account the existing pillars of work, and we will build on that because there's still a lot of work we need to do, for example, in the building our knowledge in relation to koalas. So there's a very extensive monitoring program that was finalised during the first strategy, and we actually need to continue the work on that. Mr Fleming outlined the work that is happening under the acquisition.
As I said, I'll ask you some more detail about that. I just realised that I've only got the Minister for a short period of time, and I do not wish to waste that. Minister, I am confused over who is developing this strategy. Your predecessor told us last year that the chief scientist is developing a 30-year plan to save koalas. What's the status of that?
Well, it's quite clear in my mind after 8 weeks that Mr Mazel, through EES, is the relevant part of the department which is developing the strategy and working with other elements like the Chief Scientist Office to have input to deliver what we believe, and I think a variety of other stakeholders will see as a science-based strategy to support the doubling of the koala population.
Well, that's terrific. But just to be clear, what is the role of the chief scientist? Your predecessor at the meetings in October told us that the chief scientist is developing a 30-year plan to save koalas.
Mr Knudsen.
And can I just say there is no mention of this on the chief scientist website. I think it might be a bit of a surprise to him.
Okay.
So, as was mentioned by Ms. Dumzal, Chris Armstrong is involved as the chair of the expert panel. The expert panel is involved in providing the advice, which has gone into the department formulating the strategy. That's the connection I think you're looking for, Ms. Sharp.
30-year plan? Are you looking at is it a 30-year time frame?
What it is it's a 30-year plan, which the $193 million is the funding associated with the first 5 years of that 30-year plan.
Okay. Given the federal government during this period of time, so don't forget the last koala plan was supposed to be the biggest investment we've ever had that's turning around the dire situation for koalas, and things have gone backwards with, as you've acknowledged, Minister, the upgrading of the threatened status of koalas in New South Wales to endangered. How much of the $50 million federally will be allocated to New South Wales?
That is a question I'll have to take on notice. I have taken the opportunity to meet with the Federal Environment Minister and express my view on the uplisting and welcome any of that $50 million into New South Wales, but I don't think we have any further detail on that.
There's no discussions with your federal counterparts about how much New South Wales will get, given that we're one of the 3 states where they're in such dire straits. I would expect we'd get a fair chunk of that.
Yeah, there are discussions that have started with the Commonwealth. As exactly as you point out, the New South Wales population of koalas is a significant contributor to the overall population that's been listed as endangered, and certainly our expectation would be that a significant portion of the funding would come to New South Wales for exactly that fact.
And in terms of the allocation of the spending, what strings attached from the federal government, or do you expect that this yet to be seen koala strategy will be, the money would just be able to be plugged into that?
So based upon what the Commonwealth has told us with their recovery plan that they're developing in association with the uplisting, the actions that are called for in the recovery plan are absolutely consistent with what we have in our koala strategy, so there should be excellent alignment. One of the good things is about being an iconic species, there's a lot of understanding, a lot of shared views of what the threats are and what needs to be done to address those threats.
Terrific. When you spoke to thank you very much. Minister, when you spoke to your federal counterpart, did you talk to her about the problems with the EPBC Act in relation to allowing clearing of key koala habitat for a range of different developments?
I didn't directly address that. It was more a discussion about the uplisting and acknowledging that we're grateful for their $50 million national announcement, and we'll obviously take every cent of that we can in New South Wales. But in the context of our $193 million, which of the strategy which I want to get out the door ASAP, there was it's welcome money, but we'll take as much as we can.
Thank you. Minister, what has your department done since the Black Summer bushfires to stop logging occurring in core koala habitat?
Well, I think the Black Summer bushfires were a seminal moment for many of us, particularly those that have a great interest and care for the environment across the state. challenging, difficult scenes, and I think we all empathise with the communities that were impacted there. And in addition to that, the wildlife and the impact that it had, the catastrophic impact that it had on wildlife. With respect to forestry, I understand and have appreciated learning of the significant regulatory action that the EPA has taken and continues to take post bushfires. It's obviously an issue of concern whenever it comes to matters of native forest. Then a balance really must be struck with respect to sustainable, and in fact it's Part 5B of the LLS Act with respect to where I'm particularly concerned about the environmental and ecological sustainability of any logging that takes place.
Great. Minister, has it been brought to your attention the report that was commissioned by the Natural Resources Commission before you took the portfolio that was handed to your predecessor, which was Natural Resources Commission? It was Cabinet in confidence, but it was the final report into the coastal IFOA operations post the wildfires, and it was presented to your predecessor in June 2021?
So I'm aware of the report, that elements of it are in the public domain. It is a Cabinet in confidence document at the moment, but I think
Are you aware of the areas? Let's go to. I wanted to particularly ask a question around the Tari management area, which is one of the areas that was designated as extreme high risk from the NRC.
Right.
What that means is that the NRC has said that all logging should be suspended in those areas, the three areas, because of harvesting should be suspended for 3 years from February 2020 because of the extreme and irreversible impacts to environmental values, including koalas, that this logging will do. Are you aware of that?
Not aware of that specific of Tari that you mentioned specifically, but I think before I pass to Ms Moore to provide possibly some comment on that one specifically, or more broadly regulatory matters that the EPA are undertaking with forestry, I think I've had the opportunity in 8 weeks to meet with Forestry Corps and to meet with various stakeholders.
Did you ask them to get out of, for example, Taree management area in July, Forestry Corporation? So this is after your government had the NRC report that said to get out of those areas and to suspend logging for 3 years. 1 month later, Forestry Corporation started logging Yarrat State Forest, which is wholly contained within Taree management area, of which Forestry Corporation has identified high or very high koala habitat. I have a map in front of me which has the area that was logged and is still being planned to log littered with koala sightings. So when you met with Forestry Corporation, did you talk to them about the fact that they need to stop logging koala habitat after these fires?
We had what I would characterise as a mature conversation about the ongoing sustainability of forestry in New South Wales, and my position and view as the Environment Minister that there needs to be, and there is an opportunity to have a discussion about striking an appropriate balance that sees that environmental aspects of forestry are acknowledged and protected, high quality conservation areas that have high quality habitat are cared for and looked after, and ultimately what is the opportunity for perhaps other aspects of forestry that look at ecotourism, that look at mountain biking, that look at a whole host of things.
Sure, Minister. You do acknowledge that Forestry Corporation continuing to log one of the areas identified by the Natural Resources Commission as being most at risk, extreme risk, stop logging there or we are going to lose all environmental values, which is littered with koalas, is unacceptable.
I think that we need to ensure that the EPA continue to do their job that they've done outstanding.
They haven't, Minister.
As a good regulator.
They haven't. Forestry Corporation went in after those obscene wildfires. One of the last refuges in the area that was unburnt for koalas, and they eyed it off, started logging. There's still more to log. At what point do you and your department say enough is enough and stand up to Forestry Corp?
Well, I mean, I look forward to working through the NRC report. And again, as I said, I've opened and look forward to having a continued dialogue with Forestry to have a discussion about these issues that you've raised.
Do you have any influence or power at all? Will you prioritise trying to get an outcome here?
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, because what about logging that is due to, I am contacted by a number of groups in that, that area that say that logging is imminent in koala hubs. So there's forestry going on in a lot of places around the state, but for it to be occurring in koala hubs that the department has identified as koala hubs, for it to be occurring when your government has committed to doubling koala numbers by 2050, at what point does logging get banned from koala hubs in New South Wales? You've just come into the portfolio, but it's up to you now, Minister.
Yeah, no, I very much understand your concerns, and I think that is another reason as to why the $193.3 million strategy has to get out the door. It's a comprehensive look at how we support the koala population, and again, I think there's an opportunity to have a new forward-looking discussion about the opportunities that exist within state forests. And as I said, I've had a dialogue with Forestry Corps, and I look forward to working with the relevant minister on matters such as that.
Oh, that's very good to hear. There are a lot of people in the community, as I'm sure you're aware, who are very concerned about what's happening with the koalas, and they will be watching what you do very closely on this. I just wanted to move, in the time I have available, to another issue that you would have watched the Four Corners program recently on Kosciuszko and the battle around the horses there called Feral.
Yep.
And it did highlight the extraordinarily unacceptable situation of both the National Parks and Wildlife Service staff being threatened and being fearful of walking down the main street of their towns in the area, as well as environmentalists being disgustingly threatened with all sorts of things. I know it's not your job around the environmentalists, that'll be a different budget estimates, but what is the department doing to ensure the safety of National Parks and Wildlife staff in the area?
Yeah, before I go to Mr. Fleming, I have a zero tolerance for people who will intimidate or threaten National Parks staff or workers or officials of the EPA who are going about doing their job. It is completely unacceptable. It makes it incredibly difficult to have a rational adult discussion about the actual substance of the matter, and I think anyone that witnessed or understood what had happened would be appalled. I do understand over the past year or so there has been a review into safety and security matters for park staff, and Mr. Fleming might provide some further detail.
Thank you, Minister. And Chair, I share your concern, obviously, and we have been proactive as an executive team within NPWS and EES in providing for the safety of staff. So last year we had a security contractor effectively come in, review workplaces, review the risks, and there's a series of measures. In fact, all of the measures that have been recommended are being implemented. That's everything from additional cameras at workplaces through to distress alarms at front desks. So there's a range of measures that are in place. Obviously, we're keeping a lot of the operational details from here on in not public. Yeah. We're monitoring social media. So there are a whole range of measures that are in place. We take it very seriously, and I've made it really clear to staff that everything goes to the police. We're not going to tolerate it. We won't put up with threats or anything akin to that.
Okay, thank you. My time's just about to expire, so I'll hand to the Deputy Chair, Mike Pearson.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Minister, and welcome to your portfolio.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Is Mr. Brill here?
This afternoon, Mr Pearson.
This afternoon. Okay. Thanks very much.
He's not here at all. Yeah, not available.
Minister, can you advise us as to what the date was where the previous Minister for the Environment, the Honourable Matt Keane, signed the 2022 to 26 kangaroo management plan?
No, I don't know the specific date, I'm sorry.
Can you advise if any consideration has been taken, given to the recommendation by Portfolio Committee 7 to delay the signing of that management plan until the report on the inquiry's recommendations and findings was considered by the government?
I can, Ms Malloy will be able to help you with that answer.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr Pearson. And just thank you to the committee for inviting us to give evidence last year on the inquiry into kangaroo health and other macropods. Just in relation to the wildlife trade management plan, which is, I think, is the plan you're referring to, that sits for 5 years and commenced in January this year. That document does not require the approval of Minister Griffin. It's a requirement under the EPBC Act and has to be approved by the Federal Minister for the Environment, and that was. Don't have the exact date of when it was approved, but I think it was November, because it had to be enforced to allow trade of kangaroos from January 1, 2022.
What does your department, Minister, have to provide to the Federal Minister for the Environment for her or him to be assured that the signing off on this program is in no way going to allow a breach of the EPBC Act?
Ms Malloy.
Yep, I can answer that. Thank you, Mr Pearson. So there are quite a few things that we have in place that we have to provide to the actual federal government. It will be the annual reports and the quota reports, also sort of more generally how we govern the programme, including our legislative responsibilities under the BC Act, and just in general how we sort of manage the programme. But in the letter back to us from Minister Lay, and I'll quote, "I have considered the environmental impact of kangaroo harvesting presented in the plan and noted information about the protection and management of kangaroos under the New South Wales legislation. I'm satisfied that commercial harvesting will not adversely affect the sustainability of kangaroo populations in New South Wales over the life of the plan. I'm also satisfied that New South Wales, through the annual reporting process, will demonstrate it has adequate provisions and safeguards in place to ensure the commercial harvest of all 4 kangaroo species will be humane and in accordance with the National Code of Practice for Humane Shooting of Kangaroos and Wallabies for Commercial Purposes."
So the Federal Minister relies completely and only on the information that's provided by the State Ministerial Department of the Environment. So is the Federal Minister relying completely on your report and your information before Minister Lee would sign off on the plan?
So I'll add something that's from my previous role with the Commonwealth. I used to run the environment part of that department, and Minister Lee would have experts in not only kangaroos but also in wildlife trade who would provide advice based upon what they receive from the state government, put their own expertise to bear, and then provide the minister advice on whether she should approve that or not. But that advice would have been backed up in the letter that Minister Lee sent to Minister Keane.
I can also add, Mr Pearson, that the actual wildlife trade management plan was out on public exhibition for 2 months as well. So there was quite a number of submissions that the Commonwealth had to sort of address, and it did so in consultation with us, and there were some sort of changes made as well.
Minister has written to me and said that she's signing off on the program at the plan as it is at the moment, but if any of the recommendations and findings from this committee's inquiry into kangaroo well-being, kangaroo and other macropods well-being, were to be adopted by the government, if any of the recommendations were to be adopted, it would have to come back to her for reconsideration.
Yes, that's correct. So there are a number of conditions that are attached to her approval, and most of the conditions are standard for not only New South Wales but also the other jurisdictions that undertake commercial harvest of kangaroos. There was a condition added, and I'll read it out. The New South Wales Department of Planning, Industry at the Time and Environment must inform the Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment of any changes to kangaroo management arrangements in New South Wales that affect this declaration. So you are correct. If there are any of those recommendations that are considered and implemented and it changes the Wildlife Trade Management Plan, then we have the ability to edit that plan and resubmit it to the Minister for the Federal Minister for Environment.
Minister, can you advise the committee as to where the government is up to in terms of the recognition and maybe adoption of the recommendations and findings from the inquiry into the kangaroos and other macropods?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. And
Yep. Sure, I can answer that, Minister. So there were 23 recommendations made by the committee, and the department has led the drafting of the response to those recommendations in collaboration with all of the other relevant agencies that have responsibilities. So in collaboration with our colleagues in National Parks who look after non-commercial, Local Land Services, Department of Primary Industries, the RSPCA, etc., etc. So that that draft response to the recommendations has gone through internal improvement in the department, and we are yet to brief the Minister on that, and we will do that in due course. The response is due to be tabled, I think it's the 19th of April,
yes,
and needs to go to the Premier as well before that. So we will brief the Minister shortly on that when he's available.
Actually, on that point, this remains a mystery, even though we had the inquiry. Can you explain the role and the tasks required of the New South Wales Department of Primary Industries in the drafting, consultation and approval process for the plan?
So we have a number of governance arrangements so there's a kangaroo management advisory panel, and DPI are on that. We've also got an interagency group, and then there's a task force. So there's quite a bit of governance around how we collaborate with both industry, also the RSPCA, animal welfare groups, Aboriginal communities, and the different agencies. So Department of Primary Industries assist us with analysing data and doing research in terms of quotas and the surveys. So they're involved in a number of different ways in terms of governing the programme.
Okay. And at what point does the Department of Primary Industries interest in looking after primary producers in managing kangaroo populations? In what way does the DPI influence the kangaroo management program when they have that responsibility? Is that correct?
I can't speak for Department of Primary Industries in terms of how they engage with the industry. I can speak from our perspective and the governance we put in place to make sure that we take into consideration all aspects of managing or regulating. Our role is to regulate. Yeah.
Minister, you're aware that a former Minister for Primary Industries, the Honourable Niall Blair, brought about a change to the DPI program for mitigation, getting licences for mitigation purposes, where landholders once had to actually apply for tags, a particular tag called a drop tag or a let lie tag, that if they shot a kangaroo they would have to go and put that tag on the animal, and that was a way of monitoring numbers of kangaroos. Well, that was removed by the former Minister, Niall Blair, and now it's not a requirement. A farmer or a landholder or a person can just pull up and shoot the kangaroo and then leave, where the drop tag was one way of checking to see if there are any young in the pouch or young at foot, or if the animal needed a coup de grace shot. There's been a lot of concern expressed about during the inquiry, is that the point of kill monitoring was becoming clearer and clearer, that it wasn't clear as to what was really happening at the point of kill because of very little monitoring by regulators, or by just counting the number of joeys that were killed. Is the Minister willing to reverse that decision or that requirement, which was removed 3 years ago, to ensure that a tag that any landholder who is going to kill kangaroos will require the specific tags to be attached to the bodies?
I was not aware of that until we had our most recent meeting, but as I understand it, you were explaining to me that it is in fact the Minister for Agriculture's responsibility, rather than mine as Minister for Environment.
My understanding is that in terms of the protection of the animal, being a wild animal protected by both two state legislations and federal legislation, you actually have the responsibility to protect a wild animal from harm. And if the concern is that wild animals are being harmed unnecessarily and unjustifiably because of this weakening of the tagging system, I put to you, would you be willing to rectify that?
Well, I'd be more than happy to take up that discussion with officials.
Yeah, and it's more, this is where we just need some clarity around commercial versus non-commercial licensing.
That is
Okay,
something that's very
order.
unclear.
We're very much out of time for you, Mr Pearson. If we could go to questions from the opposition again.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Just to go back in terms of the Kosciuszko question, the safety of staff, I mean, there's obviously been a review, and I mean, it concerns me greatly, really, that distress alarms and those kind of things are now becoming something that staff need. Is there, given the number of horses that under the draft horse plan are due to be removed, what is the current staffing allocation given to that job?
Mr Fleming can, or Mr Mazel can provide the specifics, but I think, maybe the microphone, a plan that has been a long time in the making, and I think on balance does provide and deliver the best environmental outcome. But with respect to the resourcing of that plan?
Yes, I mean, there's sort of two aspects to this. One is, what is the resourcing for the plan? I mean, my understanding is that there's only about 500 staff. That includes field officers and rangers. And at this point, that they're basically removing around 200 horses a year. Given, significant numbers are going to need to be reduced if you're going to reduce the numbers from 14,000 to 3,000, which is something that, can I say, has strong support from this part of the room. How are you going? Well, I suppose there's two questions. One is how many staff are allocated to this task, and secondly, given the safety requirements, are you considering things like having a staff working together rather than working on their own, given the safety risk that's been identified?
Mr Fleming.
Ms Sharp, in terms of the safety issue, we've got very rigorous processes in place to ensure the safety of staff. So I'm confident that those measures will be sufficient. In terms of the resourcing, we, as you know, we're fortunate at the moment to have a historically high level of staffing within NPWS. That gives us some flexibility. There are specific dedicated positions that are being added for the purposes of this, for the purposes of the implementation of the plan. I'll come back to you this afternoon with the specifics around those.
Very happy to get into that then.
The final point I was going to make is the operational arrangements will evolve a little bit over the course of the next couple of years, because we are shifting from one pattern of control to a series of additional measures. So we are going to have to keep under review the resourcing requirements. So I just wanted to give you the reassurance that was happening and that adequate resourcing will be provided.
Thank you. It's just coming back to koalas, but it's in a broader context, which is really about the fundamental need to keep the trees that they rely upon to live in the ground. Minister, the last your predecessor told the previous estimates hearing that the LLS review into private native forestry was yet to be finalised and was still on the desk of the former Agriculture Minister, Adam Marshall. Can you give us an update on where that review is up to?
Yeah, I think it goes to the heart of a broader issue around land management, and frankly, the rate of land clearing across New South Wales is too high. I think if you take even a step back from that globally, when the World Economic Forum risks biodiversity loss as one of their top 3 catastrophic risks for the next decade, all of us have to sit up and acknowledge that there is something significant that we need to do a better job of addressing, both globally and particularly here in New South Wales. So I think the issue of land management is one that I'm particularly concerned about and focused on. With respect to the review, it is still being worked through.
So when it's being worked through, can we just get a bit more on this? I mean, submissions closed in terms of the draft changes in May 2020.
Yeah.
It's almost May 2022.
Yep.
We have zero progress. There are serious concerns about weakening of protections for koalas under the new code. So I assume it's now sitting with your colleague Dougal Saunders, is that correct? Or is it sitting with Paul Toole? Who's
ultimately,
got it?
I'll provide concurrence for it. I understand it would be with the Minister for Agriculture.
Yep, so it's Minister Saunders.
Yep, but you might need to seek further clarity on that. But nonetheless, I think...
Well, I'd hope that you would know who you've got concurrence with on it.
So apologies, yeah, with Minister for Agriculture. But ultimately, I will, happily stand by the comments of my predecessor with respect to ensuring that there is no weakening of koala habitat, if that was a consideration.
Spoken to Minister Saunders about this?
I've expressed my my concern with respect to land clearing, but also acknowledged the opportunities that I think are before both myself and the Minister to work collaboratively and seek some partnerships and some opportunities to do things a little bit differently when it comes to issues of land management.
Well,
because
we would welcome that because, to not put too fine a point on it, the National Party have basically stopped, attempted at almost every turn to deregulate, allow more trees to come out of the road and be genuinely hostile towards saving koalas. I expect my colleagues not to have to comment. But the key point here is when are we going to actually see a review of the code? And when, we've already got the situation of, massively burnt forests on public land, also on private land. Everyone keeps saying we need to be looking after all of this, but this code's been outstanding for 2 years. It will have a fundamental impact on koala habitat in the rules that are to do it. So how long do you think it's going to be before we see it?
I couldn't give you a date, but what I can tell you is that with respect to things that are in my control, whether it's expanding the national park estate, which we've done significantly.
Yeah, as I said to your predecessor, the western national parks are great, but there's no koalas on them. So let's just be clear.
Well, let's just hear the rest of the Minister's answer.
Well, I'm not asking him about national parks. I'm actually asking about the private native code that he's got concurrence with.
Well, I think in the context of that, there's an interdependency between that and, for example, the fact that 70% or thereabouts of New South Wales is held in private land. So then it's the work we can do with the BCT, funded annually $70 million in struck agreements with more than 2,000 land holders to deliver more than 2 million hectares worth of private land conservation agreements. So I can give you a commitment that when it is in my control, I will continue to ensure that we do deal with issues relating to land management. But ultimately, I do look forward to seeing the code review.
And just to be clear, you will not provide concurrence to the new code if it waters down koala habitat protection on private land?
I won't be taking a backward step if there is a watering down of key critical koala habitat, then no.
No, just okay. We'll see. We have critical or key. I think will be interesting. We'll see. So I want to take you to another one, which is, and you have touched on this, and the State of the Environment report shows this. Under the land reforms that were introduced in 2017, there was obviously a new framework for land clearing. Well, you know, the evidence is in through your own State of the Environment report. We're now basically returning to broad-scale land clearing, and one of the key tools within that is the Land Management Native Vegetation Code. Again, that was something that just seemed to go into the never on former Agriculture Minister Adam Marshall's desk. Where is it? Can you give the committee an update on where it is now?
We have a 5-year statutory review that will be coming up this year, and I think if we're to look forward about what we can do to make significant improvements and change for the better, the 5-year review presents an opportunity to do just that. So the terms of reference are being developed for that.
So the previous terms of reference that Minister Keane signed off on for the 3-year review, you're basically telling this committee that process has been abandoned.
Mr. Mazzell, did you have any comment?
Mr. Knudsen nodding. Yeah. Wanting to verbal him.
Thank you very much for that. But no, that's correct. We've decided with Local Land Services to focus on the 5-year review, and there's a number of things that we think we can do in the short term. One of those is the unexplained clearing statistics with respect to land clearing, and we've been working with them to try and basically break that down so it's much clearer, because it leaves the impression that that is widespread illegal land clearing, and that isn't the case. But the reality is
but I mean, there's 3 different types here. There's you know, unexplained. There is approved and basically occurring with very little oversight under the code because it's essentially been deregulated. And then there's illegal. I mean, all of those are pointing upwards in terms of the amount that's actually happening, which goes back to the point around saving koalas. We can't keep their trees in the ground. We're not going to be able to do that. So so now you're telling us that the 5-year review is going to happen this year. What's the time frame for that actually starting? So where are the terms of reference up to?
The review only starts in August of this year, so the terms of reference for that will need to be settled. But obviously we can take a look at what was done previously and build upon that. The other piece that I would say is like the example that I just talked about, the unexplained clearing, that's something we expect to land before the review starts. So it's not like we're sitting around waiting for the 5-year review to be complete before we do anything in this space.
Explaining the unexplained clearing is one thing. It's not stopping it from being cleared, though.
No, understood. And just for factual correctness, the amount of land clearing in the state has dropped by about 10% versus last year. It's still up to, in historical terms, higher than it was prior to the reforms.
Since the change of the laws, it's essentially 3 times as much as it was. Like, I know that you can do the year-to-year comparison, but let's understand it was regulated, then it was deregulated, and it's tripled since then. Do we accept that they're the figures? That's what's in the State of the Environment report.
It is definitely higher. All I was just pointing out was that 1 year, the most recent year is a reduction from the year prior, that's all.
Okay. Minister, when the new land clearing laws were introduced to Parliament, the then Environment Minister, the Honourable Mark Speakman, said this: overall, the reforms aim to slow down, to arrest, and then to reverse the long-term decline of biodiversity and to maintain a healthy, productive and resilient environment now and into the future, consistent with the principles of ecologically sustainable development. Minister, do you believe the current regime and process is delivering that?
Well, I think, as we've discussed just now, I mean, the State of the Environment report transparently sets out the issue and the situation that we've got at hand. In a global context, it is not just New South Wales that faces this.
Sure, but you're the one with your hands on the lever about what happens in New South Wales. Do you accept that the aims of the reforms have failed?
No, well, and you know, as you pointed out, I've got my hands on the lever, so I'm quite optimistic about the opportunity ahead of us. Whether it is continuing to expand the national parks, whether it's working with private landowners, whether it's improving and looking at the statutory 5-year review. It is an issue that concerns me. I think the data tells the story and speaks for itself, and I congratulate the EPA on producing the report. It sets out very clearly the challenges that we've got, but also there are some bright spots. I mean, the work that the BCT has done.
Sure, and I'll be happy to talk to them about that later this afternoon. And if you want to take another question to talk about the BCT, your colleagues are able to do that a bit later, if you'd like that. And we're very happy to hear about what the BCT is doing. But I'm really not trying to be too clever about this. I mean, the aims of what these laws promised are failing in terms of biodiversity protection, and I'm trying to understand, with you as a new minister, having abandoned, we're basically, there was supposed to be a 3-year review, that's been abandoned through inaction. I'm not blaming you for that. You're new to this. This is not, that's not on you, but it is on the government as a whole, which means that there's, this deregulation's been allowed to happen for another 2 years, that maybe it shouldn't have. It's been a failure. I'm trying to understand what action you're willing to take through the review process to actually try and get this under control.
Yeah, and to be clear, as I said at the beginning, land clearing and land management is one of the most significant concerns, as I see, with respect to biodiversity and the pressure on our natural environment in New South Wales. We're not immune to that as a global issue, and we are working incredibly hard, whether it be through the aforementioned initiatives, and we'll continue to do that.
Can I just add one very quick point, which is, I think the reason why also the minister is referring to the BCT is the reforms had a number of elements, right? So one of the key objectives was to make things easier and clearer for landholders, and statistics would bear out that land clearing has increased, no question about that. But all I would suggest, Ms. Sharp, is that we need to look at the other parts of the reforms, which include the BCT, which include the offset scheme, which include other investments like saving our species and the acquisitions of national parks. The question of whether the reforms have delivered as a whole, I think, is something that we absolutely have to focus with, bring data to bear, take a look at the results. The State of the Environment report will certainly feed into this to coldly assess how are we going, where can we make improvements, and make sure that we're delivering outcomes for the state that talk about delivering for our biodiversity, but also the health and well-being of our communities.
I hope so too. Thank you. Can we talk about the State of the Environment report? Pretty concerning. I mean, it's a really important report, and acknowledge the work of the EPA in bringing it together. I mean, it gives us, the ability to look in 3-year blocks and give a bit of a report card of how our environment is faring. And I'm going to just be clear. I'm pulling out the sort of climate change and those kind of things because that's a different minister. But I do want to ask you about, it paints a pretty dire picture, I think, in terms of many of the indicators that are actually getting worse. Some of them, and so I wanted to talk to you about a few of those. I wanted to talk to you firstly about threatened species. We've talked about climate change, we've talked about land clearing, but I wanted to talk to you about the threatened species issue. I mean, it basically, the situation in relation to threatened species, communities and populations continues to increase in terms of we have more species that are extinct and more are going onto the threatened list. What are you going to do to turn that around?
Yeah, it's a really important part of the report. And we're doing a number of things to arrest and turn that around. I had the opportunity in the past 8 weeks to go and see firsthand some of the work that is underway in the Pilliga State Conservation Area, where it's one of the 7 feral-free areas that we're creating, whether it be parks as the lone operator or in partnership with conservation groups. What these feral-free fenced areas have demonstrated is that there is an opportunity to do a tremendous amount of work through some significant investment to fence a particular area, eradicate the feral pests that might be in it, and then rewild or repopulate those particular areas. The science and the data that we've collected from those particular areas demonstrates that it's working. And so of the evening when we were in the Pilligo, there were two bilbies that had previously not been seen for over a century and had been trapped and then released in that particular area. One of them had been born on site. So, and I mentioned that just to give you an example.
Yeah, Minister, I mean, look, I think that's terrific, but let's understand that's a Noah's Ark approach to basically trying to save very critically endangered animals rather than actually looking at how you conserve their habitat in the long term or invest in pest and weed management more broadly so that all of the areas that they're currently in, rather than these very special gated communities that we're now moving them into, to preserve them. I mean, my concern is, and you know, and again, the State of the Environment report says that it's now costing the economy about $1 billion a year, huge amounts of money because of weeds and pests in terms of its impact on agriculture, but obviously there's a massive impact on threatened species. So, I mean, I appreciate those efforts and they obviously need to be done, but that's a pretty critical end at the pointy end of the extinction of animals rather than that much broader approach that's needed, which again is about conserving habitat.
So that's one example of the pointy end of delivery. National Parks is undergoing the biggest feral animal control program in the history of national parks. It's at times tripled the work that's gone on to deal with invasive weeds and species. We've also introduced or reintroduced 8 locally extinct species. So these are examples of a comprehensive set of policies that are backed up by funding to reverse and deal with the issues that we've got with respect to extinction of native species, not to mention the Saving Our Species program, which has been wildly successful.
But which has now got less funding than it used to have.
But it's been wildly successful. It's funded into the long term. All of these things, when seen together, provide an answer to your question in the sense of we're looking holistically at whether it be land management or pointy-ended programs to help deliver and reverse this worrying trend. I think Mr. Fleming has some further specifics on some of those programs.
Right, I might come back to those this afternoon, but yes.
I just wanted to mention, while it's really important to work across tenures, and Ms Malloy can talk about some of the private land work, the National Parks and Wildlife Service has, under this government, announced its zero extinction pledge and has a program to stabilise or improve the on-park trajectory of all threatened species. That's a really historic, that's a game-changing initiative, and I'm not aware across the world of that kind of initiative. So I think we're aiming as high as anyone in the world. And remember, about 85% of our threatened species are found on park. So while it is only part of a broader strategy across tenures, it's a really important part. And as the Minister has said, the approach is everything from the feral-free areas, one of which will be 40,000 hectares, which is massive, through to tripling the level of feral animal control, a whole range of integrated strategies, the ecological health monitoring. We've got to the point where you may have seen the release toward the end of last year where a new species of frog was discovered, and within about 10 days we had listed it as an asset, its habitat as an asset of intergenerational significance. So we're acting very quickly to address the threats on National Park, and Ms Malloy might like to add about private land.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I can talk about saving our species now,
It's okay. I mean, my interest with the Minister is that it's been cut by 25%, so...
Okay, thank you, Ms Sharp. We'll move to questions from Mr Justin Field from Crossbench.
I have no microphone. I'll need that. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Congratulations on your new role, and I hope you don't mind, but I might direct my first question to Ms Moore, if that's okay. Ms Moore, why has the EPA not acted to stop logging in extreme and high-risk management areas as identified in the NRC's post-fire logging report?
So the EPA's powers are to regulate against the coastal IFOA provisions, not against that report.
Sure, but in September 2020, when Ms Mackie wrote to Forestry Corporation, and I'm sure you were privy to the drafting of this letter at the time, you noted, and I quote, subsequent timber harvesting in areas impacted by fire pose a major environmental risk to the extent that ecologically sustainable forest management as required under the Act is unlikely to be achievable under a business as usual approach. And you concluded, and I quote, the EPA has a statutory objective to protect, restore and enhance the quality of the environment in New South Wales, having regard to the need to maintain ecologically sustainable development. In this context, I am currently considering regulatory options to ensure the risk to the environment continues to be appropriately addressed. Of course, at that time, there were multiple stop work orders in place. You now have an NRC report that says there is a risk of serious and irreversible harm to environmental values from the cumulative impacts of fire and harvesting. My understanding is that is exactly the trigger that you're able to use to issue a stop work order. Why haven't you issued a stop work order for logging in extreme and high risk areas?
My understanding of the trigger for issuing a stop work order...
Ms Moore, could you move the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
Sorry, is that better?
Right.
My understanding of the trigger for issuing a stop work order is where there is an occurring breach or likely breach of the Act or the rules of the coastal IFOA or the protocols.
Well, you've warned that the Act is at risk of being breached under business as usual. The NRC, let's be clear, was brought in to broker a dispute between yourselves and Forestry Corporation over the adequacy of the rules at the time. The NRC is quite clear. The current rules are not sufficient, but you have done nothing since that time.
Well, I wouldn't accept that we've done nothing since that time.
They're logging in high and extreme risk areas still.
And we continue to regulate that logging. We are taking a very active role in that compliance space. We inspect before, during and after logging operations. We've taken a number of regulatory actions. Our regulatory actions are all published on our website.
We might come back to those regulatory actions this afternoon, but Minister, do you think it's acceptable with these recommendations having been in the hands of the government for now, I think, 9-10 months, that logging is still occurring in extreme and high-risk management areas, despite the warnings of a risk of serious and irreversible harm to the environmental values?
I'll absolutely be encouraging my colleagues to resolve and deal with this particular issue. I mean, when it comes to my role, the environment should come first, and ultimately we need to get the balance right.
Minister, was there a directive from your predecessor or from yourself to the EPA to not take further action to restrict harvesting operations?
I can't speak for the previous minister, but no.
You haven't issued any directive yourself?
I can't recall doing that, no.
Would you expect that it's the role of the EPA, acknowledging their own letter, which says they have a statutory objective to protect, restore and enhance the quality of the environment in New South Wales, if they've got a warning, the government's own independent advisor on natural resource management saying there is a risk of serious and irreversible harm, that they should do more to prevent that from happening?
Well, in all my discussions and engagement with the EPA over the past 8 weeks, I've found them to be doing a thoroughly effective job when it comes to regulation across the board. And obviously this is a challenging set of circumstances with respect to the post-bushfire forestry and logging issues, and I'll continue to work with them to ensure that we do the best job possible.
Has a recommendation regarding the government's response to the NRC report gone to Cabinet?
I can't comment on that.
Have you signed off on any response at this point?
I can't comment on that.
I mean, when are we going to see it? It's getting beyond ridiculous, right? The fires were 2019-20. This damage has been done to a degree, but is still occurring now. It's unacceptable, I would suggest.
I would like to see action, and as I said, I've met with a number of stakeholders in this particular area, and it's something that I'm focused on.
What's your time frame?
I can't give you a specific right now.
Is that because you don't really control this, do you? The National Party can actually dictate that this thing stays in the bottom drawer probably for the rest of your term of government.
No, I think I've had a good dialogue with relevant ministers, and I'm hopeful and optimistic about being able to seek a good outcome. I think that there's an opportunity to have a new discussion when it comes to the sustainability and the balance of various forestry operations across New South Wales. And I think that most people in the community would expect and want to see and have a discussion that takes into account the importance and the sensitivities in rural and regional towns where they're reliant on forestry, but also look at the opportunities that exist and a reimagined approach to forestry where appropriate.
Yeah, I use those lines too, Minister, but unfortunately I don't have the ability to pull the National Party into line, so we're relying on you to a degree. The NRC review also recognised that the coastal, and quoting again, the coastal IOA monitoring program suggests that the existing prescriptions may not be adequate to maintain the hollow resource in the long term following the fires, and recommended, and I'm quoting again, additional temporary measures for hollow-bearing trees in medium and high-risk zones should be implemented for a period of 10 years. Have any additional prescriptions been put in place to protect hollow-bearing trees?
Well, as you'd appreciate, I can't comment on the specifics of that particular report, but I commit to you that I want to get the balance right.
We lose those trees. It's 60, 70, 80, 100 years before those species have a home. EPA, have you put any additional prescriptions on Forestry Corporation with regards to hollow-bearing trees since they basically told you to go jump with regards to the site-specific conditions?
We continue to enforce the conditions of the coastal IFOA and the protocols and the legislation.
The same ones the NRC says are inadequate to protect hollow-bearing trees, which are the home for most of our threatened species in our Crown Land state forests.
And I can't comment on that report.
I understand. Minister, according to the State of the Environment report, more than 90% of Murray-Darling Basin river valleys are rated poor or worse in terms of the health of fish communities. Wetland extent and condition is worsening, and water bird diversity and abundance is already poor but getting worse. How will you exercise your concurrence powers as it relates to water sharing plans to ensure the objectives of the Water Management Act are being delivered?
Yeah. So from where I sit, with respect to water sharing plans, environment comes first. One of the most useful things that I've done in the last 8 weeks is had the opportunity to go out and visit the Macquarie Marshes and to see the importance and the critical role that water plays out there. It was teeming with bird life, it was green, it was doing what was expected. But the importance of environmental flows, the importance of getting the balance right, and the importance of having science underpin water sharing plans is vital. And so whilst those are led by Minister Anderson, I will be carefully considering them and taking a science-based approach to any concurrence that's provided, and also recognising that from my perspective, I have a role to ensure that the environment comes first.
Yes, but Minister, how? Have you read the ICAC report in the investigation into complaints of corruption in the management of water in New South Wales and systemic non-compliance with the Water Management Act 2000?
I've done a hell of a lot of reading in 8 weeks, but I haven't read that particular one.
I would encourage you to read the first few chapters of that report, and particularly recommendation 1, which recognises systemic non-compliance by water authorities in New South Wales. Have changed names numerous times since that investigation started, particularly regarding the meeting the objectives of the Water Management Act around the priority of use, prioritising the environment and domestic water rights over extractive uses, systemic failures. So I'm asking you, how will you ensure the priority of use provisions, the objectives of the Act, are being met in the exercising of your concurrence occurrence powers?
Well, I'll, of course, rely on the expert advice that's provided to me by the department. I'm happy for Mr. Knudsen to provide further comment on that, but I can assure you that having had the opportunity to go out there and see firsthand, the Macquarie Marshes and get a true appreciation for it, appreciating the enormous complexity around water in this state, the long history that follows it. But I can assure you that I'll rely on expert advice from the officials to ensure that the environment is considered first and foremost when any consideration that I give to water sharing plans.
Minister, you may be aware that the Legislative Council disallowed for the third time last week the regulations proposed by the government for measurement and licensing of floodplain harvesting. One of the critical concerns of the upper house and communities is that the needs of downstream communities and the environment can't be addressed with the rules proposed for the use of that water. The government have just sent out an update to say the licences already issued will stand, irrespective of the disallowance, and they'll come into effect when the water sharing plans are modified in the middle of this year. Can you guarantee that you will ensure the rules for how that water is actually shared will prioritise environmental and downstream needs over the extractive demands of upstream irrigators?
Well, I haven't been provided with the plan yet or a brief on it, but I can assure you that I reaffirm my previous comment and view that the environment will come first and foremost in my consideration, and I'll rely on the expert advice of the officials.
Okay. Thank you.
If I can just add one quick point, was that there was a water sharing plan with respect to the border rivers that came forward to Minister Keane previously. He put in two provisions in there. One was to ensure that more contemporary climate data was brought to bear to deal with those potential risks associated with climate change. Second one was to deal with the downstream effects. So I think both of those are very much contemporary decisions by the government, and we certainly support those positions, and we'll be seeking to reflect those in every water sharing plan concurrence decision.
You'll get another crack soon, Minister. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, I did just want to keep going on the water sharing plans issue, which of course is very important, as are everything we're asking about today. So were you aware, you said you'd take the advice of officials within within DPI Water? There is an attempt, and this came out through the floodplain harvesting inquiry and was evidenced in documents that were obtained through an order for papers in the upper house, that there is an intention by the department to amend the water sharing plans by increasing the volumes overall that can be taken, which will essentially increase the legal limit within the Murray-Darling Basin Plan from something like 64 gigalitres, which was in there for floodplain harvesting, to a massive 346 gigalitres. So part of the issue that we have been grappling with this is that the department itself is wanting to amend those volumes within the plan, water sharing plans that are going to you. Mm-hmm. Have you been briefed on that issue specifically?
No, not on that issue specifically.
It's a very complex issue, and I do feel like with what my colleague Mr Justin Field mentioned in terms of the ICAC report, that ministers need to be very across, I think, what is happening within the department. Will you commit today to looking at what the amendments to the water sharing plan and make sure that they stay within the legal limit of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan?
I am very interested to understand the detail and the extent, the example that you've just provided, and yes, I will absolutely be seeking further information on that. What is clear is that these are complex, as you've said, and every consideration needs to be given to looking at them. So, yeah.
Excellent, thank you. One of the other issues that came up during the floodplain harvesting inquiry from all of the scientists, fish scientists as well, was the lack of environmental assessment to floodplain harvesting generally. So if you think about the massive impact that floodplain harvesting has had on downstream communities, particularly the Darling Barker River and the mass fish kills and everything, that the issuing of these licences, the potential, which, you know, we agree that it should be licensed, but it needs to be reined in within existing limits. But there's been no environmental impact assessment of the practice. What do you think there should be, firstly?
Yeah, I mean, it would be my expectation that with respect to floodplain harvesting, that you know, there is the best possible environmental outcome, and that's the prism through which I'll be looking at it. And I would have an expectation of department officials that obviously that is the approach that we would be taking as well. Yeah.
There does seem to be a bit of a move on to pretty much licence the vast majority of what has been taken in the past up in the north. That is clearly unsustainable. That has clearly led to almost ecological collapse in some parts of New South Wales. So, yeah, your commitment to ensuring that past practice cannot continue would be very appreciated by downstream communities and, of course, the wetlands and fish and everything else you're responsible for.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that a sustainable approach is really in the best interests of everybody, and I look forward to receiving further advice on this. Yeah.
We will come back to this, no doubt, in the months ahead, Minister. I did want to turn to a different issue, and it's will be a question as well that the EPA, I think, can respond to if you're not across this issue. But I wanted to turn to some concerning issues that concerning incidents that Whitehaven Coal has been doing around its Maules Creek mine in the northwest of the state. And I just wanted to alert you, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the Whitehaven Coal has been essentially burying large mining tyres on site at their 6 open-cut coal mines in the northwest of the state. They were doing this between 2014 to 2020, so for 6 years, but without the appropriate licence conditions. So the EPA, they were only alerted to this, by the way, from locals on the ground. The Laird Forest Research Node is one of the groups that alerted them to this. The EPA office issued official cautions to Whitehaven, but nothing else happened. But then in January 2022, the EPA just issued Whitehaven with a modification to their licence to allow them to continue burying those tyres. Do you think that's appropriate action by the EPA to have allowed a coal company to get away for 6 years, with an illegal activity, burying huge amounts of tyre waste, and then say, oh, well, slap them on the wrist with a caution and then issue with them a modification and let them get away with it?
I'm not aware of the specifics of the Maules Creek Whitehaven issue, but Ms Moore, I'm sure, can provide some further comment.
So as you'd appreciate, dealing with huge mining tyres is a complex issue, and there are a lot of logistical complexity around treating of those materials. We took what we thought was the appropriate regulatory response in relation to the matters that you've raised. And we have been meeting with and working with I think it's the Tyre Stewardship Council, to look at what options there are in the future for dealing with this type of waste.
So was the EPA aware of any of this for the 6 years that Whitehaven had been doing this?
I'm not sure when we first became aware of this. I would have to check that.
So what have been the discussions with the National Tyre Product Stewardship Scheme that you mentioned, and why did it take so long? I mean, surely Whitehaven, that should be what they're doing straight away, rather than their licence being modified to allow them to continue doing this? Do you know, have you been across the discussions that they're having and what that looks like in terms of a solution?
Only in general terms, but as I said, it is a complex issue. There isn't, and in fact, I think under the Waste and Sustainable Material Strategy 2041, there is a recognised need for future recycling capacity to deal with tyre waste.
And what discussions have you been having with the Minerals Council about this in terms of tyre waste in mines generally across New South Wales?
We have discussed it as an issue that we need to be working on to address.
So that doesn't sound like there's a solution too close. It doesn't sound like there's something that is able to be agreed to quickly on this.
No, I think that's right. I don't think there is a immediate solution to recycling of mining tyres.
Are you concerned about what this means for mine rehabilitation? For example, Maules Creek, Whitehaven's required to rehabilitate 752 hectares of that native forest woodland in the disturbance area of Maules Creek mine. Good luck with actually rehabilitating back to anything like a native forest woodland in terms of what it was. But are you concerned about what that means for rehabilitation more broadly?
We're obviously concerned when there's any issues that impact on the environment and where there's pollution, and we will take whatever measures are appropriate if we become aware of any pollution that's associated with those.
Minister, is this of concern to you that mining companies are essentially getting there doesn't seem to be a solution, if you like. Is it a concern to you that mining companies have been what sounds like getting away with this for a long time now?
Look, it'd be my expectation as of many people out there that, and this was borne out, I think, in the legislation that we passed through only the other week, that where pollution or activity takes place that adversely impacts the environment, that people are appropriately held to account. I think the issue that you've raised with respect to Maules Creek presents a challenge in terms of ongoing rehabilitation for mining sites. I'll take it on notice to go and explore, how our waste strategy might look at that.
There is a national tyre stewardship scheme, though. It's a whole national scheme. So how is New South Wales and New South Wales EPA not working extremely closely with this scheme, and why hasn't a solution been identified years before now?
Well, as I said, I'll take it on notice to go and have a discussion about that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to that later. I wanted to turn now to the very unacceptable situation that arose. It came to light in January this year when the Sydney Morning Herald reported that the Australian Reptile Park was in fact renting out koalas for people to have in their homes and hotels for $2,000 an hour. What action have you taken and your department to stop this horrendous practice?
That's obviously not okay. I understand that Taronga Zoo, which I have authority for, or responsibility for, has ruled out and does not participate in those particular practices.
This one was the Australian Reptile Park?
I understand that, and they've been spoken to, and I understand that they won't be proceeding to undertake that action or provide that service anymore. And
legislative change to ensure that no other park and no other zoo does that? I mean, koalas get very stressed at the best of times, let alone in someone's hotel room.
Yeah. Well, look, I can speak for Taronga Zoo. I've been there a number of times in the past 8 weeks. I mean, their level of care and the way in which they support koalas and all animals there is of the highest level, as you'd expect. But we'll take that on notice with respect to any legislative change that we could deliver for that.
All right. Okay, we'll come back to that. It's now our morning tea break, so we will come back at 11:17 and have a full 15 minutes. Yep.
Chair, can I add one thing before we go, or do you want me to do it when we get back? I just wanted to say around the helicopter issue.
Yeah.
I just want to add some information. So the coordination of the emergency response is undertaken from the State Incident Control Centre. I think that's the SES in the lead. They coordinate aviation assets across the state. They have, through their air desk, they have all of the details of the NPWS machines, so they will call us up and deploy our machines as they need them. Bearing in mind our machines are single engine rather than twin engine, and so that means there are some tasks that we wouldn't be deployed for compared to a twin engine chopper. You asked where our choppers were. I know we have 2 in Kosciuszko doing aerial shooting of feral herbivores but not horses at the moment, but I think there are another couple that could readily be deployed if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. All right, so as well, apologies about that. Let's kick off again. We will go straight to questions from the opposition. Mr. Walsecord.
Thank you. Firstly, Minister, congratulations. It's your first heritage hearing, and my first heritage hearing as Shadow Minister for Heritage. So I'll start with something that you may be familiar with. Are you familiar with the historic Waverley War Memorial Hospital site near Bondi Junction?
Not terribly familiar, but
okay, because I know that the mayor has wrote to you, I think, about a week and a half ago.
Okay.
And I know that it's come up. The council has made numerous representations to Heritage New South Wales. Mr. Kidman, are you familiar with this?
I am familiar with the site, yes, Mr. Secretary.
So can you tell me, the council in mayoral minutes and council debates have confirmed that Heritage New South Wales has said that in fact it is a site worthy of protection. Is that correct?
I don't have those details at hand.
But you said you were familiar with the site.
Yeah, I am familiar with the site, yes.
Right. So are you also familiar that there is a proposal to put a $340 million luxury apartments on this historic site that was built in the 1860s? Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not aware of that development.
You're not aware of that?
No.
There's been correspondence to you from the mayor about the need to protect buildings that were built in the 1860s to a historic hospital, which became a hospital after 1919. Is there anyone here who would be familiar with the application or concerns to protect this site or extend the protection?
I can certainly get details on that and come back to you this afternoon.
Is there, the council has said that in correspondence with Heritage New South Wales, that Heritage New South Wales, I'll quote here, says it meets the threshold for heritage significance, but it is not considered a priority for heritage nomination. Is it because there's a $314 million proposal for that site in the only green patch in Bondi Junction?
No, that wouldn't be the reason. I mean, there are different levels of heritage significance, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yep.
There's local significance, and items are contained in local environmental plans, and there are items of state heritage significance that meet a certain threshold and get prioritised for listing. But certainly a development application would not have any impact on the assessment of the heritage significance of the item.
So the fact that it's where the project is worth $340 million, and there'll be buildings up to 21 meters high. There'll be luxury residential living. There'll be the removal of 51 older residents at the site. Are you aware of that?
I just said before, I'm not aware of that development application and the size of it, so I can come back to you with further
Okay, can you take it on notice about why, in fact, it meets the heritage criteria, but it has been refused repeatedly? Thank you. Minister, I want to take you to the Manly Daily. You read the Manly Daily.
I certainly do.
That would be your your local paper, wouldn't it?
It is, yeah.
Wouldn't it be your local paper? So you'd be aware that on the weekend, the Metro Roads Minister, Natalie Ward, recommitted to the Beaches Link tollway.
Right.
Right. You'd be aware of that?
Yep, that's government policy. Yep.
Right. What is your department's involvement in the 20 Aboriginal sites that are in the proposed corridor?
So the project itself has just concluded its environmental impact statement phase, and I'll happily defer to Mr. Kidman for some further detail. But my expectation would be that both Heritage and, where appropriate, Environment would have provided submissions and views into the environmental impact statement and the process, and raised any valid concerns that may exist with respect to those particular Aboriginal areas and places of importance that may be adversely impacted by the construction of the proposed tunnel.
Mr. Kidman, can you assist? How many Aboriginal sites are there actually? Now, I've seen two sources, one that says 20 and one that says 26. How many Aboriginal sites are in this corridor?
I don't know off the top of my head, Mr. Secord, but if they are registered on the Aboriginal Heritage Information Management System, I can get that information very quickly.
Can you are you familiar with any of the sites that there are? I understand that there's a rare whaling carving that actually goes back before, actually longer than the common Christian era, before the birth of Christ. It's been around that long. Are you aware that there are 20 Aboriginal sites on the corridor?
I'm not aware of those specific items, but
Can you please provide them on notice, the full list of the Aboriginal sites, and what is the plan and proposal to protect those sites on there?
I suspect some of those may be up near Gadigal National Park, which is on near Wakehurst Parkway, which is a proposed entry point for the tunnel.
Absolutely right.
Okay.
You're absolutely right. That is the one. Yeah. So if you could, do you have anything to add on those sites that are at the entry point?
I'm familiar with them, where they are. They are at the border of the electorate, and I understand that a significant amount of work was done by the Beaches Link project team to consider the importance and the value of them and the potential impact of the proposed tunnel.
Now, Minister, back to correspondence to yourself. So in January, would you be aware of correspondence from my colleague, the Shadow Minister for the Environment, Penny Sharp, and myself about the historic cabins in the Royal National Park?
Yes.
Okay, so what was we didn't receive a reply to that correspondence, and we've had numerous representations about the desire to protect those cabins and ensure tenure of the people who are involved in it. So what is the current status on that, and what is your response to community concerns?
Yeah, so the cabins there and the communities that inhabit them, obviously a very long history and affinity with the area, and a number of the community members that are there make up the historic surf clubs that dot that beach. Only last week I had a meeting with some community representatives from that area and the appropriate parks team and one of the local MPs down there, and we had a discussion about the plan of management that's proposed for the park, and also the importance of recognising the historical and heritage presence and value that the cabins represent to that particular area. The issue at hand really stems from, I think, a 2007 decision around the leases for the cabins.
Yep.
That is coming up for renewal or expiry in, I think, 2027.
Yes, March 2027.
Yep. And so we've undertaken to more effectively reflect the importance of the cabins in the community in the plan of management, and then separate to that as a sort of side discussion, working through the appropriateness and the next steps with as far as the leases go.
So when will the families down there get certainty? When will they get a decision?
So I think with respect to the sort of two separate elements to it. One, with the plan of management we're working through, it was in its draft form, received a significant amount of submissions. We'll finalise that, and then that will provide some comfort and some certainty as far as recognising the heritage aspect of the cabin and the community in the plan of management for the park.
Yep.
Separate to that, we have to resolve the license or the lease issue, prior to 2027, but we were seeking to have a resolution this calendar year to many of the aspects that were raised in your correspondence. So apologies, haven't had the opportunity to respond directly to you yet, but I have met with the community members.
No, I think it relates to about 140 coastal shacks. Mr. Fleming, is there anything that you can add about that is concern about a bit of a wall of silence or belligerence involving the environmental staff, your staff saying that they in fact want the shacks gone? What is your response to that?
I'm not aware of the specifics of any discussions that NPWS staff have had with the people who own the cabins. The only thing I would add is that in finding looking at the longer-term solution that the Minister's referred to, i.e. post-2027, we need to ensure consistency with the Act. So I think that's probably the biggest challenge in mapping out that solution, is ensuring that the current provisions of the National Parks and Wildlife Act can be complied with, because they limit the uses to which, they basically limit the the ability to issue a lease or a licence to certain circumstances. So that's the challenge, the key challenge in that post-2027 solution.
You'd be aware that they provide rescue services and community assistance down there, and they provide a valuable service to the community, surf life-saving, rescue, that kind of stuff.
Yes, I don't know the specifics, but I know that they assist in the provision of some of those services, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Minister, now I want to take you to another project called Glen Lee, which is in southern Sydney. Are you familiar with this project?
Glen Lee. Yes.
Glen Lee. Now, it's formerly Logarno Farm, which was part of the Logarno Early Settlers Local Heritage Precinct. There was a parliamentary debate in the Legislative Assembly about this, and there was a petition of 2,000 people. And the previous minister said that took it on notice. He said that I'd asked him about his commitment about purchasing the site and protecting it forever, and he said he would take it on notice. And in the response to questions on notice, there was no response to that. Mr. Kidman, what's the latest on the protection of Glen Lee, which is in southern Sydney?
Yeah, so in January of this year, the minister issued an interim heritage protection order over the site.
Now, you said interim.
Yes, it lasts under the Act.
Yeah, I think it expires a couple of weeks before the state election.
Well, it expired between the state election or the council election?
State election, the forthcoming state
initially
election.
There was the local council issued its own IHO, which it only made for 6 months because there was an upcoming council election.
Yeah.
In January of this year, the minister made an IHO over the property for 12 months, which will enable Heritage New South Wales to do work on assessing its state heritage significance, the significance of Aboriginal cultural heritage values on the site. And depending on what the outcomes are, that may mean that the site is prioritised for listing and considered by the Heritage Council for adding it to the State Heritage Register.
But the heritage listing expires just weeks before the next state election, so it's local residents have put to me that this is just a ploy to quieten the community until the state election, and then once the state election occurs, because it's an interim heritage listing, it'll be lifted.
Well, I wouldn't comment on the politics of it, but what I can tell you is that the reason for the urgency around the IHO was because there was a risk that the owner of the site, who was planning a subdivision and development activity there to the extent of about 30 residential dwellings.
Yeah, that's correct.
There was a risk that without an IHO and with the expiry of the local government's IHO over the property, the developer would be able to go in with a complying development certificate and start excavation work and potentially, damaging items that are potentially of state heritage significance. So this 12-month period will give us an opportunity to do the work and protect the site, and then a decision will be made within 12 months, I suppose.
And I think, Mr. Seckle, the extent or the limit of the term for an interim heritage order is 12 months.
Right.
So,
So it will expire just before the election then?
Yes, and hopefully the council or Heritage New South Wales would have appropriately resolved the matter well before then, one would hope.
Now, I want to take you to the much heralded blue plaques program of your predecessor.
Yep.
So when will we see this program? When will we see the next stage, or when will we see the successful nominations from this program?
So I think it's a very well-received, well-regarded program, which will deliver an opportunity for people across communities around the state to experience and see heritage at a local level for places that they love and have importance. I'm working with Heritage New South Wales to roll out the program quickly. We've finalised and gone through and analysed all of the submissions that have been provided from the community, of which there were quite a lot, have thoroughly fact-checked and considered them, and then we'll be moving to make announcements and support communities in celebrating this great program in the next couple of months.
Now, this is budget estimate, so how much has been allocated to the Blue Plaques program?
Budget question.
I can take that if
Mr. Kidman.
it's $5 million over 2 years.
$5 million. And how many staff members have been allocated to work on this program?
We have 3 staff working on it at the
3
moment.
staff working on it full-time. Now, Mr. Kidman, would you be familiar with representations from the Central West for a theatre called Regent Theatre in Mudgee?
Can't recall the detail of it off my
Well, the local MP and now minister was on 2GB talking about the need to protect this heritage-listed Regent Theatre in Mudgee. Are you taking that on notice?
Yeah, I don't know the details off the top of my head, but I can come back to you.
Does anyone have no? Okay, thank you. Okay, well then I'll take you to another theatre. Your predecessor made many supportive comments about a theatre in Potts Point, King's Cross, called the Minerva Theater. What has happened? What has happened in regard to that?
I recall reading reports about that particular theatre, but I don't have the details. I'll have to ask Mr. Kidman to provide an update.
Mr. Kidman?
Yes, there is a development application which is processing in relation to redevelopment of the site. There is some. I think there is some detailed archaeological testing work being undertaken to look at whether they look at the sort of any sort of colonial or Aboriginal cultural heritage values that might be before development can proceed.
I understand there's actually a heritage, there's actually excavation has discovered that it was actually a historic building under the site, and they found the I guess the remnants of it. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So what did they discover under the Minerva Theater?
Well, that's.
Well,
I think
we both seem to know, but I want you to tell me what did they find or discover under the theatre?
Well, I'm not sure that archaeological work has been completed yet. I don't think it has, but I can check that for you.
Now, the previous minister made claims that he wanted to see it, and I've actually been on a site visit to the Minerva, and I've spoken to the people who are now have the site, and he made threats of compulsory acquisition of the site. What's happened with his threat to compulsorily acquire the site?
I'm not aware of any comments by the former minister in relation to the compulsory acquisition.
They were reported in the Sydney Morning Herald. It was very public. In fact, the proprietors had concerns about it, and they wanted to know what was the latest on the minister saying that he wanted to compulsorily acquire it. I figured that he would, in fact, consult with his own department if he was going to make comments like that.
Well,
I'll do a point of order, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes,
I mean,
Mr.
this
Mallard.
estimates inquiries regarding the budget and regarding the Minister. Allow me to make the point of order, Mr. Secord. The Minister is Mr. Griffin. We're not doing estimates inquiries into alleged comments or made by the previous Minister, and he needs to direct them so that they're relevant to the current Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Mallard, but there is no point of order. The member was being, relatively relevant according to the portfolio, and I think that's within order.
In fact, I know that you've been around for a long time. You've been around for.
The C-Court, if you could continue your questions to the witnesses.
This actually goes to budget estimates, and the minister said that he wanted to threaten to compulse. The former minister said he wanted to compulsorily acquire the Minerva Theatre.
said that because
Order.
I said it in the Sydney Morning Herald, and in fact, I was on a.
I believe everything you read.
Okay.
I'm happy to take the.
Anyway, sir, I just want to know, was any work done in the area of compulsory?
Not in relation to, certainly not in relation to into heritage. That would fall within the minister's. By all means, the former minister.
Sorry, I cannot hear the answer. Sorry.
That particular matter would fall within the minister's former portfolio responsibility as Minister for the Arts.
Right, so it was just hot air. There was no work done in that area. It was just an empty threat.
Oh, come on.
No comment.
Honestly. I know you don't like Don, but you have to go to him.
Order. Mr. Mallard, please.
Of a lifetime.
If we can, we've got just about a minute left, Mr. Seacole.
I want to take you to the Roxy Theatre at Parramatta. Okay. Now we've talked about the Regent Theatre. We've talked about the Minerva Theatre.
Yep.
Now, what efforts, what exercises have you undertaken to protect or preserve the Roxy Theatre?
I haven't had the opportunity to go there yet, but I look forward to you taking me on a date there.
Okay, we'll go together.
Erase that.
I thought that was the offer. I thought that was the offer.
but I'll have to take that one on notice, Mr. Secord. I'm sorry.
Thanks are always like that.
Okay. No, I can keep going if you want. Okay. So, Minister, now, reviewing or removing heritage listing from sites and that, how does that occur? Maybe Mr. Kidman. So when you decide to remove a heritage listing on something, how does that occur? And can you take me through the steps?
Yes, I can. So the process is very, very similar to a heritage listing. So if an item was delisted because, for example, it was destroyed through a bushfire or a flood, there would be work done on whether there was anything salvageable from the heritage item. If not, there would be quite a lengthy sort of research process. A recommendation would go to the Heritage Council, and the Heritage Council would make a recommendation to the Minister to delist that item.
Can you take it on notice? Last financial year, how many items were removed from the heritage list?
I'm not aware of any, but I can...
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to questions by the crossbench, starting with Mr. David Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Nice to see you, Minister. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Minister, do you take the role of protecting state heritage? Do you think that's an important role for you as Minister?
Very much so.
No. And do you respect the advice? Do you respect the advice of the Heritage Council? How important is the advice of the Heritage Council to you in that?
To me, very important.
Practicing for the Senate.
They were one of the first groups that I had the privilege to meet with. I've met with them, had a great discussion with them to better understand their role and the expert advice that they provide to me as Minister, and I look forward to working with them during the year ahead.
So if the Heritage Council said that there was a real threat to state heritage and a site should be protected, what would you do as the Minister in order to ensure that that advice was reflected in government policy?
Well, I would encourage that advice and the expert advice from the Heritage Council to be considered by the proponent, whether it was government or whatever particular agency was moving ahead with the project. And I would hope that their advice would be considered and acted upon and appropriately responded to.
Well, are you aware that the New South Wales planning has comprehensively rejected the advice of the Heritage Council when it comes to protecting the Ravenswood estate in the Hunter Valley and the surrounding landscape? Are you aware that the Department of Planning basically junked the Heritage Council's advice just in the last week?
I was not aware of that having taken place, but I again would encourage and am proud of the advice that the Heritage Council and Heritage New South Wales provide into all aspects of government, and will do the best that I possibly can to ensure that their advice is considered.
When you saw the decision to destroy Juukan Gorge in WA and that destruction of Aboriginal heritage, what were your thoughts about it in terms of the importance of Aboriginal heritage and the way mining has destroyed that Juukan Gorge site?
Yeah, I think, like most people around Australia, upsetting, it's concerning, should not have happened, and is a tragedy.
Well, the Heritage Council has given advice to Heritage New South Wales, which has been conveyed to New South Wales Planning, saying don't destroy the Aboriginal heritage around the Ravensworth estate. Don't destroy the Ravensworth estate. It's critically important, state heritage values, but nevertheless, your government is proceeding with a recommendation recommending the entire destruction of that landscape and the destruction of the homestead site. Are you comfortable with that?
As responsible Minister, again, I'm proud of and will support the view of Heritage New South Wales and the Heritage Council. Now, it is my role to encourage other ministers and agencies to take into consideration the advice that they're given, and that is the best that I can and will continue to do. But ultimately, I can only do what is within my power as the minister responsible for heritage.
But you didn't even know that the advice of Heritage New South Wales, the advice of the Heritage Council, had been junked by the Department of Planning. That's happened in the last week. You weren't even given a briefing about that. Does that trouble you?
Well, as I've said, I'm 8 weeks in. There's a steep learning curve, but I have give you and committee members a commitment that whether it's advice provided by the Heritage Council, who I've met with, I respect, they do great work, or my team at Heritage New South Wales, I continue to advocate for their view and their voice as it relates to projects across government.
Well, I'll read you the advice that Heritage New South Wales gave planning about the Ravensworth estate. Heritage New South Wales notes that the registered Aboriginal parties consider the local area around Ravensworth, as well as the broader regional area, to be of high cultural significance. Many of the values expressed by the RAPs, registered Aboriginal parties, included a sense of loss and longing, expressions of connectedness and belonging to landscapes, waterways, vegetation and animal communities. They express strong connection to highly significant places within the local and regional area. The Plain clans of the Wanneroo people identify both intangible and tangible for the local Ravensworth area. Heritage New South Wales notes that the project's direct and indirect impacts will further contribute to the cumulative impacts and loss of Aboriginal cultural heritage sites and sites in the local area and the region. How do you respond, as Minister responsible for these heritage sites, to the complete destruction of that landscape on your watch? Because that's what New South Wales Planning is proposing. How do you respond to that?
I think, as you've articulated, they're a very straightforward view from Heritage New South Wales, and I support their view and congratulate them for raising their concerns and the voice of as you've just articulated.
Well, they've raised their concerns, but then New South Wales Planning has just junked it and said, notwithstanding that,
Madam Chair.
those values will...
A point of order has been taken.
I mean, using the term junked about professional planning staff, I think it's disrespectful to the public servants involved. They have assessed and rejected it or not taken it on board, but don't use the term junked because I think it's respectful of our public servants.
Not a point of order.
I'll just ask the member to continue his line of questioning. I think the word junked is a reasonable adjective and doesn't imply anything against the public service servants. Continue, Mr. Shoebridge.
Minister?
Junked. I mean,
on your watch, all of those important cultural values, that sense of loss, that connectedness is being destroyed. That's going to happen on your watch unless you intervene and do something. Why won't you step up and try and protect the site?
Well, as I said, I support and congratulate and encourage the Heritage Council and Heritage New South Wales to ensure that that sort of issue is brought to the attention of the relevant agency. Now, as the Minister responsible for heritage, I stand by and am proud of the concerns that they've raised and done that appropriately, and they've made sure that it is considered by other areas of government. But, you know, as...
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Finish.
Yep, but as the responsible minister, as I said, I'm proud of the issues that they've raised.
You're a ginger group that's just been completely ignored by the decision maker. That's what's happened here, isn't it? You're nothing more than a ginger group in the system of this destruction of Aboriginal heritage. That's the truth of it, isn't it, Minister?
No, that might be your characterisation, but I don't support that.
Well, I'll read you what planning said.
Okay.
Planning basically said, protecting the heritage will get in the way of the coal mine. Therefore, the heritage has got to be destroyed.
Very discriminatory.
Are you aware of that?
To the Senate now.
No, please.
All right. Well, they said this. The experts concluded that there are some alternative mine plan options that leave the Ravensworth homestead in place and have a theoretical economic benefit to the state. However, these options are considered too risky from an investment perspective and are not considered viable alternatives. Consequently, Department considers there are no alternative mine plan designs available to Glencore, and the only option that would leave the Ravensworth homestead in situ would be to refuse the project in its entirety. So at the end of the day, planning said, if we're going to protect the homestead, if we're going to protect Aboriginal heritage, you can't get the coal, therefore we won't protect the heritage. Are you comfortable with that kind of decision making? The coal always trumps heritage?
No, as Heritage Minister, I think we need to conserve, protect, celebrate and understand and appreciate our heritage, and as Minister that's what I'll continue to advocate for within government. The matter at hand that you've raised, the issue that you've raised is one that I think that you by all means are welcome and please put to the relevant Minister with oversight for planning. My Heritage New South Wales and the Heritage Council have done their job. In raising the concerns. I support them for that, and I'll continue to advocate and make sure they have a strong voice in government.
Mr. Kidman, you know that the Department of Planning basically at Glencore's behest, tried to schmooze the Heritage Council as recently as October of last year, don't you? And they came and tried to change the view of the Heritage Council about protecting Ravensworth. You know that happened, don't you?
I wouldn't use that term. I was at that meeting, and that was an opportunity for DPI to talk through the proposal with the Heritage Council, for the Heritage Council to ask questions and provide advice. And they had a number of suggestions, as I'm sure you're aware, about how impacts to the Ravensworth estate and the ACH values, in particular mascosite, might be avoided. But as part of, just further to your earlier line of questioning,
Well, no, Ms. Kimmin, I'm asking you a series of questions here.
Sorry.
You know that after DPIE, basically at the behest of Glencore, tried to persuade the Heritage Council to change their position about protecting the estate and protecting Aboriginal culture, the Heritage Council reaffirmed its position, and they said, notwithstanding the new information provided to the Heritage Council, the Council maintains its view that the importance of Ravensworth Homestead includes its role in frontier conflict, and affirmed its earlier advice.
That's right.
So how is it that Heritage Council's advice is then completely ignored and there's a recommendation to destroy it all?
Well, with respect, that's not a question for Heritage New South Wales, it's a question for the Department of Planning.
So it's just hands off now. It's just going to go through a process of an inevitable destruction. We're going to have another Duke and Gorge happening here in New South Wales because it's not your job or the Minister's job to protect it.
Well, our role is to provide really frank and fearless advice to DPI on issues of heritage significance, and that's exactly what we've done.
Which they just put in the shredder and said coal will get its way. That's what happens, Minister. Coal always gets its way in New South Wales, doesn't it, Minister?
Shoebridge, your time has expired. We'll move to questions from the Deputy Chair, Mr Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'm going to continue that similar theme that Mr Shoebridge, and it's a matter, I suppose, of helping us understand what are your powers and what they aren't. Seeing that the koalas are now listed as endangered by the Federal Environment Minister, does that not give you power to rescind or quash former development or logging applications? So, for example, the Lend-Lease development approval for the Campbelltown area is highly controversial and extremely disturbing. What isn't happening now that these animals have been given this much higher ranking listing in terms of protection, does that not give you the power to intervene in a situation like with Lend-Lease and Campbelltown, a situation like the forests that Mr Field referred to, where National Resources Commission has said that these are extremely sensitive and need to be protected areas? Where do you stand? What can you do now for these animals?
Yeah, thank you. And I'd probably best answered in two parts. One is that there's a very complex interdependency or interplay between the federal listing and then the trigger what then commences at a state level, which I'll get Mr Knudsen to explain. And then ultimately the decision whether the koala is then uplisted in New South Wales is one for an independent expert committee to also consider. So there are two elements. One is, two answers to your question. One, what is then the impact of the federal government uplisting and the impact then on developments such as Mount Gilead? For example, I met with a local councillor from that council only last week to discuss that issue, and I'll be going out there. And then the second is, to what extent do we then follow suit, if it were, with respect to the uplisting? So I'll get Mr Knudsen to...
Just for clarification, what would be the following suit? What would you do?
Sorry, so the extinction or the listing of the koala. So
So to your question about what could you do about previously approved projects, there's a long-standing principle that you do not apply changes in law retrospectively. And so if
it's workers' rights or the environment, in which case, But
for better or for worse, it's a legal principle. Not doing retrospectivity. I'm just trying to make sure that point is clear.
An approval is not law. An approval is just an approval.
No, but it's been granted under law, and if it's been lawfully granted, then it stands. That's effectively the point that I'm making. So often, what happens during an assessment of a project, these assessments can take multiple years. A new species gets listed during that period. That cannot be taken into account unless it was included in the original terms of reference of that assessment. It happens. It's a question for legislatures. If you think that's incorrect, then invite you to consider changing the law, but that's pretty standard practice in environmental assessment. So I just wanted to point that out. Then in terms of what happens from here, with the Commonwealth uplisting the species, they're making a recovery plan. The Commonwealth legislation requires that you cannot act inconsistent with a recovery plan. That's a higher test than what exists for a conservation advice, for example, which is the usual instrument that's used for species at risk. So that's a significant development. The other thing that also opens up is Commonwealth funding. It increases that species that's subject to that listing level to be prioritized for funding. So that's the implications for the Commonwealth. As the Minister pointed out, then that triggers off an assessment by the state jurisdictions, in this case our Threatened Species Committee, that will almost always follow pretty closely the advice of the Commonwealth. There's been a work program to align listings so we don't have inconsistencies between state and Commonwealth listings and between states where species are across jurisdictions, to make sure that they're treated equally as well. So that is actively under consideration.
Okay. I'm not sure how much that's helped us. Sorry.
All the koalas.
I think I could summarise it.
Not sure it helps koalas.
We'll change the law.
No.
I'll give you that guarantee. So let's sort of talk a little bit about wombats and mange, if you don't mind. So given the National Park Wildlife Service is working with the University of Sydney to assess mange and wombats using 10 years of data, can the Minister or one of your officials give an indication of when the final study results will become public?
Yes, so thanks, Mr. Pearson. This, and I've only just sent you a letter regarding this. And before
thank you.
I flick to Ms. Durmazel, I think. The National Parks team met with wildlife rehabilitators on the 8th of February to discuss wombat mange treatments that would be a proposal that would remove the need for individual licences to be issued to landowners. And as we sort of uncovered in our last meeting, there has been historically, and we can give you a more up-to-date insight into the work that's been going on between national parks and institutions like the University of Sydney to address gaps in understanding the prevalence of mange and what can be done about it.
The APVMA have allowed persons general, quote unquote, such as landholders, to treat wombat mange. Is there a reason that National Parks and Wildlife Service continue to restrict mange treatment activities to just trained wildlife carers when the APVMA have listed it as persons general? Because there's a concern that people who want to, landholders who want to actually help the animals, aren't able to because of this restriction.
Yes, I understand.
Mr. Pearson, the real expert on wombat mange is a witness this afternoon. Could we possibly take that on notice and address it this afternoon? Thank you.
Not a problem. Minister, I'm sure you're aware that on the ABC 7:30 program last year, it showed a live kangaroo and her joey being dragged behind a commercial kangaroo shooter's truck. Has the Minister's Department investigated this incident of cruelty?
Ms. Malloy will be able to give you an answer on that.
Apologies, just getting organised here. So that would be a matter for, not for us to investigate, but the police and/or in collaboration with the RSPCA. So animal cruelty would have been notified to the police. and the RSPCA.
And it has been notified?
I'm not aware of that, but I can try and find out this
Would it
afternoon.
not be an investigation under National Parks and Wildlife Service as well?
No, I don't think so, because sort of our role, or Parks' role, will be issuing of licences under the Biodiversity Conservation Act for legal culling, either commercially or non-commercially. So this is why we work very closely with some of those other agencies in terms of sort of Cruelty to Animals Act would be the RSPCA, and any kind of illegal use of weapons would be the police. But I don't have the details of that particular. Yeah.
Minister, a confidential document cited as DPIE 0027 document, Kangaroo Management Compliance Audit Report 2018-19, referenced a statewide compliance audit of the kangaroo management program, including surveys of animal and skin dealers and desktop trading, etc. One of the recommendations from the audit was that there be an increase in focus on regulation of humane harvesting. Can the Minister advise what progress has been made in relation to that since that report?
Yep, I can answer that. So as with all of the programs that we manage within the Biodiversity and Conservation Science Directorate, there's a process of continuous improvement just to make sure that we are doing things using the best available science and information available to us. We're undergoing a number of reviews of our protocols, prosecution guidelines, compliance guidelines, etc. for the kangaroo management program at the moment. So that was an internal audit that was done back in whatever date you sort of gave me there. I've completely forgotten the date. But we are sort of continuing to address some of the issues that came up in that internal audit in terms of continuously improving what we do in the compliance space.
I mean, one of the very concerning findings in the report was that in 70% of received NHS reports sampled by the audit, the department did not take further compliance action, NHS being non-headshot. So 70% of the received non-headshot reports sampled by the audit showed that the department took no further action or compliance action. Causal factors may include insufficient evidence or the reports relating to non-commercial kill of kangaroos. So what are you doing to increase compliance action when such a situation has occurred where non-headshots have not been properly investigated, according to that audit?
So all complaints usually received through the environment line, or if we do inspections, random inspections of chiller establishments, are recorded on our internal compliance database, and they are all followed up. And we have got the stats that I can provide you in terms of the numbers of compliance actions that we've taken against the kangaroo management programme.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the opposition again. Ms Penny Sharp.
Thank you. Minister, you stated earlier this morning that you the as yet to arrive New South Wales koala strategy will be based around the doubling of koala numbers. I assume that's by 2050. What is the baseline number that you are using to double?
So there is some conjecture around the actual number, but Mr. Knudsen...
How you can double something if you don't know how many you got with to start with.
Go by zero.
So, you know, the estimates range between 15 to 30,000, and we've been using the figure that was raised as part of the inquiry, around 20,000. And certainly one of the key features...
Sorry, that's great. So can I just clarify? So the koala strategy will be working on the basis that there's 20,000 koalas, and that by 2050 there will therefore be 40,000 koalas if this works. Great, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because there's been a lot of discussion. Yep. And is there agreement from the expert panel in relation to this figure?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm not sure who this is for. Maybe it's for Mr Fleming. There's been concern in relation to COVID contingency funding and what has been expended in relation to that. Are you able to provide to the committee how much A, was allocated within your agencies, and B, how much was spent and what it was spent on?
Can you clarify, are you referring to the stimulus funding, or are you referring to funding for the department to assist in the sort of
so there's been some media in relation to this, but the issue is there was reporting from agencies that basically as we understand it, Treasury provided funding to agencies to deal with COVID expenses. So it's not stimulus money for projects. It's basically what was used by the department. So what I'm after is how much was allocated to your agencies, what the breakdown of the expenditure was, and what basically how much and what was it spent on.
I'll have to take that on notice, Ms. Sharp.
Okay.
Thanks.
No, that's fine. Thank you. The IPCC report came out today. There's a lot going on. Pretty disturbing in terms of what it's predicting for the future of the planet and the animals that live on it and our kids. I'm aware that there was a court case in the Land and Environment Court that now basically allocated. Sorry, excuse me. I'm just trying to find my question. That basically in 2021, the Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action won a Land and Environment Court case requiring the EPA to develop objective guidelines and policies to ensure environment protection from climate change. Where is that up to?
That's a good question, which I'll seek some further advice from Ms. Moore.
To you.
We are still in the process of developing our climate change policy and action plan. We are intending to publicly consult on that document, and we are expecting to do that soon.
So you've prepared a document that's going out for consultation?
We're in the process of preparing a document.
And how do you see... This is a genuine question. I mean, you don't have a climate change minister. Previously, it was sort of with Minister Keane. Obviously, because the EPA falls, you don't share the EPA with anyone else, do you? No. So you'll be responsible then, ultimately, Minister, for the outcome of this. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think. Sorry, was it? Yeah. And I think that with respect to just about everything we've discussed this morning, it's difficult to separate the issue and the impact of climate change and everything else that we've discussed. I mean, there's an interdependency between issues of land management, pressure on biodiversity, the whole box and dice, really. So, and having had a look at elements of the IPCC report this morning, it's disturbing, it's challenging, and I think it means that we have to redouble our efforts in the work that we're doing. And I look forward to working with Ms. Moore and the EPA on this particular report.
Can I add? I mean, Mr. Knudson's already mentioned it's being factored into the water planning or water resource plans. Obviously, it's a big factor in terms of our fire management planning. It's also factored into our threatened species planning, and you will have seen the carbon positive by 2028 plan that NPWS released last year. So it's integrated in everything that we do.
Sure. And look, my concern is that's sort of major adaptation work that's necessary, but we're still not getting to the point where we're actually trying to mitigate, and that's my issue. I mean, do you see, in terms of these kind of guidelines and policies, will they be framed around adaptation, or will they be also very much about mitigation in terms of what New South Wales can do to get our emissions down?
We're definitely mindful that there's already a New South Wales Government climate change framework, and the EPA is looking at what role as a regulator we have in that space that will be reflected in our climate change policy.
And so how will your policy fit with the framework?
We are looking at what our role is, and also obviously we need to comply with the court orders. It will be complementary to the whole of government climate change framework. And we're also mindful of the government's net zero plan as well.
Sure.
In this space.
And so then, just to be clear, the framework doesn't sit with you, though, does it, Minister?
No, I understand that would be with the Minister.
Still sits with
Energy.
Mr Keane?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is worth acknowledging, I think, that one of the better parts of the read of the State of the Environment report was with respect to emissions in New South Wales, where it did show some good outcomes.
Yeah, some concerns around uptake in terms of renewables, but that's all right. That's for another discussion, and obviously issues in terms of emissions reduction if we actually stop land clearing. I would also make the point, though, Minister. But all right, and so just Ms. Moore, the time frame of having this complete.
I expect that will be going out for consultation shortly. I think last year we committed to early this year, and we're still working to that
That's
timeframe.
Q1, Q1, you think?
We are hoping to be able to release that very soon.
And that's consultation, and then there'll be a period. And so in terms of finalisation, are we going to have something in place before the end of the year, do you think?
We are definitely working towards that.
Okay, thank you. Has the, and this is an EPA question as well, it's about biomass from native forests. Has the EPA provided any advice to government on biomass from native forest biomaterial?
We have provided advice from time to time on that particular issue, yes.
When was the last time you did so?
When you say government, are you talking about a particular proposal or...?
Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter where. I mean, I'm interested in what is the EPA doing in relation to providing advice, whether it's, I know some of it would be to planning or whether it's to this minister. I assume you don't brief the forestry minister directly in relation to native forest biomaterial used for biomass.
No, we certainly provide advice on proposals as they come forward and provide advice to planning on particular proposals. We are also working to provide further guidance material for the regulated community and our stakeholders, and we're working with other government agencies on that clarification and further guidance material.
Thank you. I might come back to that this afternoon. Minister, I've had raised with me that there are a variety of national park sites that are getting closed on a regular basis. Can you tell me how it gets to the case? I mean, obviously, catastrophic fire and flood notwithstanding. What are the circumstances that lead to the closure of a national park?
Well, I'll ask Mr. Fleming, other than saying we've got a significant revolving set of infrastructure works across the state, which may from time to time lead to the closure of the parks. Indeed, North Head National Park in Manly is currently closed, undergoing some infrastructure upgrades, and then a significant amount of work being done on park to ensure that the visitor experience is where you would want it and the conservation values are being preserved. But Mr. Fleming?
Without knowing the detail of any of the sites you've got in mind, I mean, the two biggest factors have been fire and flood in the last few years, combined with then the investment in infrastructure. But our staff have done a fantastic job. I mean, after those fires, it was something like 250 precincts that were closed. And I think we're around 90% have been reopened. It might be between 85 and 90%. So they've done an extraordinary job to reopen precincts that were closed as a result of fire, many of which were then impacted by floods.
Yeah, but again, that's not really what I'm, that's not really where I'm heading. Where I'm heading with this is just the concerns in relation to, if it's, and, I accept that it's unsafe, and again, acknowledge the work that the park staff do. They've worked miracles in terms of a lot of the work that they've done. But my question is, if there's infrastructure work happening in one of the parks, it's been raised with me that on too often visitor centres are just also closed at the same time. Mm-hmm. Is that just? Can you just, so in places that it's been raised with me are Yanga, Hay, Forbes, Cobar and Nowra?
Those haven't been raised specifically with me, but I'll ask that question and come back with some information this afternoon.
Yep, terrific, thank you.
Can I just add, though, the other factors that have been important over the last, say, 12 months have been COVID, obviously, the infrastructure investment that we've talked about, and from time to time, high bushfire risk days involve or require.
As I said, I'm unconcerned about that. I'm interested. Look, the question I suppose really is, is your staff basically stretched so thinly that the routine response is to close rather than deal with that? And what's the long? How often is that happening? What does that mean? So if you could provide some more information this afternoon about that, that would be extremely helpful. That would be good. Minister, I don't think Ms Fairman's covered this, but I'm going to ask about it. Have you dealt with Gangudi and Kalgoorlie?
Yeah.
No, okay. So there's basically last year the New South Wales government ruled out releasing the Hawkins and Rumka proposed coal release areas on the edge of Wallamai National Park. There is, however, an area next to there's another area that's still, I suppose, in play, and I just wanted, and that's called the Gangudi Kalgoorlie release area, which has two state forests in it. The previous Deputy Premier, John Barilaro, said that he had planned to rule this out along with Hawkins and Rumka, and similarly Rob Stokes had supported the nomination of the Corricudgee State Forest and the Nullo Mountain State Forest into inclusion of the national park. I suspect you may not have been briefed on this, but I'd like to get a sense of what your attitude is to that, and whether there's perhaps, Mr Fleming, whether there's any action being undertaken to progress these previous commitments from previous ministers.
Yeah. So I think acknowledging an important stakeholder group, Wilderness Society, met with them. They raised this particular issue. I'm incredibly sympathetic to their position, it's good that the former Deputy Premier and Minister that you've mentioned also had a particular view on it. But to the specifics, I might get Mr Fleming to provide a comment. But I have met with the Wilderness Society, and I think there's an important opportunity there.
I think the process is one that's happening within Department of Regional New South Wales. So I think the primary question is probably directed there. I'm certainly aware of the two areas that you're talking about, and I'm aware of the significant cultural and environmental values. I'm not sure if you're asking me whether I support the addition of land to national parks.
I wouldn't do that to you, Mr Fleming, because that's not up to you. I know. As I said, this has been discussed. There has been an indication of it progressing. If it's going to progress, it's going to end up in national parks. I'm just wondering whether there's any work going on to actually progress that discussion and stated commitment, other than except that you've met with groups, which is terrific. But I'm just wanting to know: is actually anything happening, or does it need a push?
Yeah. Well, I think we'll take that on notice. I think we'd all agree that it would be a great outcome. So I'm happy to take that on notice.
Great, thank you. How much longer have I got? Excellent, good. Waste. We'll talk about waste.
Yep.
Minister, the State of the Environment report suggests that we've got issues in terms of waste. We're still generating too much, and that's increasing. And our recycling rates, even though we've had some fairly bold targets, are not really being met, and they're just, turning the dial ever so slowly. Can you just confirm when Greater Sydney will meet, basically the landfills will be full by?
I'd have to defer to Ms Moore on that, but I think just to give you my view with respect to waste, I think although it might seem a sort of boring topic to some, it's actually quite exciting.
It's great.
Yep.
I love it. I love waste.
Principles of circular economy. I
love waste.
think that it is an issue that time has come when it you give consideration to how it might be looked at through a different lens. The circular economy is the best solution we've got to resolving the issue of waste. The issue that just about every single piece of plastic that's been created said, is still with us today, I think is a shocking headline statistic or issue. And so off the back of that, as you've said, there's been some bold initiatives. Return and Earn, it celebrated its 7 billionth bottle or container being returned this week. The effect or the impact of that is a 52% reduction in litter, and I think by all standards that's a good outcome for an initiative. Then looking through to broader schemes with respect to the Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy 2041, if you unpack that, I think there are some really exciting opportunities not only for in the space of remanufacturing, FOGO, a whole bunch of different aspects of waste and how we more effectively manage that. The plastics plan comes into effect this year, which is great. We're not too far off with single use being phased out.
Yep. In July.
That's it. And then some follow on in November. Working as hard as we can to prepare small businesses for that change. But
that's terrific, Minister, but time's ticking.
Sorry, yep.
When are the landfills full?
Miss Moore.
And sorry, I think there's a difference between the Sydney and regional.
Yes.
And you're asking about the Sydney.
Yes. You can also give me the figures for regional, but I understand that there's more room in those.
I think that's correct. I can check those figures for you. I do think they're in the Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy 2041.
Yep.
I can come back to you on those.
Sorry, okay. So my understanding is that Greater Sydney basically is full in 2028.
Okay.
Which leads to a fairly significant issue. Sorry, do you have a question?
I was whispering to my colleague.
I could hear you. I could hear you, but that's okay. Okay.
We've been very well behaved, generally, compared to some other budget estimates I've been in recently. I think this one's going smoothly.
So, sorry, my understanding also is the new... come on, days. Come on, I've still got questions. Come on. Stop interrupting.
Order. Spoke too soon.
It's getting long in the day. I'm about to run out of time. We're looking at 80% diversion from landfill. Yep. We've now acknowledged that it's 2028. What's the modelling that sits behind our ability to actually get an 80% diversion?
I will have to get back to you on the modelling, but obviously we have a range of strategies in place to meet that target.
So you'll come back to me this afternoon in relation to that?
But I think it's worth recognising that the 2040 waste strategy does set out some pretty ambitious goals and targets, and as you've just articulated, 2028.
Yeah,
not terribly
my
far
concern is that waste infrastructure is extremely challenging to actually get planned for and delivered. There's a lot of community pushback in relation to these things. I'm concerned that there are targets. This is where I'm going with this, and we can explore this afternoon. I'm concerned that there are targets without strong modelling that is actually then linked to the infrastructure plan to actually deliver that. That's where I'm going with those questions.
Understood.
So I thank you for that. My final question, sorry, I've got too many bits of paper. My final question is actually around soil erosion and the work that's actually being undertaken. Again, going back to the State of the Environment report, one of the most concerning parts of that was just the state of our soils in relation to carbon, in terms of carrying capacity. Carbon loss is getting worse. I suppose what is the role of EES in relation to that, and obviously a lot of this has got to do, it needs close work with DPI and agriculture, but I'm just trying to understand what work is being undertaken in relation to soil within your purview.
Yeah, I think Mr. Knudsen can effectively answer that, but I think in discussions with New South Wales farmers that I've had to date, they see the importance and a tremendous opportunity when it comes to carbon sequestration in soil and better soil management techniques, regenerative farming practices. These are all things that I think there's an opportunity to really focus on to resolve some of these pressing issues. But Mr. Knudsen.
Thanks, Minister. And I think I would just add one small piece to that, which is we've been talking working with not only the Farmers Association, but also Local Land Services, Regional New South Wales, Department of Primary Industries, also about how do you unleash natural capital. And that has not only a carbon component, which is absolutely tied to the soils, but also biodiversity. The Commonwealth's done some work in this space in the last little while, and we're certainly looking at that closely and trying to figure out how do we complement that. But that is one of the key intersection points between the work of the group and DPI, as you referenced to in your question. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to questions from the crossbench, starting with Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, and congratulations on your promotion to this incredibly important portfolio. Are you familiar with the Public Works Committee's inquiry into coal ash repositories?
Somewhat.
Have you read the report?
I have not read that report, no.
I'll give you a leave pass because it's your first budget estimate and you're new to the role.
It's appreciated, yeah.
But be on notice that I will be asking about coal ash at every estimates from now on.
Yep.
So one of the remarkable things about the report is that it had a very clear finding in it, a cross-party finding, that the impacts of coal ash being stored in these unlined dams, leaking out into our waterways, was a significant environmental and health risk.
Yep.
And in the government's response to that report, it was very clear that that was accepted. So on that basis, we're expecting some significant action to come out of that report. I've heard just today, and I've received a photo of someone who has had the unfortunate luck to find themselves stuck in a river full of coal ash. The Russell Vale Colliery resumption, which I understand the IPC placed a condition on its reopening that they would realign Bellambi Creek to avoid the coal tailings pollution issue, because this stuff, I mean, we're talking about coal ash which has in it toxins that in places in New South Wales have created, two-headed fish and brain-eating amoeba in Lake Liddell, and there's a whole, there's a lot of science behind this. The deadline for Russell Vale actually doing that realignment was November. It didn't occur. Today, Bellambi Creek has been, for the last 2 days, with all the rain, has been running black with coal tailing pollution, and this is a creek that's really large. It flows through suburban areas. This is a picture, I'm not allowed to use props, but a picture of someone who's stuck their hands in the river near their home. Clearly this is unacceptable. What will you be doing about it, and why do these companies keep breaching these conditions with apparently no, consequences?
Yeah, I mean, obviously very concerning, and I think also the dual issue of not only an environmental challenge and pressure, another added one, but a human health risk. So I thank you for the heads up about coal ash, and I will study up on it. I think...
Drama, that one.
Yeah. And the particular report that you've referred to and the recommendations contained in it. So I think that unless Ms Moore has anything to add from the EPA's perspective with respect to coal ash, I give you an undertaking that it's something that I will give due consideration to, in particular Bellambi Creek. And I thank you for raising that particular issue.
Is the EPA aware of that pollution event, and what action is it going to take, particularly in relation to the breach of condition?
My understanding is that I think you're talking about a mining issue, and it's potentially the mining lease, but we'd need to look into that, because if it is, then we don't regulate to those mining conditions. I can tell you, though, in response to the recent flooding, that we've certainly taken a number of measures, including in the last 48 hours contacting our regulated licensed facilities in flood-impacted areas to see what assistance they need and how they're impacted by the flood event.
One of the recommendations of the coal ash inquiry was that there would be a memorandum of understanding established between the EPA and Dam Safety New South Wales, because you can imagine, and as we saw with Origin and Eraring, we had an entire sport and rec centre closed because of the danger of that dam breaching. With this kind of significant weather event that we're facing right now, I would love to know that that MOU has been signed and that there is now that oversight of these dams.
We do have an MOU in place, yes.
Excellent. Well, that's one thing I can tick off. I will move on to clean air because I don't have much time. The clean air strategy that was released, which I like to call the clean air crystal ball gazing document, because it doesn't seem to have a strategy, it just seems to say what you think is going to happen in the future. When it comes to the air pollution coming out of coal-fired power stations, it really just points to, well, this stuff's going to, we're going to end up winding up these power stations eventually anyway. There was a study in 2018 that attributed 87 deaths per year to Eraring alone from the 30-odd toxins that come out of the stacks. Bringing that closure date forward by 7 years will save 600 lives, but we still have Vowes Point. And Vowes Point could be going for however long. It's got an exemption. Do you think it's acceptable that we should be putting that sort of cost on the community in terms of respiratory illness, strokes, cancers, and deaths, premature deaths, simply because those coal-fired power stations refuse to pay the money to install the technology that's standard everywhere else to reduce that air pollution by 85%?
Well, I think the clean air strategy sort of set out and articulated quite effectively the priorities and actions that the government has. I think when you look at it in its totality, when you consider the work that the government's done with its renewable energy zones, net zero commitments, electricity infrastructure, there has been a great deal of work that has taken place. We've obviously also got one of the most robust network of air quality monitoring stations in the
we really don't. Sorry, we have one on the Central Coast. I think another one's just been put in place, but our air pollution monitoring is pretty woeful by international standards.
Do better. But to the specifics of your question, I mean, ultimately, we would want to do everything that we can to minimise the health impact that people face from living near a coal-fired power station.
Yep.
The EPA, of course, will continue to regulate and be a strong cop on the beat when it comes to those particular facilities.
Could I just interrupt you there and refer you specifically to Vowes Point? They've had an exemption in place since 2012 in relation to the NOx limits that they're subject to. So at the moment they're about after the current exemption, they're now about 4 times higher than what is allowed in other parts of the world. They were given this exemption on the basis that they would fix their emissions. We're 10 years down the track and they're still pumping out dangerous levels of NOx that's killing people in the community, and the only reason that they don't install better technology is because the EPA keeps giving them an exemption. Is that acceptable?
Well, look, as I said, we can always do better, and I'll continue to work with the EPA with respect to the regulatory role that we play when it comes to power stations like Vowes Point.
Just in the time I have left remaining, and I might pick that up this afternoon if there's time, in last budget estimates in October last year, we're told that the load basins licence scheme review was in its final stages of being completed and we'd be able to see it before Christmas. This is the other side of it, isn't it? I mean, if we're allowing these polluters to pump out massive amounts of pollution, surely we should at least have a load-based licensing scheme that reflects the true cost to the community, and it is by no one's standards does it do that. We've been waiting a long time for this review. Why have we not got it?
Yeah, I'll have to take that one on notice, but and take it up with the EPA.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, I want to stick with the clean air strategy and go to the second greatest source of PM 2.5 emissions in New South Wales. Are you aware of what that is, second to coal mining, in your clean air strategy?
Perhaps you might remind me.
It's domestic wood heaters, and quite significantly over other sources of PM 2.5, such as diesel vehicle exhaust, as well electricity generation and other things. What's the government doing to manage the extraordinary levels of pollution that are coming out of wood-fired heaters?
So I understand a significant education and awareness campaign for people that enjoy using their wood heaters to help them understand the impacts of that and how they might minimise the output and poor practices on that front. Unless Ms Moore has anything further to add.
So just an education program, nothing in terms of the actual requirements for wood-fired heaters to be installed to have far less emissions, which happens in New Zealand, nothing more than that?
We do have standards, of course, in the Clean Air Regulation, and we will be remaking the Clean Air Regulation by the 1st of September this year. And if you want further details on how we're currently regulating wood-fire heaters, Mr David Fowler can provide some further information.
Yes, please, Mr Fowler, just quickly, that would be useful.
Thank you. The Clean Air Regulation was most recently updated to reflect the Australian standard, which has emissions limits and efficiency limits. They are embedded in the Clean Air Regulation. The EPA has in the past undertaken compliance campaigns looking at the sellers of wood heaters to ensure that they are selling heaters that meet those requirements. It's a retail issue. And we also have ongoing comprehensive education and awareness raising campaigns that we run in conjunction with local government around the maintenance and operation of wood heaters to minimise air pollution.
So how much, considering this is really significant issue, including Asthma Australia have released reports and indicated just how much wood heaters can impact those with asthma. The study suggested that people are largely unable to protect themselves, obviously, from wood-fired heated smoke. So wood-fire heater smoke, sorry. So does the government minister have any plans to address the issue over the next year or two in terms of setting much stricter requirements, as per New Zealand, on the emissions of these wood-fired heaters that are still for sale?
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
So your clean air strategy, I would suggest, is going to be a bit of a flop if you don't address one of the most significant emitters. It's second to coal mining. They have a massive, massive impact on the quality of air, massive impact on people's health, but your government doesn't seem to have any motivation or desire to address the issue by clamping down on the manufacture and sale of wood-fired heaters.
No, I mean we'll obviously work through the objectives and the priorities of contained in the clean air strategy, but as Mr Fowler has outlined, we've got the standards in place at the moment, but there is, as far as I'm aware, no appetite to look at wood heaters.
Why is there no appetite?
We've got our clean air strategy, which we'll work through for the year ahead.
Sorry, just to say there's no appetite, but you're the minister responsible for clean air. There's no appetite to address one of the most significant contributions to very dangerous air, which is PM 2.5. There's no appetite, and you've just released a clean air strategy, and you're saying in budget estimates that that's it. You're not going to address wood-fired heat.
No, it's a very comprehensive strategy. A great deal of work has been put into it. I would suggest it isn't if you're not
addressing the second highest source of...
But it looks at all other facets of and that particular emitter, and we'll work through those as a priority and achieve the objectives of the clean air strategy.
So you're giving up on people with asthma who live in areas, say, such as Armidale, that is extraordinarily impacted by these types of emissions?
No, not at all. We'll look at clean air holistically and work through the strategy to achieve the outcomes.
Okay, Minister. I do want to go to a completely different issue, which is the Kamei Ferry Wharf issue. I've been contacted by a number of members of the community who are particularly concerned about the impact that the building of an expansion of this wharf will have on the seagrass there, which is endangered. So endangered Posidonia australis seagrass, home to endangered White's seahorse and other threatened species. Have you been briefed on the impacts of the building of this wharf, the impact that it will have on those threatened species?
Yeah, I've actually visited the proposed location of the wharf and had a look at the park, at the national park down there. Familiar with the ecological sensitivity of seagrass, given particularly we deal with it quite a lot over in Manly. So I understand that national parks and the proponents will be working through the impacts that wharf may have on that particular area and the seagrass that is around there.
So they'll have to clear the seagrass. There'll be quite a lot of impact on the seagrass there and that population of endangered White's seahorse. You don't know how they're going to mitigate that impact?
No, other than it would be my expectation that they undertake a comprehensive environmental assessment and look at the potential impacts and the risks. As I said, I've been down there and had a look at where the proposed wharf will go. But unless Mr. Fleming has anything further to add, I can't give you any further specifics on it, other than it would be my expectation that all considerations given to avoiding the impact on any seagrass that's there.
Also, New South Wales Fisheries, in their submission to this, said they were unable to support the proposal due to the immediate destruction of the seagrass, possible residual impacts due to it becoming fragmented and isolated. They've also said that fisheries have previously questioned the success, which I think is part of what the justification for building the wharves, or part of the reason why your department has said that you'll manage the impacts, is that you'll replant seagrass. Fisheries have previously questioned that success of replanting seagrass. Have you had any discussions with fisheries about it? Do you know about their concerns?
Chair, may I give you some additional information after the break? I'm aware of the project.
Yes,
I think the Transport Lead Planning obviously run the assessment process. I've been copied in on various bits of correspondence, so I'm broadly aware of the issues, but the very specifics of where that assessment is at, I'd have to give you that after the break.
Okay, we'll go into more detail post-break. That's fine. My final question from me, and I might throw to Mr. Field for the last couple, is Dunoon Dam. I know my colleague, Mr. Shoebridge, asked questions about Aboriginal heritage, and I just wanted to continue that line. This is in relation to a proposed dam that National Party has sorry, I'll ask this again. This is in relation to a proposal for a dam which has been reignited as a result of Rouse County Council having new members elected after the local government elections. Right. They have put Dunoon Dam again on the table, which is going to, it's basically in the headwaters just below Rocky Creek Dam. It is going to flood a huge amount of big scrub rainforest, of which is only 1%. It's a critically endangered ecological community. There's only 1% left. It's going to flood a huge range of that, but also it's going to flood an area that has about 25 sacred burial mounds for the Widjabal people. It was rejected in 2011 because of the significance of that heritage, which has been found to be a potential state, if not national significance. Are you aware of this?
I'm not aware of that specific level of detail, no.
Could you commit today to finding out the extent of the potential destruction of Aboriginal heritage if this dam goes ahead?
I will commit to working with Heritage New South Wales and to fully understand the impact that it will possibly have. Yeah.
Okay, I'll continue to communicate with you about that. Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, will you give concurrence to any marine park changes that wind back the areas of dedicated marine sanctuaries?
Well, my passion for marine parks is well known and well documented. We've just concluded the consultation phase of some of the marine park estate reforms. At the heart of that is the ecological importance of marine biodiversity. I want to look at the marine park network as a whole rather than a sort of piecemeal approach, which may have been the case previously. So I look forward to receiving the review and the documentation, and then making a decision on how we'll proceed with that. The next stage of works can include the rules as far as the zones go. So we're not quite up to that particular point yet.
But you'd be aware that there's currently an amnesty in place which allows fishers to break the law in New South Wales in 5 marine sanctuaries in the Batemans Marine Park, including the internationally recognised Montague Island. How long is it acceptable for that amnesty, allowing them to break the law, to be in place before you actually have to sign off on this or reject it?
So, yeah, I'm aware that there are some different rules in place down there in Batemans Bay. And as I said, we've just concluded the consultation phase, and underpinning that will be the ecological importance of marine biodiversity, but also importantly striking a balance, I think, with recreational uses and other, and that includes rec fishing up, on the coast. But I mean, I've seen firsthand the importance of a strong marine ecosystem and the driver that delivers from an ecotourism perspective, for example.
No worries.
Okay, I think just Mr. Secord, one more question.
Okay, well actually 1.5 here.
Yep.
I'd just like to correct the record earlier. Mr. Kidman, in response to my suggestion that Mr. Harwin, a $30 million compulsory acquisition of the Minerva, it was an article in the Daily Telegraph with the Arts Minister quoting, Arts Minister Don Harwin urged to invest in Parramatta's abandoned Roxy Theater, November the 3rd, 2021 by James O'Doherty. One quick question. At the very end, I asked about the delisting of heritage listings. Why are you removing the protection on the Loftus Junction signal box? Why are you removing heritage listing on that?
There may be a recommendation to the Heritage Council.
Excuse me, could you please speak into the microphone?
Sorry, we're not delisting it, but work is underway to make a recommendation to the Heritage Council, which will then make a recommendation to the Minister, because the heritage values of the place have been compromised over a long period of time, and it's considered. But in relation to the last 12 months, there have been no delistings. Can I just clarify that?
Okay, I want to go back to the Loftus.
Last question,
the
while
Loftus
we're at time.
Okay, so it was listed in Government Gazette February the 16th, and it says, notice of intention to consider removal from the State Heritage Register. It's a recommendation that you're taking public comment on. I put it to you that this is a rare example of a small signal box with a remote function dating back to the Victorian period, one of the last ones in the state. Why are you removing heritage from it?
Can I come back to you with the detail on that this afternoon?
Thank you.
Can I also clarify some information in relation to an answer you asked earlier, Mr. Secord? So in relation to the Waverley War Memorial Hospital?
Yes.
So it was on the 4th of August 2020, the Heritage Council resolved not to prioritise and progress the SHR nomination.
What I said.
Because the part of the site that is potentially of state significance is already protected under the local environmental plan. The Heritage Council asked Waverley Council, I understand, for further information that would require the Heritage Council to reconsider its position, and that information has not been forthcoming as yet. But
excellent. Thank you. We can continue. We can continue in the afternoon.
Madam Chair, I've just got one clarification regarding a comment.
Oh, sorry, it's the Minister.
Yes, sorry.
I'm looking at everybody else.
Yeah. So we've covered a lot of ground. So I referred in an earlier answer to Part 5B of the LLS Act in a response to a question on forestry.
Yep.
That was intended to be a reference to Part 5B of the LLS Act and Part 5B of the Forestry Act.
Okay.
So just to clarify that.
All right. Thank you, Minister. 8 weeks in the job, and you did pretty well. So thank you. Thank you very much for appearing, and we will come back at 2 p.m. with the rest of the officials. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're going soft.
Okay, all right. We're back from lunch and kicking off the afternoon session. And before we begin, Mr. Fleming, you have something to contribute?
I was just going to, if it's okay with you, provide some answers to some of the earlier questions we took on notice. So in terms of the Kosciuszko Wild Horse Management Plan, we have 6 dedicated staff at the moment. There's another 7 being recruited. But as I said earlier, we'll keep that under review because the scale and nature of the operations will evolve. You asked a question about the koala that was being...
A few of those.
The specific koalas to do with the reptile park. I just wanted to add that we're happy to take on notice whether we had any advice. I'm not aware of any, but you might direct a question to DPI and their minister, because under the Exhibited Animals Act, I think they would have had primary responsibility. In terms of the COVID funding, Ms Sharp, EES received $1.1 million to support increased cleaning costs due to COVID. That was $440,000 in 1920 and $670,000 in 21-22. There was also $52.6 million in additional funding to cover revenue shortfalls as a result of COVID-19. So that was both NPWS, Taronga, Jenolan Caves and so on. I think that was that question. And in terms of CAMA, so that the Wharf project, Chair, that's a state significant infrastructure project. As I think I said, the proponent is Transport for New South Wales. We did provide advice on the draft EIS. I think the proponent now has done their response to submission, so the final decision maker is the Minister for Planning. But I guess I wanted to add 2 things. The vast majority of works are not on the National Parks estate, and the specific matters you raised around the seagrass and the horses, the primary responsibility for advice on those matters is DPI, given their responsibilities under the Fisheries Management Act.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, I have just been reminded that we do need to swear in a few more witnesses this afternoon before we kick off. So I will just read out the order. Now, we'll start with you, Professor Hugh Durran-White. Then we'll go, and obviously you'll have to come up to the microphone, and Mr. Bryce Wild is next.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence...
Sorry, if you just... I didn't say, if you could say your name and position title first.
Professor Hugh Durran-White. I am the Commissioner for the Natural Resources and also the Chief Scientist and Engineer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr Wild. And then Mr Howarth is next.
Bryce Wild, Executive Director, New South Wales Natural Resources Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Howarth.
Frank Howarth, Chair of the New South Wales Heritage Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And I notice, Ms Parker, we have you there on the screen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. So if you could also do the same, please.
Thank you. Robin Parker, Deputy Chair of the Heritage Council of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms Trish Harrop.
Thank you. Trish Harrop, Acting Executive Director, Conservation and Aboriginal Partnerships, National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Then we have Ms Rachel Parry and finally Ms Christiane Hickey.
Thank you, Chair. Rachel Perry, Deputy Secretary of Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability, Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Christiane Hickey, Acting Executive Director of Climate Change and Sustainability. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Everybody's sworn in now. Nobody's left behind. No, there is one more.
No one gets left behind.
Not on my watch, Walt.
Naomi Stevens, Executive Director, Park Operations, Coastal National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, we'll move to questions from the opposition, starting with Mr Walt Secord.
Thank you very much. Mr Kidman, I just want to return to questions that we didn't get to finish involving the Loftus signal box. So who instigated or who pushed for the removal of its heritage listing? How did that occur?
I believe that it was requested by Sydney Trains. But
By Sydney Trains.
I can confirm that. But I do have some further information in relation to...
Sorry, you have to speak up into the microphone.
Oh, sorry. I do have some further information about the delisting process. So I understand that the Heritage Council considered the delisting in 2012 and 2013. There was a notice of intention advertised for public submissions, and in June 2013, the Heritage Council resolved that delisting was broadly supported based on the submissions and that the item was understood to be of local rather than state heritage significance. However, the delisting process was deferred until further information on its significance and long-term viability could be provided by Sydney Trains. Sydney Trains has now undertaken a more detailed assessment and made plans for the future conservation of the item. This was reviewed by the State Heritage Register Committee last month. A recent, more detailed assessment, as I said, it has assessed the item as having local rather than state significance. Further, there are some issues around vandalism of the item because it's very close to the train line and it's very difficult to fence around it. And it's also at significant risk of fire damage due to its proximity to the park, Royal National Park. So subject to approval, Sydney Trains has made plans for the signal box to be moved to Sydney Tramway Museum at Loftus, where it could be repaired and conserved before being gifted to the museum, which I understand is eager to accept it. So Heritage New South Wales is currently advertising for public submissions prior to the State Heritage Register Committee, a subcommittee of the Heritage Council, reviewing the submissions again and making a recommendation to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Kidman. I'd like to turn, it's probably actually dedicated to Mr Fleming, but there may be some overlap with Mr Kidman. Last November 14th and November 13th, the previous Minister made a public contribution on the renaming of national parks and other areas of heritage that had historical question marks, or, for example, Ben Boyd National Park, because the Ben Boyd was connected with so-called blackbirding, that there was a push to rename. So when will Ben Boyd Road, Ben Boyd Bay, and Ben Boyd Reservoir and the park be renamed, and what's happening in that regard?
I can provide some information around the national park. So NPWS has contracted an anthropologist and an independent facilitator to work through a process with the various Aboriginal groups and ultimately other local stakeholders, including the council. We are expecting that to identify a new name and aiming for that process to be wrapped up by the end of the year.
Mr Kidman, how many other sites in New South Wales are the subject of a similar investigation or have questions over their names due to previous practices?
I think the naming of places is a matter for the Geographical Names Board.
Yeah, but you must have input into this process.
In my time in the role, I have had the renaming or dual naming has not arisen, and I've got no reason to believe that it would, to be honest, but I can investigate that further if you like.
I guess I'd like to know your input into the process. Mr. Fleming.
I was just going to clarify, even for the national park, that does go through the Geographic Names Board.
Right.
So I think in the examples that you're raising, it's probably whoever the relevant owner or
But how
manager
many,
of the
other
site.
than Ben Boyd National Park, do you have any other parks or institutions under your purview that fall into this category?
There are a number of national parks where we're introducing, and locations within parks where we're introducing dual naming. I think there are some other locations within parks where we're looking at renaming. I'll take on notice whether that's true and to give you a couple of examples. Yeah.
Mr. Kidman, so you'd be aware that overseas the British National Trust did a report on historical links to properties involving colonialism, slavery, things like that.
Yes, I'm broadly aware of that. I'm not aware of it in any detail, but I've read newspaper
Is that
articles
an
about
issue that's come up in New South Wales in your area of jurisdiction?
Well, no.
No?
Hasn't. I mean, obviously there are a number of, as some committee members have mentioned already, there are a number of places in New South Wales that have been the subject of conflict between settlers and the Aboriginal community. But
now, I want to take you to my colleague David Shoebridge touched on this. This is Aboriginal massacre sites. That I think that the number is around 300 in Australia at the moment of frontier massacre sites. Is there any work being undertaken by your area of the bureaucracy involving this?
there are a number of massacre sites that are listed, and there is some work underway in relation to the Appin massacre site to assess whether that would be potentially state heritage listed, recognising the shared cultural values of parts of that place. I mean, I can come back to you with some more detail on places of conflict that are represented on the State Heritage Committee, if you would like.
Okay, and if you could also come back with a list of what is under consideration at the moment.
Yeah, sure.
Now, is there a protocol on advice that you provide if a massacre has been documented on a site and there's a proposal to develop or change the site? Does that take it into consideration?
Well, as part of if that place was listed for its state heritage, or was nominated, for its state heritage significance, obviously we would have a role in assessing those values. Otherwise, if there is a known massacre site and it's not the subject of a state significant development, well, we would assess whether an Aboriginal heritage impact permit is required. If it was state significant development or infrastructure, we would provide, as I said earlier today, I think we would provide advice through the proponent, usually the Department of Planning, about those values and how they should be protected and considered.
Now, are you familiar with the Powerhouse Parramatta project?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a terrace called Willow Grove?
I am aware of the Willow Grove Terrace in Parramatta. Yeah. So
what is the current status? Has it been removed?
I don't know whether it's been removed. I mean, as you'd be aware, I think there was some strong community concern about the heritage significance of that building and its history. It was, I gather, it was assessed as being of local significance rather than state heritage significance, and the decision was made rather than to remove the building was to relocate it, which I have no visibility over how. And
do you have any involvement in, I guess, what happens to Willow Grove next?
It's not on the State Heritage Register, so
it's not under your responsibility.
No, it isn't.
Now, can I take you back to the Blue Plaques program? Yes. Maybe there are other people who can. So, how many nominations were submitted for this round?
There were 761 nominations through the nomination process. I think it was through October and November, which was the former minister called for nominations from all members of New South Wales Parliament.
Now, and what's happening at the moment?
Well, as you may be aware, 4 nominations were announced by the now Premier and the former Minister last year. There has been a process of going through a very significant number of nominations and a process of fact-checking whether they meet the eligibility criteria, whether the owners of that particular item, where the blue plaque might go, have actually given their approval for a blue plaque to be placed on there.
So technically, if, for example, I'm not going to give an example, but let's say you had building X, something historic happened to that, could you, in fact, if you're owner of that building, refuse to have a blue plaque there?
Yes, you could.
You could, okay. Now, so when will, okay, of the 761, so you've announced 4, who has the final decision on what, I guess, what makes muster, what is picked?
Well, we go through a process of, as I said before, fact-checking, meeting the eligibility criteria, and then my understanding is that I'm pretty sure this is right, the Minister and/or the Premier may have will sort of make the final, but it's not a process where it's a process where you have to meet the eligibility criteria, and if you do, those criteria met, you will be eligible for a blue plaque.
But ultimately, it's just a political decision. The Minister gets to decide.
No, it's not a political decision at all. It's based on the nominations meeting the eligibility criteria. As you understand, the Blue Plaques program, which is based on the program in the United Kingdom, as I'm sure you're aware, there is a certain prestige attached to a blue plaque, and we want to make sure that the stories are accurate, they are genuine local community stories that can be backed up by fact, and I suppose another factor is, as I said before, that the owner of the item where the blue plaque is going to be affixed has agreed to that. Because as you might understand, there's not just a blue plaque involved, there's a digital component. So there will be a digital component attached to the plaque where you'll be able to access through your phone the story.
But there'll also be traffic to the site too, presumably?
Sorry?
There would also be traffic to the site, presumably?
Yes.
Yeah.
Understand. Presumably. I mean, one of the ideas is that you would, as is the case in the UK, it offers up opportunities to build up, community heritage tourism trails.
Now, what is the, is there a speak further you'd like to add?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can
you tell me now? I'd like to turn to the Parramatta Female Factory. So, what is the status of the World Heritage listing on of the female factory? Now, I think the previous minister promised in December that it would go ahead.
I don't know whether he promised whether it would go ahead. I think I don't really want to talk for the previous minister, but my understanding is that he asked for World Heritage listing to be investigated.
And it was the December 1st he asked for it to, he pledged to work, that the government would work towards achieving World Heritage listing. So what's happening in that? I would assume that work hasn't stopped now that there's been a change of minister.
That work has not progressed, is my understanding. It's at this time you would need to achieving World Heritage listing is a very complicated, lengthy and costly process, and so we would need to...
I'm not saying... Can I just jump in? Sorry. So, my understanding is that you basically need to prepare a bid for World Heritage listing that's done between the Commonwealth and the state government, with usually the state government doing all of the kind of legwork. It then goes to the Commonwealth to be included in our list for World Heritage. Are you saying that really there's no work underway? There's not even a budget or anything in terms of progressing the initial assessment?
Well, I might have to take part of that question on notice, but since December 1st last year, obviously it's not a huge amount of time between December and now. I'm not saying...
No.
You just said that that work had stopped.
But perhaps it is one that we should take on notice and provide you with considered advice. As Ms Sharp says, it's a pretty complicated process.
Yeah,
it's the Commonwealth that ultimately makes the decision as to whether to nominate, but we'll come back with something.
Well, I'm actually quite familiar with the process because when I worked for Premier Bob Carr and the Sydney Opera House was nominated for World Heritage listing, it was a process, but it starts ultimately with Heritage New South Wales and the government. So I just want to go back to Mr. Kidman. So, Mr. Kidman, so when Minister Don Harwin left, he just downed tools on this project.
Well, I wouldn't say we down tools on it, but I mean there's a process to go through to make sure that you can.
But you said in earlier evidence that you stopped work on it. Why did you? No, who instructed you to stop work on it?
I don't think I said I stopped work. I think work had not commenced or something of that nature.
Okay, so work not commencing.
I think, Madam
No, I want to explore this. I want to find out.
A point of order has been taken. We'll hear the point of order.
Mr. Fleming said that they would take this on notice and give considered response. I don't think that pursuing the questions and trying to trip up the witness is fair.
Yeah, he has indicated he will take it on notice. If the member has a slightly different question that you're asking to seek information from, but he has said that he will take the question you asked before on notice. That is true.
It would assist Mr. Kidman. It would give him a bit of a flavour of the kind of answer and the questions that I'm asking. And I just wanted to know, was an instruction given to stop work on this on the listing, or did it simply just fall through the cracks?
No, there was no instruction to stop.
Okay. Now, are you aware of comments from eminent curator Kylie Winkworth, who criticized the state government in several days after the article, actually, saying that women's heritage, particularly colonial heritage and Aboriginal female heritage, has been ignored by the government? And is the Heritage Council doing any work in this area?
I'm not aware of that report.
You're not aware of that. Are you aware of the subject matter about a push to increase knowledge and awareness and recognition of women's heritage?
Yeah, I am broadly aware of that, but I'm not aware of that particular report that you're referring to.
Well, you're broadly aware of the area of policy. So what are you doing? What is the Heritage Council and Heritage New South Wales doing in this area?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Can I take you to something similar then? I just noticed this morning that you're advertising for an executive officer for Australian convict sites. What work is Heritage New South Wales and Heritage Council doing in this area?
Well, there's a national Australian convict site council that sits every couple of months. And that role provides secretariat and policy support in relation to the promotion, celebration, education about convict sites across the country.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with a hotel on the south coast called the Royal Willows Hotel in Parramatta?
I am aware of that hotel.
You are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. What is the current status on the plan to demolish this historic?
An interim heritage order was requested for that pub late last year.
Requested?
It was requested. Yep. It was refused because the pub was not under any imminent threat of being demolished.
I beg to differ. I think that on December 7th, there was a Zoom meeting. No, sorry, it was a telephone hookup. It was a telephone hookup which constituted the Southern Regional Planning Panel to take place. That, in fact, there were plans, and the plans are still afoot, to demolish this 135-year-old pub, one of the rarest ones on the South Coast, and replace it with a supermarket. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that level of detail. I could take that on notice, but my understanding is that when the IHO was refused, there was no imminent threat to that item.
No imminent threat. The Daily Telegraph actually wrote an article saying that, in fact, the heritage listing was not stopped, but it was rather a bureaucratic stuff-up involving the heritage in New South Wales.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, sorry. Was there a bureaucratic stuff-up involving the putting protection on this historic pub on the South Coast?
Well, the assessment was that it wasn't subject to imminent threat. If and when it was, that decision could be reconsidered, I suppose.
Sorry, just want to give me 1 second.
Mr. Kidman, could you just move the microphone closer to you,
sorry.
please?
I apologise.
Sorry about that.
Better for Hansard.
Mr. Kidman, would you be familiar with a site in Western Sydney called Fernhill Estate?
Absolutely. I am aware of the Fernhill Estate, but I don't think I have the detail with me, I'm afraid. But I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, well, Fernhill Estate, now I understand that it's the subject of the plan of management, a plan of management which runs to 2026, refers to land use opportunities on the site.
Right.
Right? And one of the proposals is to allow glamping, boutique accommodation, food and beverage provision, and health and wellness spas on this heritage site. Are you aware of those plans?
No, I'm not, but I'm happy to take any questions you have about it on notice.
Taking a lot of questions on notice. How long have you been in the position?
They do have that is their prerogative, Mr. Secord.
It's an extraordinary number of questions that are being taken on notice. Are you familiar that most of the Fernhill Estate is on the State Heritage Register?
Yes.
Right. Okay. How long has that been? How long has it been on the Heritage Register?
I don't know the answer to that question.
You want to take that on notice too?
Thank you. Okay, so I have my first few questions for Professor Hugh Durrant-White. Thank you. Hi. So it's just in relation to your report into Campbelltown koalas. Has there been changes or updates to that report since the first release?
Firstly, I should emphasise I am here with my Commission for NRC hat on rather than my Chief Scientist hat on. I have more than one role in government.
Yes.
I'm appearing as Chief Scientist on Thursday, just so we're aware of that. So I only have my notes here for the Commissioner role and not for the koala role. Having said that, I understood people were asking questions this morning, so I do have a page here. So I'm not entirely...
My mistake. I had assumed, even though as Chair of this inquiry, that you're also here in terms of your role in relation to the environment, the environment portfolio, which is...
It's a koala inquiry. You should.
This is, koalas on this PC7.
Yep, I've got it in front of me. So there. The answer is no, there's not been any changes. Okay.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll potentially pursue that then on Thursday as well, because I was understanding there have been changes, and I had a whole lot of questions in relation to those changes. So
I'm ready to talk about some of the koala stuff if you want to ask questions today.
Well,
that's a challenge.
We will come back to that. So, yeah, we'll come back to that. That is fine. I wanted to move. Sorry, thank you. I just settled in, but I wanted to move to. Biodiversity offsets actually, and the fact that at the last budget estimates, the previous minister said that I think it is clear that there needs to be root and branch reform of the scheme, both from a policy level and integrity level, and yes, we will be doing both. Just wondered how much we could be updated here about how that is progressing.
Sure. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Knudsen, yeah.
We've got an integrated improvement and assurance plan that's been put in place. It covers off a number of the reviews that have happened, whether it's parliamentary inquiries, whether it's audit office findings, et cetera, with respect to the scheme, and tries to pull that all together. The other thing that's happened is we've asked Mike Murdoch, who's a former Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure in the Commonwealth, to oversight that work and to provide the Minister with quarterly updates on what he believes is the progress with respect to the implementation of that plan. The other thing that we've done, and we're going to have our first session tomorrow, is a stakeholder meeting that'll happen on a regular basis, which is trying to get an insight beyond the policy settings, but actually how's the scheme working on the ground for those that are trying to sell biodiversity credits into the scheme or to purchase credits, because we're hearing that both of those have difficulties and we need to work on those, so we're making sure we get that input. The last thing that we've done since Minister Keane appeared is we've also put in place, and I think we talked about this in the inquiry into the offset scheme, we've put in place a conflicts of interest policy within the department. In sum, what that has done is it says that employees in my area are not allowed to participate in the scheme in any way, shape, or form. There were 4 staff members who, at one point or another, had interest in the scheme. 2 of those staff members have decided to move on to other jobs outside of the department and outside of the government, so they're no longer subject to that policy, and they can carry on with their interests. The other 2 staff members are in the process of divesting of their holdings or their control of those interests in the scheme. So those are the elements that we put in place since we last talked. But all of that is contained in that one work program, the Integrated Improvement and Assurance Plan. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. That's in relation to the integrity side of it.
No, it's also the policy setting.
Right.
Sorry if I didn't say that.
Okay.
I know I talked especially at the back end on the assurance side, but there is a number of policy elements that I'm happy to turn to Ms. Dumazel to walk through. But fundamentally, what we're looking at is how do you increase the supply of biodiversity credits into the scheme? And we know there's a number of issues around that that we're trying to work on. We're also trying to make sure that there are ways that local landholders, local government areas, businesses can come to us so that we can help facilitate, in effect, to walk through the scheme and how it can work and work for them. We're working closely with the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, and Mr. Elton's here as well, and he's got a fairly important piece with respect to the biodiversity offsets calculator that we're looking to replace, and we can talk through that as well. So there's a number of elements on the policy side as well, but more in your hands as to where you'd like us to dive into.
Sure. I might just on the supply side that you indicated, we're very conscious of the issues there which were raised during the inquiry. Mr. Fleming, is there an appetite within National Parks and Wildlife Service for national parks to be able to be part of that supply side?
I think from a national parks point of view, if we think about where the national parks estate should be in sort of 30 or 50 years' time, that involves connecting parks that are currently isolated. Effectively, it means we need to think about getting into the parks estate and restoring country that may not be in pristine condition at the moment. So taking that long-term view, if we want a really great national park estate in a few decades from now, we need to bring land into the estate and restoring it. I think that aligns neatly with the provision of credits. So yes, in that context in particular, there is potential alignment with the scheme which would see good outcomes for our national park estate over the next few decades.
When you're saying bringing estate into, you're talking about new additions, is that right, that needs restoring? Is that what you're referring to?
I think that's a big part of it. I mean, there are parts of our national park estate, it's obviously a large area of land. There are parts of that national park estate that need restoration. They're obviously relatively small parts, but they are also areas that could potentially generate credits. As you'll recall from the debate around discussion around the proposed elements of the bill last year, we're conscious that that would need a very strict additionality test. So it would only, for parts of land that are in the park estate at the moment, that could only apply if you meet that additionality test. You're going above and beyond what would be normal national park management.
When you're saying that some, like restoration is needed in some, are you specifically referring to things like the damage caused by the wildfires, for example, the bushfires?
No, I was actually thinking about the fact that when we purchase a block of land, there might be a paddock that's been cleared within that block of land, or there might be areas that have been subjected to degradation as a result of feral goats, for example. So part of our role is restoration. And now, as I said, if we're talking about routine park management, then we haven't proposed that give rise to credits. But if you're going beyond that, a reasonable additionality test, then yes, potentially areas that are currently within the parks estate could generate credits. But to go back to my initial comment, I think one of the bigger drivers is looking forward a few decades and aligning what we need to build a really world-class, robust national parks estate with the biodiversity credit scheme.
Is that? I mean, it sounds like, therefore, there's not enough money allocated in the current budget to realise the vision that you potentially have, and you're seeing a little bit more money available in the offsets scheme.
Well, we have. I mean, we're
what
fortunate.
You're saying needs to be done.
We're fortunate at the moment in that the budget for national parks, I think, is probably higher than it has ever been. So it's not. My comments don't reflect a lack of funding currently. Obviously, we've also got a long list of commitments, so we don't want to overstate that. We're always reviewing whether we have sufficient funds to deliver on the commitments that we have. But no, my comments are not driven by a desire to fill a funding gap. They're driven by an acknowledgement that, of course, given the decline in biodiversity, we need to be doing more across the board, and that includes taking every opportunity we can to responsibly expand the parks estate.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the Deputy Chair, Mr Mark Pearson, for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just ask the questions and whoever is the most qualified can answer. I just want to talk a little bit about the grey-headed flying foxes. Do we have an estimate as to the number of grey-headed flying foxes there are in New South Wales?
So there isn't an annual flying fox count, grey-headed flying fox count, that's done nationally. And the sort of most recent data is around 700,000, of which about 70% of them are in New South Wales. That's the latest count data.
70%?
70%.
Right.
Yeah.
Why is such a high percentage in New South Wales? Is it just the flora?
It would be the flora, but as you would be aware, they do move around depending on where the certain trees are flowering. So they would move between states as well, just depending on how things are going. Yeah.
Right. And so because they're a keystone species in terms of pollinators, what sort of protection level are they offered at the moment, apart from just normal protection of wild animal?
So they're listed as grey-headed flying fox are listed as vulnerable at the moment. Yeah.
Right. How long have they been listed as vulnerable?
That's a good question. I'd have to get back. It has been a while, hasn't it, Dean? Yeah. Right. I can't remember exactly, but I can find that out for you.
Yeah, if you don't mind. And because I understand there have been some mass death events of these species. Is the cause of that fire or disease or both?
I think during the bushfires of 2019-20, there were a number of mass mortality events. They don't cope well once sort of temperatures sort of hit the 40s. And I think there are some estimates around the 70,000 mark that were impacted during the bushfires of 1920. It doesn't have to necessarily be a fire. It can be just heat. So it's like a heat event where they don't cope very well in that sort of, between once it sort of goes over about 38 degrees. Yeah.
And particularly if it's cumulative over several days, does it make it worse?
Yeah. I'm not an expert, but I imagine that would be the case. Yeah.
I just want to move to wildlife rescue now, and just a couple of questions about the provisions of services or support. So we've been getting some reports over time that experienced and trained wildlife carers find themselves unable. No, that's the wrong question. Sorry, but basically I know what the question is that when they take a wild animal that needs veterinary attention to a veterinary surgery, they often have to wait a lot longer because often the veterinarians are doing the work on a volunteer basis. I'm just wondering what resources, have there been any resources considered to assist, to try and bridge that gap so that veterinarians actually are are actually paid to be able to prioritise treatment for wildlife during crises like fires, etc.?
I'm not aware that any funding has been made available for vets to cover the costs of their care.
Right.
However, substantial funding was made available, particularly through the New South Wales koala strategy and as a result of the bushfires, to support vets to increase their training in wildlife care. Vets had indicated a willingness to provide those services if they have the requisite skills. So we've now implemented a training course in partnership with Taronga Zoo.
Okay, that was actually going to be one of my questions. I'd like to ask a question about a couple of developments. Is the department aware of the Frensham School's proposed development at Southern Highland Shire Woodland? Which is listed. The woodland is listed as critically endangered by the Commonwealth, and so are you aware of this particular development proposal by Frensham School? What it would do is see 249 koala trees cleared, along with the destruction of habitat belonging to wombats, platypuses and at least 50 other species. Just wondering if the department can explain how such a project could be allowed, because the Frensham School is saying that they have approval to do this expansion. Are you aware of it at all?
No, I'm not. Sorry. But what we can do is check with our staff back in the department and come back on notice.
You take it on notice then. Okay. Are you aware of if there's been any complaints of expansive tree clearing at the Gidley station near Bungendore?
Unfortunately, because our role at this level is relatively limited, we have experts within the department that provide the advice into the planning area or the local government area. Unfortunately, we're not going to be terribly across the individual projects unlike my colleague, Mr. Kidman, who's got a remarkable knowledge of an incredible number of projects, it turns out.
Okay. I can move on to Justin.
Okay, Mr. Justin Field.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And good afternoon to all. Mr. Knudsen, I'd like to start with you, if I could. I asked a number of questions on notice in advance of this hearing today, which I'm sure you're aware of. One related to this issue raised this morning of the unexplained clearing in the SLATS reporting, the tree cover change reporting. The answer that I was given suggested, and I'll read it, the section in full, a set of actions resulting from it indicates there was some analysis done of this, and then it says a set of actions resulting from the analysis that may help to categorise, reduce and explain some unexplained clearing in future reporting is being considered by the government. Could you just provide a little bit more detail about what work has been done, what this analysis is, and you know, if you can't go into what specifically has been suggested to the government in how to respond, but what's actually gone to the government report, or detailed analysis, aerial, assessment, whatever.
It is nothing nearly that interesting at this point. What ended up happening was
interesting to me.
Well, just in the sense of how far we've gotten, in that we meet on a regular basis with local land services. We discussed this. Oh gosh, it was before last estimates about that. I think the number doesn't do any service to anyone. It's too large. It leads to misconceptions, etc. So we agreed with local land services to bring together some of our staff to do what that response is talking about, is trying to do some analysis that'll help unpack, in effect, what constitutes unexplained clearing. That hasn't come back to senior management within the department yet, but the officials are meeting and trying to work their way through it. I'm hoping that within the next few months we'll be able to provide a lot more clarity on this, and quite frankly set a better mark going forward for every year, explaining what the nature of the clearing is and what it can be attributed to, much better than we have in the past.
So when you say it's gone to government, it hasn't gone to a minister. It is being considered within the departments at the moment how to better understand and process this information.
It's staff working for myself and the head of LLS who are working on that, but it hasn't gone as a formal report to a minister or anyone. senior, quite frankly, yet.
You must have a bit of an idea then, having done that analysis. What portion do you think is allowable activities, code-based clearing? What portion do you think could represent illegal clearing? You must have some sort of idea.
No, I can assure you I have no specific idea on what they found. I just know that what I've heard from my staff is they're making progress, that they think they can explain it much more clearly than they have in the past, but they haven't quantified what portions go in what explanation, et cetera. But I am quite hopeful that based upon what I'm hearing back, that we'll be able to make some good progress on that shortly.
When will the next tree cover change reporting be published?
I don't know that. Oh, June. There we go, June.
And in that reporting in June, can you give us an undertaking that we'll see this clearing broken down with more information and clarity? You might want to turn to Ms. Thomas. She's shaking her head. She looks very concerned about what you're about to say, Mr. Thomas.
Let me say this, that I think it's beholden on us to give it our best shot and try to crack through that. It may not be the perfect answer. It may not be complete as to where we end up the year after, but I want to see progress because, then, like I said, fundamentally, I don't think the number helps anyone as it stands currently.
Well, it doesn't, given that we still don't have a native vegetation regulatory map that's published. It's very difficult to draw any conclusions here.
No, and understood.
Well, what do you think we'll see in the July reporting? How do you think it will be reflected then?
That, again, because we're in at the beginning of March, I don't know what that report's going to look like. As I mentioned earlier on, the trends are still up from a historical level of around 30,000 up to about 55 to 60,000 over the last few years. I don't see any particular reason why that would have changed dramatically one way or the other. There's been small movements in the last 3 years, not large ones.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we'll now move to questions from the opposition. Ms Penny-Sharp.
Thank you. Thanks for coming back. Good to see everyone's come back. I wanted to just, Mr Fleming, you talked about the COVID extra funding, and I appreciate that. You've provided us with good information. You said that there was $1.1 million over the last 2 years for increased cleaning. Can you just give a bit more detail of what that actually involved?
I can tell you that in 1920 it was 440k and that's been fully spent. The 670k in 21-22 obviously was still in 21-22, so that's being spent. The cleaning was, the funding was for additional cleaning for, in particular, NPWS offices, depots, visitor infrastructure, but also our scientific laboratories within BCS.
Yep, okay. And the revenue shortfalls?
The information I have is that is primarily for NPWS, Taronga, Jenolan Caves and Lord Howe Island. So
this is just to cover the fact that people couldn't go to the zoo.
Yes, that's right. Couldn't go to the zoo, didn't go to Lord Howe Island. Lord Howe Island's quite heavily dependent on income that's associated with visitors. And likewise, NPWS, it's a smaller, obviously smaller part of our revenue, but still significant.
And I should know the answer to this, but I don't, so I'm going to ask. Were any of those agencies eligible for JobKeeper?
I should know the answer to that as well. I think the answer is no.
Not at casual, yeah, just wondering about casual staff, I suppose.
Certainly within NPWS, it was never something that crossed my desk, but I will check for the others, which are sort of either independent or semi-independent, and come back to you.
Terrific, thank you. The Premier's priorities, so the previous Premier's priorities, you know, had a range of things. There wasn't a lot of specific environment ones. There was one in relation to tree planting. Does your department have anything to do with the tree planting, or is that located within planning? It sort of sat under Minister Stokes. I'm just confused about who's responsible for it.
There you go, planning.
Planning, okay. So you've had nothing to do with that aspect of it?
I can't recall it ever crossing my desk, and being around the room, and I don't think it's crossed anyone's desk.
No, that's fine. And I understand that the new Premier has provided charter letters to his new ministers. As I understand it, they don't necessarily reflect the Premier's priorities as under the previous Premier, which you would understand. Are you able to tell me whether there's any new priorities with an environment focus?
That's probably a question that perhaps should have been for the Minister.
Right, I might ask the Premier or the Premier's Secretary. That's okay, thank you. I wanted to ask about the Saving Our Species program, and we touched on this, but my question is a fairly simple one, which is that can you provide to the committee any examples of where threatened species have actually been de-escalated in terms of the endangerment, and whether there are any under the Saving Our Species program?
Sorry, are you asking whether their status has improved?
Yes, that's right. Sorry, it was the wrong terminology, but yes, that's what I meant.
Malloy will be able to give you. I hope Ms. Malloy will be able to give you some answers, but certainly looking more broadly than just the Saving Our Species program specifically, we've reintroduced 8 species which have been listed as extinct in New South Wales. So that's obviously an incredible...
That's a pretty big upgrade from dead to not dead.
That's right, from extinct. So that's incredibly significant.
Yep.
And looking across other agencies within the portfolio, obviously the Lord Howe Island wood hen, its numbers have doubled effectively since the rodent control program was implemented. Yep. So there are a series of success stories, but I'll ask Ms. Malloy to add on in terms of SOS.
Thanks, Mr. Fleming. I can add to that. So, as you know, the Saving Our Species programme is now in its 6th year, so we've had a total investment of $175 million over a 10-year period. We're investing in to date, about 470 species and threatened ecological communities. The objectives of the programme are to, not simple by any stretch, but to maximise the number of threatened species secure in the wild over the next 100 years. So we've got about 1,200 sites that are 10-year blind across the state. So we work very collaboratively with our colleagues in national parks, but we've also got quite a few sites that are in the off what I call the off-park sort of private land space. Our analysis of how we're going so far is that roughly about 80% of them are on track according to what we're trying to achieve with Saving Our Species.
Can we just unpack secure in the wild? When we had that discussion about fenced areas, very happy that they're safe in their pens, but they're in pens, even if they're very big pens. I know Mr. Fleming will come back with they're very big pens.
They are regarded as in the wild from a science point of view. So I just I don't believe the in the pens is accurate.
That's horrible.
Well, they're in fenced areas, and as I said, I'm not critical. I'm genuinely not having a go about that. But I just, it's a fairly extreme measure that has been required because of all of the other difficulties. So
other than keeping things in.
That's right. And now I've lost my train of thought. But no, so what I'm trying to get at is, there's within the you've said there's 470 species. So to go back to my original question, have any of them been delisted or considered more safe? So you've got the 6 that were extinct. It was the wood hen. In terms of the 470 species out of the Saving Our Species program, you've just said it's,
about 80%. Yeah. Are on track to be secure in the wild.
And secure in the wild includes within those sort of rewilding?
Yes, it would, definitely. Yep. But not all of them are part of the rewilding. There will be other, a really good example locally to me in the Hunter is Persunia pauciflora. It's critically endangered small plant, and it's increased by 1,000% over the last sort of 10 years of investment. And that's a combination of sort of securing conservation agreements on private land, replanting, getting rid of weeds and things like that. So there's lots of really good examples.
There's a body of work that shows how you can turn it around by pulling all those pieces together.
Yeah. And it will be different for different species. I
was going to ask you about coastal emus.
Coastal emus.
They're the ones up around.
Yeah. I might have to get back to you on that.
My understanding is that they're exactly that problem, which is that they live in this area that's under extreme pressure from housing development, and there's not really a natural place that you can offset them to.
Yeah. And they're the site-managed species that are specific to a particular area. I don't have that information about that species. I've got lots of other information here in front of me, but I can certainly get back to you on where we're up to with the coastal emus.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Thank you. So 80% of the 20%
that are not on track. Would you be able to, I mean, you don't have to tell me now, but if you provide it on notice?
Yeah, I can,
in terms
certainly.
of the ones
I don't
that
have the
we're really struggling
80-20
with.
split of the 470.
Sure.
But
I don't know why you can't just recite them.
Sorry, Ms. Chair.
No, that's
Mr. Kidman has already.
But a lot as well, we just need to put it in context of the impacts of the fires in 1920. We had to sort of shift focus a bit, and there would still be some species there probably in that 20% that are struggling, and we need to change tack on how
that actually goes to the question about the 80% that are sort of on track post bushfires.
Yeah.
I assume some would now possibly have not be on track.
Yeah, quite likely, but I'll have to get you detail about why they're not on track. It may not be all to do with the sort of fires, but and also in the context of biodiversity, 6 years is not a long time.
No.
Things to start to traject in the right direction. So
no, that's good. The private native forestry review, we touched on this morning. And clearly, I mean, I understand that it's a concurrence role that you have. You're not the primary agency. It's LLS, so it comes under the Minister for Agriculture. Can you just tell me what the status of the terms of reference are? At the last budget estimates, the minister indicated that the previous minister had signed off on some terms of reference that then sort of sat on the desk of the Agriculture Minister. Are those terms of reference still in play, or are there new terms of reference? Where's that up to?
I think you may be conflating two things. There was terms of reference with respect to the
Land Management Code,
biodiversity, conversation.
Yes.
Reforms review,
yep.
right? The 3-year review.
Of which Minister Keane definitely signed off on.
He did.
But in terms of the previous PNF one, no, he didn't sign off on those. Is that right?
So on the PNF code, if that's what you're talking about, no, I don't believe. Oh, sorry. Whoop.
But he does have concurrence in terms of finalising it. Is that right?
Yes, he does.
Yes. And so are you able to just give me any more information about what the...
Where things
yes. Well, there's two things I really want to understand. I want to understand, look, clearly it's over at LLS and environment... do you formally have a role in terms of the development and consultation around what that looks like? Or is it sort of all done over in agriculture and then it hits the Environment Minister's desk and we're going to have a fight about koala habitat? That's really what I'm...
No, and there's two elements.
I'm just trying to understand people's role.
Mr. Wild's here to help with the NRC component of it. But certainly, I've now been in the job a little over 11 months. And I think in week one, we were meeting with local land services, Regional New South Wales, the EPA, et cetera, to try and start to sort through what could the codes look like going forward. That work is not finished, but I think we're making very good progress on that. And I'm wondering, did you want to offer any comments, Mr. Wild? Yep.
So the Natural Resources Commission has been engaged to undertake an in-confidence review of the private native forestry codes. We were commissioned by the former Planning Minister at the request of the former Deputy Premier with the concurrence of the former Environment Minister.
And obviously it's in confidence, but are you able to give us some ideas about the timelines for that? In terms of that, or has it been done? Sorry,
Ms. Sharp. We are approaching the end of our review.
Right, okay. And so from there, that then goes back to those... Mr. Do you want to jump in, Mr. Chair? I'm okay for you to.
Wondering, Mr. Wild, sorry, when was that commissioned?
I'll have to take that on notice. It was late last year.
Okay.
And we're looking to finalise it in the coming month.
Thanks.
Okay, great. And so that will sit... Well, I assume then that feeds in. That'll feed in. So the work that's been happening in the department with the EPA and Regional New South Wales and LLS feeds into that. That will then go to the ministers, and then there'll have to be a sign-off. Is that the way that will work? Great. Thank you. Where's Ms. Moore? There she is. Forestry providing the data that they were refusing to provide last time the Budget Estimates Committee met. there was a whole bunch of data that we went over in the last hearing in October, which I don't think you were there, but where there'd been some issues with the provision of data, both I think from LLS and from forestry. Has that been resolved?
Yes, certainly we've made progress in obtaining data from both Forest Corp New South Wales and Local Land Services. We've now established a senior officers working group with Local Land Services. That group's meeting regularly. LLS has a new CEO who I think has only been in the role for a short time, but I've certainly already spoken to him about the exchange of information and potentially improving that, but it's definitely in a much better space.
So you are getting what you're actually, legally required to get?
We are getting the information, yes.
There's nothing outstanding?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. Okay, thank you. I'm not quite sure. I'll start with you, Mr. Fleming. Well, I know that some of the climate change people are here, so they might be able to answer it. I'm just interested really in, obviously, the IPCC report came out overnight. Again, very sobering reading. As a result of that report, what is the internal process across the department to assess that report and then plug that into the work that is ongoing on, many different areas, some of which we've touched on today?
I think that's Ms. Parry who could.
Thanks for your question. I was, in fact, just reading that report as you were asking that question.
Yes, I've had a flick through very early this morning.
Ironically,
it wasn't good.
It's a bit dense.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question. In terms of how the government will consider that report, clearly, as you're aware, the government has its net zero plan in place with some very concrete targets and actions. In addition, I think, to when this committee last met, there's also been the establishment of the Net Zero and Clean Economy Board, chaired by Ms. Carrie Schott, or Dr. Carrie Schott, I should say, including a number of eminent people with very strong climate change credentials, advising the government on the implementation of their plans. Pardon me. I have no doubt that those committee members will be taking that report into consideration and advising the government on any further
But just to be
actions
clear, I suppose your part of the department will read that report. I assume you will brief the ministers responsible to that. Do you have a formal briefing role to the Clean Energy Net Zero Board? Like, how does that?
Yeah,
so do you support their secretariat? Who supports their secretariat?
We support the
You're the secretariat. Yep.
That's right. The department has a secretariat role there. We will be briefing, I have no doubt, we will be briefing the minister on the outcomes of that report. I can take that on notice, but I'm confident that we would be. And we also provide the secretariat services to that committee, who provides advice to government on their implementation of their net zero programs and policies, and provides advice on any further actions the government may want to consider. And we do provide secretariat services and support to that committee. And again, that committee is meeting next week. As a matter of fact, I have no doubt that the IPCC report will be discussed at that meeting as well.
Thank you. So if there's to be a change in the plan, after we've now got all this new evidence that shows that things are, accelerating perhaps faster than people had thought, it's through the Clean Energy Board that would feed into any changes within the framework. Is that who has ownership of the?
Well, it would be
plan?
Any number of, the government ultimately, the department ultimately has ownership of the plan, and given the variety of programs that occur across the climate change space through the net zero, whether that's through agriculture, whether that's through the energy and emissions reduction activities, government will be obviously reviewing their progress against their targets and implementation of that plan. The advisory board is there to lend, obviously quite impeccable climate change advice and expertise, and they will be providing advice to government on the implementation of their policies and programs, and will be providing advice. And again, it's an advisory board, so I just want to make that point. They will be advising the minister on any other opportunities that they feel the government could take advantage of.
And is their advice going to be public?
I'll have to take that question on notice, and going back to the terms of reference, in terms of, I certainly know the minutes of their meetings will be, the intention is the minutes will be captured and made public.
Actual specific advice wouldn't necessarily, but you'll take it on notice.
I was going to say, let me take that on notice. The board has actually just met for the first time, so we are still in kind of early stages of that board, but I will take that on notice.
But we may be drifting into the Minister for Energy's space as well with some of these questions.
Didn't get time with him. No, that's fine. I don't actually have many more questions on that. I'm just trying to understand.
But we certainly are integrating climate change factors into everything that we do, or certainly aiming to do that, as I think I mentioned this morning in terms of our fire management, in terms of the threatened species planning. Parks has its carbon positive plan, so it's mainstreamed in a sense within our portfolio.
Just to add to that, the science capacity to analyse not only the impacts of climate change but the risks associated with it, et cetera, very much sits in my organisation, and very happy to provide whatever would be helpful, if it's just a simple short list of here's the type of activities that we try to make sure has a foundation, because that then has spill-on effects to whether you're designing where to put a park and what risks it might be facing or whatever.
No, that would be very helpful. I've only got a couple of minutes left. I've got a long list of things, but we're coming back. So I might just ask the plastics plan. Who is that, Ms. Maria? So the 1st of June is when lightweight plastic bags are coming out, and then straws, stirrers, cutlery, bowls, plates, cotton buds, plus food service items by November. Could you just give us an update in terms of the education and information that's going to industry in relation to this and the understanding of the change?
Yes, we're certainly working with APCO on that, and I think my colleague Nancy Chang can give you some further details.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. In terms of the implementation of the plastic plan, so the EPA is the sole regulator for the Plastics Action Plan, and what we are currently doing is establishing a team within the EPA to implement all aspects of the Plastics Action Plan. The intention is that we will use all regulatory tools within our disposal to ensure the success of this plan, and that includes education campaigns, that includes getting the word out there with our reg officers to ensure that particularly small providers and people from culturally, linguistically diverse communities understand these new laws. Certainly it is our understanding that large providers and large supermarkets are very much on board with this already and have moved ahead of the curve. So our job will very much be about educating the other parts of the community and ensuring that they are well aware before we start implementing any compliance or fines or any of the sort of more harsher regulatory tools. And we are well on track to doing that. We are standing up the team as we speak.
That's great. There's only 3 months, though, till plastic bags are gone. What is the budget for, and again, completely accept that large retailers are well across that, in fact, most of them have actually taken action in relation to plastic bags. Yes, can you just give us an idea of the budget that you were provided with to do this education work?
So the budget for the Plastics Action Plan formed part of the larger waste and sustainable materials strategy, which, as you know, is the $356 million that will commence on the 1st of July this year over 5 years.
If you could take it on notice a little bit more specific in terms of how much you're actually putting into that, that would be very helpful.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the crossbench. Mr. David Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair. And nice to see the expanded witness list here this afternoon. I have a number of questions of Ms. Howarth in this capacity as chairing the Heritage Council. It might be convenient if you come to the table. Ms. Howard, thanks for your work as Chair of the Heritage Council. It's a
pleasure. It's most enjoyable work, I have to say.
It's not always the easiest chair to occupy. And the Ravensworth issue, I think, kind of is a case in point, which is what I'd like to explore with you. In February of 2020, the Heritage Council considered an application for state heritage listing for the Ravensworth homestead and some of the surrounding landscape. Can you tell us what the position of the Heritage Council was when it first considered it in February 2020?
In brief, that the homestead and surrounding landscape will meet the criteria for state heritage significance, but that whether we should recommend or not to the minister was complicated by the proposal for expanding the mine, and the council took the view that we should let that planning process unfold before we made a decision, because to recommend it in effect when the mining process was being considered would in reality be pointless. So we made our comments very clear to DPI as it was then, and have continued to provide advice in the planning process.
Yeah. So no coal mine, if there'd been no coal mine involved, you would have recommended state heritage listing for the homestead and the surrounds in February. Yep. Were you aware that, separately to that, Heritage New South Wales, the bureaucrats, were in the process of putting together a briefing to the minister about the issue?
I'll give you a clear answer of yes and no. I mean, the Heritage Council is an independent advisory body, and Heritage New South Wales supports us and provides advice to us. But I'm well aware that Heritage New South Wales also provides advice to the minister in its role as a mainline agency, and we don't always see and aren't always aware of that advice.
Well, the documents produced to the Upper House show that in a briefing signed by Mr Kidman's predecessor, Pauline Mackenzie, on the 9th of March, and Kate Foy, in her capacity as Deputy Secretary of Community Engagement, on the 19th of March, they said this to the Minister: Ravensworth is an exceptionally intact cultural landscape telling the story of shared Aboriginal and European heritage in the Hunter Valley, including early conflict, the development of pastoralism and the convict labour system. A proposed state significant development aims to extend an existing open cut coal mine in approval into the Ravensworth cultural landscape. Ms Kidman, were you aware about the briefing that went to the Minister in March of 2020?
Yes, I was aware that Heritage had.
Yep. Yep. Were you aware that the position of your department was that, and again I'll read from the briefing, Ravensworth is an exceptionally intact cultural landscape that tells the story of shared Aboriginal and European heritage in the Hunter Valley, including early conflict, the development of pastoralism and the convict labour system? Were you aware of that?
I can't remember those precise words.
All right.
And that accords with the Heritage Council's view, definitely.
Yeah. And indeed, the briefing continues, the site is noted to have the strongest documentary evidence of any conflict site across the Hunter Valley. Were you aware of that, Mr Kidman?
Yeah, I am aware of that.
And does that accord with the Heritage Council's view, Mr Howard?
Yes, the Aboriginal conflict, the actual and potential Aboriginal conflict sites are of concern to the Heritage Council, because while some appear to be reasonably well known, there is a great deal of conjecture about the range and extent of those conflict sites. And in advice that the Heritage Council provided to, I think, or a briefing we provided to the relevant local government entity, we raised some concerns, and we also, I think we raised the same words with DPI, that there was an element of uncertainty there, and that there was a danger that the mining expansion would potentially destroy things that were not well known or understood.
There were a series of frontier conflict episodes in and around the Ravensworth homestead.
Yes.
And then there was one particularly large massacre, a tragic massacre of at least 18 Aboriginal people. And there's some contest about whether or not that occurred on the actual homestead site. Would that be fair, Mr Howard?
Yes, that's a fair comment.
Do you recall you then revisited this matter on behalf of the Heritage Council in December of 2020? And I have the benefit of having the dates here in front of me, the 9th of December 2020. Can you recall what the position of the Heritage Council was at the end of 2020?
I can't recall in detail, but the Council's position hasn't changed, in my awareness. There is still uncertainty about massacre sites. Our view remains that the homestead is significant. We provided more advice around the potential options for moving the homestead during that process.
I won't read on to the record your conclusion, but you're right. You reinstated your position, and you said, in fact, there should be a precautionary principle adopted to protect Aboriginal heritage in these circumstances. Yep.
Were my words. Yes.
Then, towards the end of last year, you had an approach from DPIE to come and make a presentation to the Heritage Council. Remember that?
Yes.
Yep. And in fact, would it be an unfair summary of that to say DPIE wanted to come and change your mind?
Yeah, if that's an unfair summary, I don't recall it being as such. We certainly fairly vigorously questioned some of the assumptions that DPI had made. It's an area that's complicated because the bottom line, we're looking at the reasonably well-established heritage significance of a place now against a coal mine that may or may not continue to be relevant in the medium term.
Yeah, well, DPA in their correspondence to Heritage New South Wales requesting the site said protecting the homestead would result in the loss of the social and economic benefits of the project as identified by the applicant, including approximately 1,040 jobs, 229 million in capital investment and approximately 398 million in direct net benefits to New South Wales. Do you remember them putting that position to you?
Yes.
They were proponents for the project, weren't they?
I'm assuming, well, I don't know the planning laws well enough, but I'm assuming the coal company was the proponent for the project.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know that from reading planning's correspondence to you. This correspondence on the 14th of September was all pro the project, wasn't it? It wasn't a balanced view, it was pushing the project.
It's certainly a view. I won't comment as whether it's a balanced view or not, but it was a view, yes.
And it was very consistent with the position of the proponent, Glencore, who wanted to minimise the heritage significance to get their approval up, didn't they?
I assume planning was quoting figures that may have originally come from Glencore, but I assume they also tested those figures themselves.
They then met with the council, didn't they,
yes,
in October, and they tried to persuade you to change the position. That was what they were there to try and put holes in the position that the Heritage Council had adopted.
I don't recall the motive being that sort of direct, and I don't recall anybody from planning say, please change your view, because our view was based on a reasonably rigorous heritage assessment. We questioned some of the advice of Hector Abrams, who I think was the heritage consultant employed by, I think, planning, I'm guessing. But I don't recall planning say, we want you to change your view.
Well, they were trying to persuade you about the benefits of relocation. They were trying to persuade you that the contested massacre site couldn't be on the Ravensworth property. They were actively trying to persuade you on those matters, weren't they?
Yeah, short answer is yes, yes.
And that would be the kind of persuasion I would have expected from the coal company, Glencore, not from the notionally independent planning authority. Did it surprise you?
Look, I'm not in a position, nor should I comment on the motives of a mainline government agency like DPI as it was then. I'm assuming the background, they were balancing a wider range of factors than we take into account. They were balancing the economic and other factors against what we'd said. What the Heritage Council looks at are the heritage factors.
Had you ever had the Department of Planning come to the Heritage Council and make such a presentation after you'd adopted a position and effectively try and persuade you?
Not in my experience, but nor have we had an issue as, perhaps if I can put it, as complicated as Ravensworth either.
Well, so how long have you been involved with the Heritage Council, Mr. Howard?
3.5 years.
And can you recall another occasion where any government agency has ever come? Try and persuade you in that way?
Transport for New South Wales is often trying to persuade us around things, so it's not unusual for a government agency to debate with the council around heritage significance.
Once you'd adopted a position,
This is your last question.
Once you'd adopted a position, in this case you'd affirmed it twice, had you ever had planning or another government agency come and try and effectively persuade you out of it like this?
No.
Thank you. We'll move to questions by Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nilsson, I just wanted to go back to the questions I was asking before about unexplained clearing, but I guess the extension of that, which is regulatory actions under Part 5 of the LLS Act. I got some information through questions on notice to you as well about the number of regulatory actions, compliance actions. There has been just, I think, one prosecution in the last 5 years since the code came into effect. But there's been quite a lot of advisory and warning letters, a number of penalty notices and remediation orders. So this must give you a bit of an idea about the nature of some of that clearing that might have appeared in the unexplained clearing column of the SLATS review. So I'm just trying to get a bit of understanding about what are the nature of these advisory and warning letters? What are the sorts of issues you're seeing out there on the ground?
I'll turn to Ms. Malloy to give you the details on that, but it's absolutely standard and appropriate that you have an escalating approach to compliance. So, and what you're pointing at is there's some interventions at the lower end as you escalate up, but I think you have to view it as a whole, and I appreciate the question because I think you're trying to get exactly at that. So, Ms. Malloy.
Sure. Thanks, Dean, and thanks for the question. So, I mean, I can give you sort of, I can explain a little bit more about our compliance framework and sort of how we operate within that. And it does take us a risk-based approach, but we do deal with all of the calls that come into the environment line and various other ways that we're made aware.
Just because I have limited time.
Okay.
So there's been 587 advisory and warning letters. You know, this is not, you know, you've had to go through quite a bit of process before you send that out. So you're sending those relating to a specific concern. In the main, what's the majority of those warning letters about?
Well, it's about just warning. So it's a warning letter. So
you've identified clearing.
We've identified
may not have been code compliant.
There may have been some question around whether it was compliant or not. So it's about a warning around the legislation and their responsibilities, clearing up. I mean, don't forget there's a lot of things that are allowable or things that are not allowable. So it's around
potentially asking for an explanation.
They're aware. Yep.
You would have received responses back to some of these?
Yes, we would have received responses.
And some of those might also have then been escalated to cautions or penalty notices?
Yeah, and sometimes there's a conversation. One of the things that we're trying to do with the early change monitoring system that compares on a 2-weekly basis, compares satellite imagery. And one of the things we want to do and increase is our connection and engagement with the landholders early in the piece. If we see something that we are concerned with, we will then subsequently talk to those landholders before we then get the full picture about what's happened, and then we can sort of go through that hierarchy of compliance.
Okay. So to the penalty notices then, as we escalate up the hierarchy, I think 12 of those, the majority have actually been issued in the last 3 years, 12 last year. What's the majority of the penalty notices for? What sort of issue?
I'd have to get back to you on the actual specifics of that, because then it sort of escalates up from the warning letter. It will be small-scale clearing.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe
these are fines, right?
These are fines. So
can you give us a sense of the value of the fines?
Yep, I sure can. So from in 2020 to 2021, so that sort of financial year, there was 17 penalty notices that were issued to a total of $61,000, and up to December this year, so in this sort of year, we've had 12 penalty notices, $35,720. So that's sort of, it just depends on the nature of the clearing.
Now I noticed that 35 remediation orders have been issued. The vast majority of those in the last 2 years. None of those have been completed yet. What is the process for guaranteeing that these remediation remediation orders are complied with?
So we would, there will be a certain period of time that they have to sort of remediate that land. I don't have to hand the specifics of each of those remediation orders and the longevity of when they have to complete that work, but it then subsequently would be our responsibility to follow up to make sure that they've actually done that remediation. And I think some of them can be over a period of maybe 10 years. I would need to get back to you on the specifics of those remediation.
I mean, we're not talking about a tiny amount of land here, over 2,000 hectares under remediation order. If you could give me on notice a bit of a sense of what the program of work and the resources you have to monitor and ensure compliance, is there annual reporting? I'd just like to get a better understanding about how the remediation orders work.
Yeah, no, I can certainly do that, because you might appreciate there's a lot of detail behind that that I just don't have here with me today. But in terms of resourcing, we've had a slight increase in the number of full-time equivalent, up to 43 staff from 37, which has been fantastic assistance to us. But I can get back to you on the detail around
that would be great. Sorry, Mr. Wild and Mr. Durrant-White, I do just have one quick question for you, if I could, and I just wanted to get a sense of the status of funding for the Forest Monitoring Improvement Program. I think we talked in the forestry inquiry last year, and it seemed that there was some concerns that possibly that funding runs out at the end of this year. So I just wanted to get an update, this financial year, just wanted to get an update from you if you've got any certainty around funding going forward.
Yes, it does run out at the end of this financial year, and I'm going to hand over to Bryce in a second, and he will give you a little bit of an update.
So the former Premier funded the Forest Monitoring Improvement Program $7.2 million over 4 years, and that expires June of this year. The EPA has also funded Coastal IFA Monitoring Program of $2 million over 5 years, which has 1 more year to go. And on behalf of many agencies across government, the NRC, as independent chair of that Forest Monitoring Steering Committee, has put forward a budget bid which is going through the normal Treasury processes for a future funding.
Okay. So that, we won't get a sense of that until we see the budget then, I guess.
Correct.
No worries at all. And just to test again the question that Ms. Sharp raised, did you offer a specific date when you thought you'd be finalising the PNF review?
Yes, end of this month.
End of this month. Now, I take it as per normal reviews by the NRC that even the terms of reference are secret. Is that right?
This one is confidential. Not every job that the NRC does is confidential, but this one is.
A lot seem to be these days. You've come in at the very end of this process. This has already gone through a public consultation. It's been subject to substantial political debates. That's quite unusual. Can you give us a sense? This is a broad-ranging review. Are you looking at a specific recommendation and providing a response to that? Can you give us any more information about what this review looks like?
We've been asked to look at the final draft PNF codes, taking into consideration previous work and reviews. So that's the review we're doing. I'm really not at liberty to go into further detail than that.
But you have then suggested that there is a final draft code, so government has agreed on a code position that you're then been providing advice on.
That would not be a correct understanding of what I said, so sorry if I misunderstood, if I was not clear. It was a draft proposal from Local Land Services that we are looking at. Okay. There has been no government decision.
Okay. Right, got you. Thank you very much for that. Ms Moore, I might turn to you, and that was all for the NRC. Thank you, gentlemen. I wanted to get back to some of the compliance questions that I was raising this morning with regards to Crown Land Forestry now. You indicated, and I understand your defence of the organisation's role here, that you were undertaking compliance actions in a state forest, before, during and after logging activities. Look, I must say that is a concern to me, because it's been suggested that actually very little pre-logging activity is done by the EPA in the forest. So are you able to give us an indication of how often you've got officers going out into the field before Forestry Corporation actually commences logging in a coop?
I do have the figures for total numbers of inspections. I would have to get back to you on the pre.
Yeah, you were quite clear this morning. We're going out before, during and after, and it seems to me that the approach that the EPA has been taking more recently is very much you're only really responding to complaints when they're received, and that really since the reform or the restructure, there's been little pre-logging compliance work happening. And so I would appreciate if you could give us a sense of how many times the EPA has gone out on site before logging operations has commenced at a new coop, how many times during, and how many times after. That would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, we'll take that on notice. Yep.
Now, do you have? I've been hearing that there are some concerns with how the restructure of the organisation's affected forestry activities in particular. Do you have more operations officers with forestry experience today than you had when that restructure started, or fewer?
The realignment that was undertaken in 2020 didn't result in staff losses, so we haven't lost any forestry officers as part of that realignment. So we have the same expertise within the agency. We've just moved to a functional model, and we've also grouped together our operations officers with regulatory expertise, which allows us to basically flex up and send more people out on forestry issues as required, or on other environmental issues as required, instead of having just one group of forestry officers, and that was the only group who were available to undertake that work.
Sure, we might come back to that in the next round. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from Ms Penny Sharp.
Thank you. We're on a break. Thank you, Ray. Yes, we're on a break. It's 3:30, so we're on a break, and we'll come back at 3:45.
Nice cultural reference.
again. Ready to go. We'll go to, very unorthodox, but we'll go to the crossbench for 5 minutes. Mr. David Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Chair. I suppose this question is best done to... I'll put it to you, Mr. Fleming. You can send it where you think best. Are you aware of the Australian Conservation Foundation report on the emissions expose? Australia's biggest polluters are emitting more than approved and getting away with it?
I think I might have seen something in the media, but I haven't read the report.
Yes. Well, I might help you then. Sure. The report says on reviewing fossil fuel projects, they found that 2 in 3 fossil fuel projects were wrong in their estimates of greenhouse gas emissions by more than 25%. Was that brought to your attention?
It wasn't, but I think it's probably something that should be directed toward the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. But I don't know if, Ms Parry, you want to add anything now?
No, nothing to add, and no, I'm not aware of the report.
Well, do you, does the EPA, does anybody in your space have a role in double-checking that people comply with their emissions?
It would depend on what approval or we were talking about, I suspect.
Well, do you have any oversight as to whether or not these quite massive fossil fuel projects in any way comply with their predicted greenhouse gas emissions? Or is it all just dragons, you don't look?
I was going to say, I think you were referring to the information put together as part of a planning process. EPA obviously doesn't regulate the planning conditions. We do have a role in relation to regulating emissions, standards that are in environment protection licences. We obviously have a role if they're committing an offence under the Protection of the Environment Operations Act, or if they're breaching any part of the Clean Air Reg.
Well, what about the fact that Whitehaven's Mall Creek coal mine is emitting somewhere between 357 and 452% of their estimated greenhouse gas emissions? That's just something that never comes across your desk, Ms Moore? Just someone else's problem?
No, as I said, if that's a breach of their environment protection licence, then that is definitely something that the EPA would be responsible for, and we would be taking action if they were breaching their licence.
But to know that, you'd have to review the report and read the report. Have you done that?
I haven't read that report, no. I'm aware of it.
Did nobody at all in any part of environmental regulation in New South Wales pick up the report and think we may have a problem here? Mr Fleming, there's just no one.
If you're asking about planning approvals, that's a question for the Minister for Planning. If you're asking about EPA approvals, I think Ms Moore has answered that. So it depends on what the regulatory framework is. We certainly, for the regulatory frameworks that we manage, yes, we obviously monitor compliance. But your question is fairly general. If it's an EPA a permit that the EPA or a licence that the EPA manages the framework that they manage, then I assume they're taking action.
Is there an EPA licence on Maules Creek?
Yes.
So when this report says that they're emitting between 357 and 452% of what they estimated would be their greenhouse gas emissions, has anybody in the EPA gone and pulled up the licence and said, hang on, let's have a look here?
I'm not aware if anyone has done that or not, but as I said, we would be regulating against our own licence conditions, not against information that was provided to planning as part of a planning process.
Well, you would assume that they hadn't told, although, you know, it's a fossil fuel industry, who knows, but you would assume that they hadn't told planning one thing and something totally different to the EPA when they were trying to get an EPA licence. Would you, Ms Moore?
I assume they wouldn't, but that's not really a matter for me.
But if you don't check, you don't know, and you haven't checked.
We definitely check compliance with our own licence conditions.
Well, what about the fact that Whitehaven's Narrabri underground coal mine is emitting between 240 and 340% of their estimated greenhouse gas emissions? Again, that's a haven't checked, haven't looked.
I personally haven't looked at their licence.
I'm not asking you personally, you know that, Ms Moore. I'm asking about the agency.
I can look, I can get back to you on what we've done recently in connection with checking that licence holder is complying with their licence.
I'll put one more to you. Mac Energy's Mount Pleasant coal mine. up in the Hunter Valley emitting between 145 and 255% of what they estimated would be their greenhouse gas emissions in the planning process. Again, is that a don't look, don't see problem?
Well, as I said, it would depend on what emission standards we have in our licence.
Well, will you commit on notice to go and look at this report, look at the licence conditions and advise us whether or not you're taking any regulatory action?
We will, yes, well, I'm happy to look at whether or not, but as I said, whether we are responsible for taking regulatory action will depend on what our licence conditions are and our own framework.
Well, can I put this final proposition to you? I assume somewhere in the department there's somebody who has some responsibility about the planning the state's transition to net zero.
So can I, if you're talking about planning approvals, that is a question for the planning
That isn't the question I asked you.
For a different minister.
That isn't the question I asked you, Mr Fleming. Somebody in the department, I assume, has some
if
kind...
it's a question about
Let me finish my question, it'll be quicker.
Sure.
Somebody in the department has the role or a senior role in looking at, in following the state's transition to net zero. Is that right?
I want to be really helpful, and I understand what you're asking. But if it's a policy, broader policy position around net zero, that is a different minister. That's the Minister for Energy. If it is compliance with planning conditions, which I think is what you're referring to, that is also a different minister. That's Minister Roberts. So if you could put those questions to them,
what about the fact that this obvious breach of the planning, what they said to planning, is likely to be a breach of the EPA? There's nobody putting two and two together and coming up with anything
If
other
there
than
is an EPA licence, Ms Moore has said she will get you on notice any response, and clearly the EPA has a responsibility there. But I think for most of your questions you're referring to planning approval conditions, and that is it's a different minister, so it's not our role to be monitoring those conditions.
Okay, all right, thank you. We'll go to questions from the opposition now, Ms Penny Sharp.
Thank you. I want to come back to Ms Chang. Is she? I've just got a couple on plastics still. Thank you. I just wanted to know what the policy was in relation to compliance. As we said, there's the plastic bags ban starts on 1 June, and then the rest, there's a whole another tranche in November. Is there a grace period? What's the sort of official policy around compliance activity and, issuing fines in relation to the rollout?
So, as I said, the EPA, in terms of our regulatory role under the plastics plan, we will be looking at what is the best regulatory approach for this. We will be looking to educate and enable the community first before we consider any fines or any harsher.
Which I appreciate, and I think there's a very sensible way. I'm just conscious that there's 3 months until the plastic bag ban, and I mean, who decides what the policy is in terms of flicking the switch onto compliance? Is that a decision for the minister? Is that, or is there actually a sort of a policy applied in relation to, waiving periods, as people are getting used to it?
So in terms of the regulatory approach, so the EPA is the regulatory authority under the Plastics Action Plan.
Do you decide? So does the EPA board decide whether there's going to be a grace period in relation to starting to issue fines from 1 June?
We have our regulatory strategy and our regulatory policy. They're the documents that we'd be primarily looking at when we're...
And what does it say in relation to grace periods?
Our discretion, and there's nothing in those documents about grace periods, but our general approach will be to start in that education space, and then we'll assess our response on a case-by-case basis when we come across breaches.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I wanted to come back to waste and the waste strategy. And I just was having a look at this. I mean, the new waste strategy was put out in 2021. The previous strategy basically had a target of 75% recycling by 2021, and my understanding is that we only have got to about 65% recycling. Is that correct?
Yes, I understand that's correct.
And the best performers are construction and demolition, which is around 80%, commercial and industrials around 53%, but municipal or household waste is plateaued at about 40%. Is that correct?
Again, yes, I understand those figures are correct.
Well, given that you've upped, the new plan basically talks about an 80% change by 2030, which is not very far away. How confident are you, and what sits behind that target? Is it aspirational, or is it something that is sort of the plan basically commits to delivering?
I think there's a whole range of actions that sit behind that target.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the actions. I'm talking about, and this is what I was touching on before. And I know that the plan, talks about the sort of the need for some infrastructure. I'm really just trying to understand where is the. Is there a detailed plan for contaminated waste infrastructure to get that's linked to modelling that says that we can get to 80%?
So there was significant work done in the development of the waste and sustainable materials strategy, including modelling work, to understand what infrastructure needs as well as activating of markets to ensure that we do get to the 80% recovery rate. In terms of whether we will achieve that target, I think when it comes to waste, everybody has a role to play. The rate of waste creation is growing exponentially, and it is about flattening that curve. In terms of waste avoidance, the best thing to do is to avoid it, which involves a lot of consumer choice in this space. The waste strategy is moving the New South Wales government from a push model to a pull model. The waste levy has done the heavy lifting in this space.
What does that mean?
It means that the waste levy has done the heavy lifting in diverting.
What is the change from a push model to a pull model? What does that practically mean?
So it means that as we divert more from landfill, we need to create the market for that diversion to actually re-enter the market. And the waste levy has very much achieved the push away from landfill in diverting waste from landfill. What now the government is...
Well, sorry, just to be clear, we haven't met the target that we set in we were supposed to be at 75% and we're at 65%.
I understand, and that is why the Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy looks at FOGO as a key initiative. It looks at carbon abatement for material substitution in construction and demolition. It looks at infrastructure and development of key infrastructure in New South Wales, as well as circular economy funding to ensure that we actually can pull that diverted material back into the market and create those markets. And that requires a partnership between the government, the industry, as well as local government. And it involves every consumer doing their bit to ensure there's less contamination in waste streams so that we can actually recycle it.
Where are we at? And look, I understand that the packaging issue, which is about stopping waste at the start, is obviously a complicated issue because it's federal and we're working in international markets, and I get all of that. Are you able to tell me what active steps are being undertaken to actually deal with the issues associated with reduction of packaging at its source? And is New South Wales involved in any of that through the Ministerial Council or any of those things? Are we leading any of that? Where are we at with packaging covenants and those? Who can give me an answer on that? Is there progress there?
I will refer to Ms Hickey.
Thank you. So yes, New South Wales is involved with the National Used Packaging Materials, NEPM.
NEPM, yep. Gotcha. Yep. I'd forgotten that one. Yep.
Yes. And I guess that work is being, worked with under the Australian Packaging Covenant Organisation, and that leads the delivery of those targets. And so we're working with other states and territories and the federal government to sort of monitor how well they're going at meeting those targets. And we've put in place under the Plastic Reduction and Circular Economy Act 2021 a number of measures to sort of capture things that are not being met. So that includes mandating packaging targets for brand owners who choose not to become signatories to the Australian Packaging Covenant, and then also improving some of the reporting requirements for all packaging brand owners to improve the data collection and ensure progress towards the targets is measurable.
And so that, I mean, obviously that's one aspect. So when we go to this target of 80% in the waste strategy, what percentage of that is, or if is any, factored in relation to change in packaging over the period of time?
I might need to refer back to the EPA on that issue. But obviously, as we move ahead in implementing the actions under the plastic plan and the waste strategy, it's kind of a dynamic environment because waste streams will be moving and impacts on landfills will be changing over time, and we need to be, I guess, monitoring how that is progressing and where the waste streams are moving. But that's more of an implementation issue, so I'm sorry, Nancy, I'm going to have to throw back to you.
Yeah, look, in terms of the 80% recovery rate, I think the strategy commits that to all waste streams, and there is a specific commitment to triple the recycling rate of plastics, particularly as the plastic export bans have come online. In terms of what are some of the actions that we are undertaking in this space, there's a number of grants being rolled out in conjunction with the Commonwealth, Remanufacture New South Wales. A number of applications have been received in this space to ensure that, again, recycling infrastructure comes online in this state.
Great. Are you able to tell me, I mean, look, one of the key points with all of this is actually having a market for the recycled materials. Do we monitor or do we have any sense of how much recovered material is being used across government in terms of large infrastructure projects? Trying to get a sense of what are we doing to actually create a market. You know, WestConnex, for example, whether underneath WestConnex we could be using a lot of that recycled glass. Just a very basic, not a specific example, but this, I'm just trying to get do we have a handle on how much the government is contributing in terms of requiring recycled materials in our large infrastructure projects?
I think as part of the WASM, there's a commitment that government will...
Sorry, as part of the...
Sorry, the Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy.
Thank you.
There is a commitment there that government will prioritise the use of recycled materials.
Yeah, I'm wanting some figures.
Yeah.
There's lots of nice words. I'm trying to understand what is actually being done.
I don't have those figures, no.
Can you take them on notice and provide them, or do we just not know them?
We can take that on notice.
Thank you. So I just wanted to go back in terms of, I mean, this is becoming a pretty critical issue in relation to the 80% target, which, as I said, completely agree with, but am concerned that we're not going to meet. The report suggests, so we've got issues, so our food waste basically is going to, in terms of landfill, is going to hit capacity in Greater Sydney, as I understand, around 2036. Is that right?
Well, pitch-riceable.
Yep.
That is.
Sorry, I can't say that word, which is why I avoided it.
That is correct.
Yes. And so obviously the expansion of FOGO, which people welcome, and has been in place for a while. What percent, in terms of, do you actually have sort of clear figures on, the transfer over to FOGO, what percent, how much longer that's going to give landfills in terms of space? Do we actually have some hard numbers on that?
Modelling has been undertaken to understand how much capacity will free up from landfills with the mandation of FOGO for every council area.
And what is the figure?
I can take that on notice.
Terrific. And so for non-food, so all of the hard stuff, mainly construction and demolition, etc., inert, commercial and construction, is it correct that the landfill there is basically going to hit top out at 2030?
Roughly, yes.
And what's the key driver in terms of getting those figures? I mean, look, their construction demolition is pretty good. Commercial and industrial is only at 53%. what are the key drivers in terms of the plan on those materials in that landfill?
Yeah, so under the EPA's Waste Delivery Plan, which is an action plan that sits under the Waste and Sustainable Materials Strategy, it details all the actions that the EPA are taking, including timeframes and milestones. In relation to your specific question, the EPA will commence consultation with council areas, particularly regional and remote areas, in April 2022 to discuss critical infrastructure needs, including landfills.
Does that mean we're moving more of Sydney's rubbish to the regions?
We will be doing consultation in April 2022 to understand what is the solution that New South Wales needs to address our landfill capacity.
Thanks. And my last one is on hazardous waste. Again, the strategy suggests that we're going to top out at 2031 in relation to hazardous waste. What's the plan on managing that?
Ask some question.
In terms of hazardous waste, again, we will be discussing with all relevant stakeholders in terms of managing the infrastructure needs of New South Wales, depending on the stream of hazardous waste. There's a number of other initiatives under the plan that we have commenced, including the National Hazardous Waste Tracking System.
That's really trying to tackle illegal dumping of that material. That's
and the
what
transportation
that's for.
and illegal stockpiling, yes.
And I mean, the hazardous waste at the moment, am I correct that a portion of that actually gets transported interstate?
I'll have to take that on notice.
And my final one on the waste ones. The waste levy this year, how much is the waste levy going to bring in?
I can find that information and come back to you later in terms of the...
Oh, Ms Moore knows. Have we hit 800 million yet?
I believe there is no estimated decrease in the waste levy compared to previous years.
There's a decrease.
There's
an estimated decrease. Why is that?
Sorry, I said that I believe there is no estimated fluctuation compared to previous years.
No, that's right. So no one can tell me?
We do have that information.
If you give us a couple of minutes.
Yep, no, that's fine. Happy for you. That's fine. And then, of course, I want to know the percentage that's going to consolidated revenue, whether it's still a 70-30 split.
Oh, sorry.
Never did.
While you're looking, sorry, Ms Chang?
I was going to say 1/3 of the waste levy comes back to the environment portfolio, of which that is shared equally between the EES and the EPA.
Yes, so 2/3 is still going to consolidated revenue, just to be clear. Thank you for that. I'm aware of what it's used for.
Ms Sharp, reading from one of the notes here, the EES Welly share for 21-22 should be 105 million. Plus that's expense and plus 33 million for the capital budget.
Yep, but sorry, that's from the waste that you're getting funded from the waste levy.
Correct.
Yep.
105 plus 33.
Right. Okay. Thank you. We're back to Sorry, you go, Ms Chang.
So the waste levy is forecast to collect 3.9 billion over the 5 years to 2025.
Thank you. And it's basically, we can just even that out at 5 years. But we can divide that by 5, yes? That's safe to say because it's not a big change. Yep, great. Thank you. How much longer have I got?
3.
Oh, only 3 minutes. Okay. No, that's okay. All right, well, then we might just start back on koalas.
While people are coming for koalas,
yes.
Your question about closures earlier, I did ask for some information.
Great.
Some of the examples you gave, I think Cobar, Forbes and Nowra might fall into this category. I don't think there's been a change in Cobar. Forbes and Nowra, we're consolidating office space there to try and ensure we've got teams together and better facilities.
So, sorry, does that mean that you're going from like 2 offices to 1 office? Is that what you're talking about?
For example, in Nowra, we're going from 2 offices into 1. As you know, and I qualify this by saying we've got a lot more to do, so I don't want to overstate it, but we have more staff than we've ever had before. Our commitments are high. we do try and get staff to the areas of greatest need over time. So even though we've got more staff than we have had before, there are places, and I think Hay would fall into this category, where we have fewer staff than we've had in the past. That just reflects us trying to get resources into the areas of greatest need. So I hope that partly answers your question, particularly your underlying question about whether we're stretched too thin.
Great, thank you. I might hand over to you. I'll come back to koalas when I'll get another go. Sure, okay, all right. Of course. I just wanted to, this is a question into the EPA, and it's a situation that has come to our attention as a result of a GIPA that Western Sydney Direct Action obtained, which is in relation to Cleanaway and Bingo. It's in relation to the dumping of toxic ash. And I understand Cleanaway has a medical incinerator at Silverwater where it incinerates clinical waste, radioactive waste, cytotoxic substances such as chemotherapy, drugs, as well as quarantine waste from cruise ships. And then the information obtained under GIPA shows that from September 2018, the EPA has been aware that Bingo was illegally transporting this toxic ash from Cleanaway's incinerator to the Bingo landfill at Honeycomb Drive, Eastern Creek. So it means that the EPA didn't, as I understand, has failed to notify the surrounding community that this was occurring, but in fact that the EPA was aware that this has been going on since September 2018. Is that you, Ms Moore? Are you aware of this situation?
I'm not across that issue, but Mr Steve Beeman, I think maybe.
Oh yes, Mr Beeman, of course. Thank you.
Hi, Ms Farrell. No, I'm not aware of that, so I'm happy to take that on notice and come back with some further details. I'm not aware of the specifics of that, no.
Okay. All right. I suppose that's all the end of those questions there. I wanted to turn to, well, I think it's either maybe you, Ms Moore, but just stay there, Mr Beeman, just in case. It's just in relation to the EPA office in Narrabri. So I understand that that's been had no staff for several months. Is that correct?
My understanding of the staff member up there was a single EPA staff office, and that officer has left the organisation. That's correct.
So there's a single officer in the EPA at Narrabri. Is there an office there?
We do have an office there.
Is it open?
It's got no staff in it at the moment, is my understanding.
I understand that some locals are suggesting that it appears to be getting renovated or under construction.
Got two staff there.
Okay. They're two staff positions or two staff?
Two staff.
So what are those positions?
Not my area, but I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you on those. What that Narrabri?
Yes, and so you said one before, but are they two full-time staff? Is
my understanding, but I can come back to that and take it on notice and come back.
Okay. So I think the reason I'm asking about the level of staffing at Narrabri is because of the expansion of coal mining in the Namoi Valley and the increasingly problematic poor compliance record of Whitehaven Coal. Clearly they are one of the companies that is expanding in that region. Are there any plans for the EPA to expand their presence in the area?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So with a company expanding such as Whitehaven, who has increasingly problematic compliance record, expanding in the region, you don't think that there should be an increase in EPA staffing? How does that occur when clearly the remit of the EPA in that area is going to be probably more than it has been in the past?
Yeah, so we've got an excellent regional footprint across New South Wales, and so we're able to deploy officers as we need out into those regional areas and be able to flex up and down when we need to in terms of deploying our resources into field to do compliance checking. So we've also got an office in Armidale, one in Dubbo, so we're able to access that part of New South Wales quite easily.
Just Just further to the question earlier, I'm informed that we have an operations officer and a head of operations at the Narrabri office, and that we have a recruitment open for one more position, and they are ongoing roles.
They're all quite lonely people. I'll finish. I'll go to Ms Abigail Boyd for questions now.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to all of you. There is a cast of thousands in here. I wanted to pick up actually on a couple of things that I raised this morning with the Minister, but also I understand my colleague Mr Shoebridge was in here talking about the situation with the coal mining companies that have been emitting more emissions than has been perhaps reported. My understanding is or in fact, maybe you can tell me, my understanding is that you believe that you have no power to regulate that there was no breach. Is that correct?
No, I think the evidence I gave was that if there are breaches in relation to the planning consent, then that's something that is not regulated by the EPA, but where there's an environment protection licence or there's a breach of the Protection of the Environment Operations Act or the general regulation or the clean air regulation, then that is a matter where we have powers and responsibilities.
Understood. But given that you do have the power to regulate greenhouse gas emissions under an environmental protection licence, why don't you do that when it comes to these coal mines?
We have a number of limits that we do set on those licences. We review those licences.
Ms Paul, would you mind just bringing that microphone a bit close to you? You're very softly spoken. We want to hear what you have to say.
Apologies. We do have certain emissions on those licences. If you would like further detail on specific licences, Mr Steve Beeman is probably better placed to provide that information.
And perhaps the easiest way is just to let me know, given the evidence before that there was no sort of breach of anything relevant, which of the coal mines identified as underreporting do have an emissions limit in their EPL?
I think we actually need to backtrack a little bit. So the report that I think you're referring to is done by a student out of ANU, I think. It was reported quite on ABC about a week or so ago.
Yep.
In a real interesting piece of work. So that back calculation was done off the planning approvals, and so often with the planning consents, they do people put in their environmental assessments, they do their studies, and then so the planning approvals will often have as their first condition of the planning approval that you've got to be consistent with the documentation that you submitted with your planning approval. So the regulation of that issue around the alleged underreporting of the greenhouse gas emissions really sits with the Department of Planning. So that's something from a compliance perspective that you should...
But it doesn't if...
No, it does.
Sorry, my question though is not around the planning approval. I understand how that works. My question is why, given that the EPA does have the power to regulate greenhouse gas emissions under the environmental protection licences for coal mines, it has chosen not to.
As I said, we do have some conditions on those licences. We review those licences from time to time.
But not in relation to greenhouse gas emissions. Why? You have the power to do that. And in fact, I'm looking at a government report, DPE assessment, accompanying the recommendations for Narrabri, which makes it very, very clear that we don't need to worry about greenhouse gas emissions being part of the planning approval process because the EPA has the power to put this greenhouse gas emission limit in the EPL. But there's no evidence that you do that. Why?
Because I think up to that point to date, that's been managed through the planning process.
But it clearly hasn't.
No.
And this report is making it very clear that the expectation from the department apparently is that it will be.
But they have been put through the planning process, and so they're regulated through the planning process, and it's probably best directed to the planning department.
Why would the department, in its assessment accompanying its recommendation in relation to Narrabri, make this deliberate point that the EPA has powers to unilaterally amend an EPL, although EPLs do not currently set limits on GHG emissions? I understand that maybe this wasn't something you did 10, 20 years ago, but given recent court cases, court decisions, given the focus, given the climate emergency, why are you not putting regulations on greenhouse gas emissions under EPLs?
Just further to your comment about the powers we have with EPLs, I think depending on the type of planning approval, we have to give licences that are consistent for the first period with certain types of planning approvals.
But the EPL can be unilaterally amended at any time. That is something we look to the EPA to do in order to adjust to the ongoing environmental risks.
I think just to clarify correction there, we can't unilaterally amend it under the planning legislation for a set period. I think it's 3 years. We have to be consistent with the planning approval for the first 3-year period.
Okay. How many of the coal mines that have been approved further than 3 years ago, actually it'd be a great number of them, have you now unilaterally acted to amend their EPL to include a limit on greenhouse gas emissions?
I can take that on notice.
I would really appreciate it if you could let me know, firstly, how many coal mines have an EPL that has any kind of limit on greenhouse gas emissions. I suspect it's 0, but I'd love it if it wasn't. And secondly, how you decide whether or not you're going to put something like a greenhouse gas emission limit on an EPL. How does that not? I want to know how that hasn't happened, basically. Any information you could give, very much appreciated. Have I run out of time, Chair?
No. If you want further questions,
Thank you. I'll just follow up on a couple of the things from this morning. So the Bellambi Creek, were you able to find out if that has been notified to the EPA and why Russell Vale Colliery wasn't, or what action, I won't presume, what action was taken against Russell Vale Colliery for not having met its November deadline in relation to the ash tailings?
I'm happy to answer the one on Bellambi Creek. The first we heard about Bellambi Creek yesterday was a report through ABC and the Illawarra Mercury. So we really encourage people to use our 131555 number to come and report to us directly, but it didn't happen in this case. We sent officers have gone out to the creek, to Bellambi Creek. It wasn't running with coal ash, is what the allegation was. It was actually turbid water, which happens with these big storm events at the moment. The creek was running brown, was the advice I had back from the staff.
It's black.
Yeah, there's black material in those creeks, and that's the geology of those creeks, and so there is material. Just scooping a hand up in the creek isn't a determinative factor, but the staff, my staff are out there, very experienced staff in Illawarra, very experienced regulators, so their advice back to me, there wasn't an issue that needed. In terms of the allegation of there's been a coal issue, a coal washer issue washing down that creek, wasn't confirmed.
I was going to ask the same thing. Do they do some water testing?
No, there was visual inspection.
Right. So, okay, for the, I would be generous and to say that's fine if that's the assessment that they've made. But in any event, the condition that was put on Russell Vale Colliery has not been met. The deadline was November. What action has the EPA taken?
I'm unaware of that requirement, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
That would be very useful. So this is an IPC condition that, in order to reopen, that they would realign Bellambi Creek.
Again, IPC conditions would be a matter for the Department of Planning. So unless that condition's been transferred into the Environment Protection Licence, so we do the Environment Protection Licence. The Department of Planning does the compliance on planning matters such as development consents and planning approvals.
So once, okay, given that some coal mines have 200, 300 conditions placed on them, are you saying that it's not the responsibility of the EPA to ever follow that up, but it's actually something that the planning department is supposed to police?
Correct. So we do the compliance.
Which is a whole other issue.
We do the compliance on environment protection licences, and the Department of Planning does approvals, does their compliance checking on their planning approvals.
Okay. If we could talk about the load-based licensing review, which, as we discussed earlier, is delayed. where is it? When will it be? When will it be released? But also, is the reason for the delay because we haven't added previously accessible pollutants for coal mining?
I think Ms Chang is happy to take that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, I understand that the low-base licensing review has taken a long time. I absolutely acknowledge the frustration. However, the load-based licensing is a regulatory tool. It is a very powerful tool, and we need to make sure that it is complementing a range of government initiatives and strategies. There has been a number of strategies released recently, including the Net Zero Plan, including the energy roadmap, as well as the latest clean air strategy in particular, and the EPA is now looking at all those strategies to understand how best the load-based licensing can complement the success of those policies.
So will the, no, I'll rephrase that, is the review looking at adding accessible pollutants for coal mining to the regime?
It will consider all of the things that will complement those strategies.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to, I understand, a few questions from the opposition. Not very many, but yes. I just wanted to come back to the koala strategy. Thank you, Mr. Mizell. And I know that I asked this morning, have you been able to give me the figure on how much money of the $44.7 million has been expended?
I actually would like to take that. On notice. You might recall this morning I mentioned that 18 of the 24 actions had been finalised, but there were still some, and I just want to confirm in terms of there are some acquisitions that I'm not at liberty to talk about today, so I'd rather just take that on notice, but we're close to finalising the expenditure on that. On the 44.7.
Yep, that's right. And so just in terms of those acquisitions, under that strategy there was $20 million, and I think last year when we talked about it, I think you were up to about $14 million. Is your expectation, without divulging, the negotiations that are underway, that it would be around, that all of that money will be expended?
Correct. And we're actually already looking at some acquisitions in relation to the $193.3 million
That's great.
funding.
I look forward to seeing the plan. And are you able to tell us, and again, you can take this on notice, these haven't been finalised, is the actual how many, I know last year we had a conversation around how many hectares had been added to the conservation estate. I know that there was some in transition that have been earmarked. Can you basically give, happy for you to do it on notice, a breakdown of
Are you asking about acquisitions under the strategy? Because I can give you a quick aggregate update.
Yes.
As Ms Dumazel mentioned, there's a couple of recent, I'll call them acquisitions, but essentially properties under contract that haven't settled yet, which we haven't announced. So without giving away individual details, we have
Is Ruins Way in that one?
Sorry?
Is Ruins Way included in that one?
Well, that's been announced, but it is still
It'll come under this
contract, hasn't settled yet, so technically we don't own it yet.
Yep.
But I'm just doing quick add-ups in terms of hectares. We're at...
I suppose I really want to know, did you hit the 20,000 hectares?
We are now at about 7,500 hectares in total.
And then we have, we're getting close to the 24,000 hectares of the state forest that we're being transferred across as well.
Yep.
And also in terms of private land conservation, as at the end of the calendar year, there was 2,834 hectares on private land conserved.
Sorry, how many did you say?
2,834 through the BCT.
Great, thank you. So, there was a lot of discussion about this in October. Arguably, there was only 4 out of the 24 actions. You've now said they've all been sort of all but 4, I think, are now completed. Is that right?
18 out of the 24.
18 out of the 24.
There are 5 of them that are on track to be completed this year. For example, we've been working on some guidelines with MPWS and RFS for planned burns, and also just some finalisation of some of the state forest transfers. I mentioned the acquisition program that's being undertaken with parks, and then there's just a couple of the research programs, particularly around chlamydia and disease, and the one that's going to be delivered next financial year relates to thermal and dietary constraints affecting koala habitat. And our research plan under the initial koala strategy was a 10-year plan, so we'll be looking to see those elements that we've kind of funded in those first 3 years, what we'll be extending over the period, and there'd be follow-on work given the research findings that are coming through.
I mean, look, I could go through all of them, but I don't want to take up everyone's time because I suspect that I'm really looking for an update in terms of the detail of how completed they are. I mean, one of the, for example, and I suspect we may disagree about whether this is completion or not, one of the key recommendations is the management of Crown land, travelling stock routes and other public land to conserve high-quality habitat. Last year it said it's in progress and there's an initial 12-month pilot project. I'm wanting to know whether that was it, and we now consider that a tick, or whether we consider that progress. So that's, if you can...
Can I take that one on notice?
Yeah. It's really all of them is what I'm asking, is for the update on what you consider to be in progress and what you consider to be complete. We don't have time for us to argue the toss.
The detailed annual report is...
That will have all of that in it, will it? And, okay, we asked about when that was coming. So... we should say. My last question, just in relation to this, was a specific one. So there was an issue about the koala fencing on Picton Road and other hotspots, and I believe that because of COVID, none were done in 2019, 2020. Can you give us an update of what was completed in 2021, given we had more COVID?
I don't. I mean, there was the 9 kilometres of fencing that was installed along Picton Road near Wollongong.
That was in 2019,
That's
though,
right.
so nothing new since then.
So I don't have anything further on there, but I do know the team, and working with Transport did struggle with during COVID. I'll have to get back to you.
All right, well, I will wait
that.
for the annual report. That was due in November, and I might leave it there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we will go to questions from Mr. Justin Field now.
Thank you, Chair. And Ms Moore, I'm coming back to you on some of the EPA's regulatory responsibilities around forestry and private native forestry in particular. So before the realignment, there was a dedicated sort of forestry operations team who did the work in terms of inspections and regulatory actions with regards to forestry. How many of those staff who were originally in the dedicated forestry team have left the EPA? I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Yeah, I would have to take that on notice, but generally, as I mentioned earlier, under our realignment, we've not decreased our resourcing.
I appreciate that. I'm talking about the experience, I guess, and the specialised knowledge now. I'm concerned that there's been a loss of the specialised knowledge around forestry, and that with the realignment, there's a lack of information sharing about what's going on in the different sections of forestry here. That's really where I'm coming to. So I'm trying to get a sense of how much of that skill set is still within the EPA.
I'm sure there's been some staff turnover. I would need to take that piece on notice, but I don't accept that there's been a loss of specialist knowledge in respect of forestry matters.
Okay, so how many of your EPA operational staff do you think can identify a hollow-bearing tree on site?
We have done training for our operations officers, particularly those who had less experience in the forestry space. And we have a lot of knowledge of forestry matters across our operations offices.
Species identification?
Well, again, I can't give you a figure on how many particular officers can recognise what, but we've done a lot of training to ensure that our officers have the skills and the expertise that they need.
Okay. I asked some questions on notice about compliance activities around private native forestry. In the 2021-22 financial year, I got a breakdown of the number of compliance actions that have been taken by the EPA with regards to PNF operations. There's, I think, 3,750 PNF plans in New South Wales. In the last 12 months, there's been 17 inspections. They resulted in, those 17 inspections resulted in, I'm reading this right, 21 different compliance actions, including advisory letters, formal warnings and cautions. That suggests that, you know, near 100% of your inspections have shown up compliance issues within private native forestry. Is that right?
Well, I think where we inspect based on a priority basis. So we will be taking the information that we receive through annual reports. We'll be looking at satellite imagery. We'll be looking at other data sets we have, so that where we are inspecting, it's in an area where we think it's a high priority issue.
I know, I appreciate that. We know that there's reporting obligations by private native forestry holders. In the reporting year that's due to finish, I think, at the end of this March, the EPA, in the answers to questions on notice I got back last week, have said you've received 5 reports.
That's correct.
What percentage of actual private native forestry operations in New South Wales do you think that represents?
I'm not sure what percentage that is, but as you've just indicated, people have until the end of March to submit their annual reports, and they're only required to submit those if they've undertaken private native forestry clearing in the last operations in the 12 months preceding the date the report is due, or they're planning to do that.
So let's assume some of them didn't report by, you know, the end of February or the middle of February when you answered this question. They're going to answer next month. But last year, the reporting year's closed, you got 25 reports in the whole year. What percentage of actual private native forestry activities do you think that represents?
I would have to take that on notice.
You must have done some analysis of the compliance around reporting.
Certainly we look at, as I said, a range of factors, including the reports we receive. We look at satellite imagery. We look at other information and data sets to get an understanding of what clearing we think is occurring.
So I'm just joining the dots here, right? You've received 5 reports so far this year. You've sent out 17 advisory letters. So something's tipped you off to the fact that there's some private native forestry activities that haven't yet been reported. So you must have some internal assessment about the level of private native forestry that's actually going on. I've been trying to get a handle on how much timber and how much land is being logged in the private estate now for 3 years, and no one in government, and you are the responsible agency, has yet been able to answer that question. Have you got any internal analysis to suggest the level of private native forestry actually going on in New South Wales?
I just wanted to correct one issue. I think the annual reports can be provided either to the EPA or the local land services.
We've been there over the last 3 years. David, help me out here. Haven't we decided this is you?
Thanks for your question, Justin. The issue around PNF and PNF regulation is certainly an area that the EPA has more recently started to focus its regulatory oversight on, with the now regular and comprehensive provision of data across from the local land services. That's now allowing us to look more fulsomely at the level of PNF activity that's occurring on the ground in the absence of what you've pointed out may be a shortcoming in the annual reporting in terms of numbers of reports associated with PNF activity. So as pointed out by Ms Moore, we are looking at the slats veg change data to identify land that is subject to a PNF approval and where vegetation change has occurred in a PNF approved area. We're using the early change monitoring system, which gives more regular updates in terms of satellite information and vegetation change on the ground. We are using the native vegetation regulation map and the biodiversity values map to help us prioritise our on-the-ground effort to ensure that we are looking at those highest priority vegetation PNF activities.
Okay. We're getting somewhere here. But
I don't have information regarding the level of historical activity versus the level of reporting.
No, that's fine. I don't want to go back over the history here, but you've got the SLATS reporting. You just acknowledge that. You're able to overlay that with PNF approvals. You're working with the with the team within EES who are looking at this for other reasons as well. There must be a collective view somewhere within government of likely how much private native forestry happened in the last 12 months. Someone's put a number on a document somewhere, at least a hectares level. You must say that there's been change in this many hectares that are subject to private native forestry approval. That's somewhere.
I've not seen a hectare value put on PNF activity based on the information that we've more recently received from LLS and that we have been using to inform our regulatory activities in the EPA.
So in questions I've asked to Forestry Corporation, we know that because of the fires and the hit to the Crown Estate in terms of wood supply, that there was a push into private native forestry, to some degree increasing on the south coast more than might have been in others because of the severity of the hit down there. Ms Moore, your inspections or your when you've provided advice on inspections, just one inspection in the South Coast in the last 12 months. That does not seem to reflect a sort of forward-looking, get in there before, during and after approach to regulation of this part of the forestry industry. Why would there be only one inspection?
In the last 12 months, there has been some issues, particularly in relation, in the private native forestry space around COVID-19 impacting on and raising some work health and safety issues for us. We're sending staff out to essentially private landholders.
Did 17 on the north coast. You've done one on the south coast and one in the River Red Gum areas. So COVID affected us all. And with respect, it's pretty sparse out there. Social distancing isn't a great challenge. I don't want to put your staff in harm's way, but there's a identified environmental risk here. You've got more warnings as a result of the few inspections you've done than the numbers of inspections you held. So this is high risk, it seems. This is not being done well. Why so few inspections in the west and in the south?
Well, we've used our priority. As we've said, we look at where to prioritise regulatory actions in that space. I don't know if Mr. Fowler's got anything to add to that.
No, I don't.
Okay. Look, I'll get you to put something on notice, if you could, around where the investigations into the South Brisbane and Mogo complaints and I understand investigations and possibly prosecutions are, if you could.
Certainly, I'm happy to take that on notice.
That'd be great. Chair, I do have more if you get a chance to come back. But
all right. Mr. Pearson has some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Who do I talk to about diving magpies?
There you go.
Ms. Harra, our magpie and mange expert.
Ah.
Mark Pearson.
You can't mistake that glorious song they have. Even Joan Sutherland wouldn't be able to. It's called trilling in opera.
Give us a sample.
Okay, we're ready.
You ready to go?
Yep.
So I'm just wondering, I've asked the Minister a few questions about this, because this has come up because of those magpies that were shot because they were dive bombing people. And but there was discussion in the past about non-lethal methods to try and deal with this issue. And I know that in Queensland this has been explored and has been quite successful. So the question is, where is our department up to with looking at alternatives to lethal ones?
Thank you. We are
and I think as we have communicated to you, we are reviewing the policy for the management of aggressive birds and for a range of other wildlife management issues. We have completed a review, and the next steps will be we'll soon be engaging with key stakeholders with a view to putting out a new policy. The policy will cover a range of issues.
Mm-hmm. So, the department is seriously turning its mind to non-lethal methods?
Yes, the policy will canvass a range of methods, including looking at the non-lethal methods that can be applied to those situations.
Thank you for that. And probably my next question is for you, Ms. Malloy. It's in relation to compliance. So one of the recommendations from the audit that I referred to earlier with the Minister was to move to mandatory reporting for non-headshots and underweights with kangaroos. Can you advise whether this has been implemented or whether there is work in progress to fulfil this very important recommendation?
Is that the internal audit that we talked about earlier?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that because there was a number of recommendations and some of them I'm more familiar with than others, but I'm happy to provide you with a report on how we're tracking with those recommendations, if that's helpful.
Yeah, it would be very helpful because that's certainly what that audit found, and also our inquiry was the lack of on-the-ground monitoring and us knowing really what is happening to these animals and how they're being killed.
Yeah.
And Ms. Malloy, during the inquiry, you were asked how many kangaroo compliance officers there were, and you replied 40, but in later further questioning, you clarified that there are no dedicated kangaroo or other macropods compliance officers, but rather general compliance officers. So can you confirm exactly how many compliance officers that the department has, and if any are dedicated to kangaroo management, the kangaroo management program? And since the inquiry, has the number of these compliance officers increased or
Yeah, so the total number of compliance officers across all of the pieces of legislation that we are required to do compliance against has increased from 37 to 43. So the kangaroo management team that regulates the program, there's 6 staff in that, but the compliance is done in a combination of people within that team, but also our regional compliance teams. So we have the regional compliance staff and the authorised officers that are out there on the ground are very familiar with all aspects of all the legislation that we need to comply with. So we don't have dedicated specific officers because they're able to undertake the duties across Aboriginal cultural heritage, native veg, the old legacy cases, local land services, and also the regulation of the kangaroo industry. There may be people that are more familiar with specific areas of the state and specific compliance issues in relation to kangaroos. We would deploy those people to assist the regional teams. Mm-hmm. We've also got in the legal team within the department some specialist investigation unit staff that help us when we have some of the more egregious or tricky cases, so they will support us, and that's regardless of what legislation we're trying to comply with. Yeah, do compliance on.
See, it's a bit concerning. I'm not sure if you're aware of an email that was found by Discovery from Sonia Errington asking people to make a guesstimate, quote unquote, of how many times each animal dealer was inspected in 2019 as she was finalising a report for the Commonwealth. Why would the department employees need to make a guesstimate about the number of inspections of animal dealers? Is that information not recorded?
Yes, that information is recorded, and I'm not aware of the details behind that email, so I'll have to sort of take that on notice.
Well, I can send you the email if you like, because and of course that points to the concern of compliance, doesn't it, and which is what's been coming up all the time.
But we also have the case management system that records all of our compliance actions, regardless of the legislation. So I can also provide statistics on what we've done in that space in relation to the kangaroo management program specifically. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if that helps.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. I might just continue on that line of questioning in relation to compliance around kangaroos. So I understand that the department does compliance audits. Is that correct, Ms. Malloy?
Compliance
audits. Sorry. Yep.
We would audit programs, and if compliance is part of that, then that would happen. Yep.
So has the department, have you received a compliance audit in relation to the kangaroo management program recently?
Not recently, no.
When was the last one?
I think it was that internal one, which was back in 2018-19, to the best of my knowledge, but I'd have to double check that.
And so have you put in place a process to address all of the shortcomings found in that audit report?
Yep, and I think I sort of described some of the processes that we're going through at the moment in terms of that. Well, it's for any of the programs that we manage, is that sort of continuous improvement. We're also looking at it more broadly in terms of our compliance program, not just for kangaroos. And we've got an internal review happening of that, and we're going to get some external advice to support us in terms of rolling that out. Anytime there's a review of compliance, it also includes the kangaroo management program itself. And there are sort of 3 and 4 year internal audits that are done within the department as well for a whole range of our programs.
And who undertook the audit?
In
the last audit?
The last audit. It was probably before my time in the role, so I'll just have to double check who undertook that audit. Yeah.
Okay, so if you could...
I can get back to you on that.
So just to be clear, the 44 recommendations from that audit, there's a plan in place within the department that has set, for example, a timeline to meet those recommendations to ensure that the kangaroo management program is improved?
I'll have to get back to you on that, on what specific documents I've got to align with the audit, but we would be on that track of sort of continuous improvement, looking at all of the recommendations that come out of any kind of review or audit in terms of making sure we're continuously improving how we deliver our programs. But I can get back to you on the specific...
That would be good if you could provide on notice exactly how, what the response has been. Thank you.
Yeah.
I did want to go back to you about koalas if I can, Professor Darren White, possibly for my last questions for the afternoon. I just wanted to, if you could just recall, I hope you do know the detail of the report that was undertaken by yourself into Campbelltown koalas, and one of the critical parts of that report was the corridors that need to be retained to ensure as best as possible that koala population is maintained and doesn't come to too much harm as a result of all the development that's happening in the area. Does the recommended average width then of the 390 to 425 metres for the koala corridors, does that include the buffer or not of 30 metres?
I was not involved personally in the whole Campbell koala corridor thing. My deputy, Chris Armstrong, who I think was referred to this morning, led that program and also chairs the koala strategy group. He will be here on Thursday should you wish to ask that question, but I'm not in a position to answer it. I could take your question on notice.
Okay. If you could take the question on notice, although I probably will still ask it on Thursday if I get to that that session. I might just Justin, do you have a few more? Maybe 5 or so minutes.
That's all. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Knudsen, sorry, I meant to ask you this before. I'll just I'll put it in there now. The 25 metre rule that came about as a result of bushfire response. Have you considered how that might be picked up in the next tree cover change reporting?
The last part of your question was picked up in the next...
Tree cover change reporting, the SLATs reporting.
I can't comment on the next report because it's being developed at the moment. But certainly, what the team is finding within our science division is that because it's along the boundary, that it's much more easily identifiable. So we're actually picking it up a lot sooner in our early change monitoring. But how much will be picked up in that period?
I'm not asking for a number at this point. I just want to make sure you're actually going to be able to identify it and segment it out so we can understand the consequences of that terrible ecological decision of the New South Wales government. So that would be useful. Thank you. Ms Moore, if I could just quickly go back while I've got a second. Just with regards to those investigations, particularly South Broome and Mogo, if you do have anything you can put on the record here today, that would be good. I'm happy for you to take it on notice. Obviously, one was subject to a stop work order. The other, I think, there was a threat of one. It wasn't implemented because forestry moved out for a time. They're now logging back in those neighbouring forests down there. So we know there were investigations, but there seems no action at this point, no sense of regulatory response, no idea if prosecutions are still in foot. So can you give us a bit of an update?
Do you want me to update you on prosecutions that are on foot? I can certainly take on notice your question about those 2 investigations, but I can give you an update on we do have 3 prosecutions on foot at the moment.
That would be great.
We have prosecutions on foot in relation to Tomarang, Wild Cattle Creek and, sorry, I'll just check my notes, Dampier.
Okay, so they're the ones who, I think we knew about those from last year, so they're still on foot. We've got no resolution. So you haven't launched prosecutions with regards to either South Broome or Mogo at this point?
No, we just have the 3 prosecutions on foot.
Okay, no worries. Well, maybe if you could, on notice, provide an update on the investigations there, or if there's been any regulatory action around those at this point, because it's now quite some time since the stop work order was in place. That seems to have been in place because of breaches that were occurring, but we haven't seen a regulatory response. So the community's really keen to know what's happening there. I just wanted to final questions with regards to biomass for energy. My computer just died. I don't want to misrepresent what your predecessor told me in last estimates, but if I recall, I was having a conversation with the Minister and Ms Mackey about biomass to energy in the context of the Redbank Power Station, and the suggestion that was made to me is that advice was being prepared for the Minister around how the regulations were going to address whether or not native forest biomaterials could be used at the Redbank Power Station. And I see Ms Chang's taken up the spot because you jumped in at that point. I'd just like to know if that advice has been advanced any further, or if it's gone to the Minister at this point, and when we'd see some clarity around how those exemptions in the regulations will be dealt with when it comes to Redbank, if it gets approval.
So in terms of the biomaterials work that was discussed at previous estimates, we are well progressed on providing further clarification to industry and community on how the biomaterials framework works and what is in scope and not in scope, or what can be used. In particular, what we would like to clarify is the higher order use that's right. Under the EOEO. In terms of Redbank, that is a question for my planning colleagues. Sure. I cannot comment on that. Where the EPA is concerned in terms of Redbank will be about the source of the biomaterials that is being proposed to be used by Redbank, and any energy from waste that they propose to use. That is where the EPA will be providing advice to our planning colleagues, and our concerns will be whether it meets the current regulatory framework and the current regulations.
You just said then providing advice to, I think, our customers and the community, but not advice to the Minister. I was quite certain that advice was being prepared for the Minister on any regulatory change that might be required to clarify that higher order use question.
We have provided advice to the previous Minister on the program of work that the EPA is undertaking to provide that further clarity on how biomaterials can and cannot be used in New South Wales.
Okay. Can native forest biomaterials be burnt at a power station at the moment for electricity?
So native forestry cannot be logged for the purposes of electricity creation. Where biomaterials can be used for energy recovery is if it has no higher order use. Okay. And that is the point of clarity that we would like to provide to industry.
When will that clarity be provided? Because, of course, you know, I know that those pulp logs, which would otherwise be left standing, ultimately they're knocked down in the process of logging a high-quality log. And the suggestion, although we know some of them go to Condong and Broadwater, we know that already under existing licences and exemptions. Redbank is 1 million tonnes possibly per year of this material. Primarily they're seeking it from native forests. Will they be able to do that, or will you declare that there is a higher order use for that in some other form?
So, again, I cannot comment on the specifics of Redbank. Whether EPA will be seeking further information on any proposal will be about where is that biomaterial sourced from and whether it has a higher order use. So that is something that the EPA will be seeking information on before we decide whether it meets the biomaterials regulation.
Well, is a higher order use it being left sitting on the forest floor for the purposes of maintaining, you know, soil and preventing erosion? Is that a higher order use?
Erosion, habitat provision, timber products, landscaping, all of those are higher uses than energy recovery, yes.
Okay, so then those uses clearly exist. So am I to take from that that there's no way that they could get a licence to burn that in the power station?
If they can provide information that demonstrates that the biomaterials that they are sourcing has no higher order use and the best use is energy recovery, but that is for the proponent to demonstrate to the EPA, and we will be seeking that information.
Can I suggest you might need to do a little bit more work on the clarity to the community and the customers? I have no idea what that means. How would they go about demonstrating whether or not there is a higher order use for that material? Do they have to demonstrate that there is no customer in the market who wants to use that for landscaping, or that the forests are, you know, quite comfortable with the level of leaf matter on the ground that they don't require it anymore? What does that look like?
We are actively progressing that guidance. I can assure you that that is on foot and it will be provided shortly. In terms of the Redbank proposal, I can't go to the proposal, but I can...
Will that be signed off by the EPA or the Minister, that guidance?
The guidance material is currently being prepared by the EPA.
For the Minister to sign off or for you to decide?
So we will be providing the Minister with an update on where that is up to.
Does that require concurrence of the Agriculture Minister?
I think when it comes to providing guidance to industry, particularly as it comes to regional New South Wales, it is always best that we consult with our colleagues in regional New South Wales. I believe that is best practice, and it will ensure that the guidance gets the most success.
We've seen this story play out before. Thank you, Ms. Chang. Thank you,
can I just a quick follow-up, just to be clear, the guidance is the guidance. You're going to let the Minister know, and you said you're going to let the Minister for Agriculture know, but do they actually decide who finally, if the EPA decides that this is the guidance, does the Minister actually have to sign off on that? Does he or she have, well, they're both he, have veto in relation to that?
Ms. Chan, could you just bring the microphone in a bit closer, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So this is about providing clarity on the existing frameworks. It does not require further approvals. We are simply trying to communicate better with all stakeholders involved how this current framework apply.
But who decides on the final? So you're preparing the guidance. The final wording goes to the Minister. You said now it possibly might go to 2 ministers, maybe even 3. It sounds like to me that Minister Toole's going to get a go at this. That Minister Saunders is going to get a go at this. That Minister Griffin might get a little bit of a go at it. Perhaps the Energy Minister, the Treasurer, may get a bit of a go at it too. But
sorry, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying that their concurrence is required. I am simply saying
I know that
for the guidance to have the best success and being communicated successfully to everyone involved, the EPA, and it is good practice that we consult and get on side and consult with any relevant stakeholders, including our colleagues at Department of Regional New South Wales.
Just to be clear, the ministers are stakeholders and the decision in terms of the final wording of the guidance is the EPA's, but you'll take on board comments from the ministers and they should be considered stakeholders in this. I'm just trying to understand who makes the final decision about whether this is adopted or not.
So we will be consulting with people in the Department of Regional New South Wales. It is up to them whether they brief their minister or not.
Sure.
And that is simply so that we can ensure that this information is disseminated to the broader...
Ms Chang, look, I completely get that. You are not answering the question that I'm asking. Who has the final sign-off on the guidance that it's adopted?
In terms of the guidance of the wording, that is currently being prepared by the EPA because we're not changing the framework. We are simply providing clarification on the extra framework. It is part of an engagement and information.
So it will be the EPA?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, on that note, we get 10 early minutes. No, we don't, because Mr Fleming is going to take up the
9.5. I just wanted, Mr Secord earlier asked some questions about Ben Boyd and renaming.
Of course.
And I really just wanted to note how important that issue was for the Aboriginal staff in EES and I'm sure all staff in EES, and just confirm that I didn't want there to be any doubt. There is a process that we go through. So if there are any names that are offensive or otherwise inappropriate, there is a process we work through to change those names.
Thank you very much. You want to... Oh, yes, sorry. Mr Martin, Mr Mallard, do you have any questions? From government questions?
Go on, Shane.
Ask something.
We get allocated 15 minutes, but we will not be taking up that opportunity. Thank you for coming in today.
Gee, thanks.
Thank you very much for your time today. The Secretariat will be in touch with the questions that you took on notice and with any other supplementary questions. Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening.
I think Ms Chang wanted to
Ms Chang?
something.
Sorry, I just wanted to address a question previously put by Ms Sharp around the cost of the education campaign for the Plastics Action Plan. So there is a contract with the National Retailers Association to deliver engagement and education, and it is $540,000 excluding GST, and it will run very soon until post-November bans.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks so much.